Hello everyone, I'm just gonna be getting ready in the back. Well, I say I'm getting ready in the background. I actually already have my coffee ready already. I had to stick with some stuff in the background. So important note today, folks. There is no technical clean feed in terms of game audio feed. So that means we're gonna have to do that whole song and dance about whether people like having some game sound but also having Chinese casts in the background or not, which is, you know, it can a little bit annoying, can't it? We'll try and figure that out as we go along, folks. So, you know, bear with me a bit, bear with me.
Want you till forever and the stars collide. There ain't nobody with a body that steals my mind. Now and forever or whenever I want you. Say what you mean, say what you mean. Know what I want, know what I want. Every moment, all the heartache, I can walk away. Don't know if I'll ever hear the words that I want you to say. Don't waste my time being indecisive. Why can't you be mine? Say what you mean, say what you mean. Know what I want, know what I want. You got me lost inside my head.
Hello everyone, sorry I was typing around in the background trying to figure. Hey, no worries, Holbert. I appreciate it.
Anytime you want me, you don't have to say please. And anytime you want me, I'll be there. Ain't nobody like you, even if I tried to. Only got my eyes on you, only got my eyes on you. 'Cause you are, you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. I know you inside out, you know me up and down. You can never make me walk away.
Thank you so much for the subs in chat. Literally, Mech Fanboy, and of course, 14 months, that's almost a year. 22 months, that's almost a year. 3 months, that's almost a year. Incredible. Today, hype train. Tell you what I've also done as well. I've actually applied for Twitch front page for the first time, because I didn't really know how to do that before. That's not for today, that'll be for January the 3rd, hopefully for the, what's it call it? Thing. My brain is not active just yet, in case it's active, folks. Finals. Yeah, that's the one. Hopefully getting Twitch front page for finals, which would be very, very cool. Can I ask Sam if he's around for today? No, what's it call it? No, my brain. The off season is over. Well, I mean, yeah, technically they have to. All the LPL teams have had to announce their teams now, really, haven't they? So I think at this point we can say that RNG are gone. RNG are gone. FPX obviously as well. So folks, we are living in a, you know, a post RNG FPX era of the LPL now. Hey Avalon, how's it going? Appreciate you all coming back in. So first game coming up is ZSM versus LGD. I'm actually not sure what ZSM stands for. I don't know if anyone else has any context on that, but they're a streamer team made up of ex-LPL pros, Fearness, Hacker, Crying, SMLZ, and Wink. Actually a pretty solid team, honestly. Legit Winter, hey, how's it going? Morning under it. Yeah, SMLZ, he was around for a while, of course. I don't know if I ever cast SMLZ, you know? Not sure. Like, yeah, he was retired for a while. Yeah, no, I never got a chance to play, to cast SMLZ. He was a long time player, though. He was, he's been playing since, you know, 2014, 2015 on. On OMG for a little while. On Suning for a while. And Rogue Warriors, of course, too. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think I'm good to go live on the old interview. I'm also happy to watch SmellPL. You know me though, I'm always happy to watch SmellPL. Cool. Right, well, we're live in all the regular places, folks, so I think we're ready for a regular old Demacia Cup party. Well, welcome in everyone, if you're also in Onovia's chat as well. Surprise, it's Demacia Cup, and we're ready to have some fun, I think. Hey Harold, good to see you. It's good to see you, Harold. I feel like we haven't talked in a while. I'm glad to see you. Who do I think will win game 1? Well, this is the problem with something like Demacia Cup. We have new rosters. LGD has almost all of their roster the same. Hung is in, who wasn't there before. Tungyuan is in as well. So their mid-jungle has changed. Oh. What the hell was that sound? Jesus, that was scary. Ugh. Wild. Oh, a donation from Mecha Fanboy as well. I appreciate you so much. Just a reminder, folks, we are live on 3 different sites, so if I'm not speaking to you directly, I should have really put up an FAQ about that, shouldn't I? Should have done that ages ago. But yes, I'm live in 3 different places, and eventually I would like to go, live on TikTok as well, but I've been less organized about that one, really. Probably because they keep shutting it down. You know, pain. But yeah, I have to say, I haven't seen ZSM play together. So ZSM has Ala, Ning, Fofo, LWX, and Iwandi, which is actually pretty stacked as well. What? God, that's actually like, these Stereo teams are actually pretty stacked, folks. Thank you so much, Reese. Yeah, Ning is on there. Yep. Arla, who is playing on JDG last, that we heard, is Ning as well. Of course, was God, where did he end up last? Was he on Ultra Prime last? Yeah, he was on Ultra Prime last. Yeah, in 23, he came back in for a little bit. His early game pathing was actually still very good, you know. Fofo's been about the place. He went over to Talon. Yeah, he went over to Talon for a bit, but then obviously that didn't go as well. He got replaced by Maple. And then there's LWX, of course, FPX World Champion. And then Iwandi, who was... Hang on, Iwandi was around the place as well, actually. Oh, where did Iwandi last play? Was he on LNG last? No, he was somewhere else. He was on Team WE last. For a brief stint. He was actually pretty good, actually. So, was it Spring 24? Oh my god, Mecha, are you kidding me? Mecha, you are... So I've only just checked that donation now, by the way, Mecha. Mecha, you... Mecha, are you okay with you saying, like, with me saying, like, how much money you throw at us? Jesus, Mecha. Oh my god. Because, look, okay, folks, we wouldn't be able to do this kind of stream without very, very generous donations like this. I say that, you know, we've actually, you know, Sam and I are likely to keep doing this into the next year, I think, now. We'll see. Fair. fair. Okay, so, first game is ZSM versus LGD. Oh no, I can't just leave it there. No, Mecha, you're an absolute saint. Mecha dropping 1,000 euros on the Kofi. I don't know what else to say, folks. That's just, I don't know. Yeah. For your kindness, we get to keep doing what we're doing, folks. So let's keep building our own little LPL community here. Let's enjoy it, and let's really enjoy ourselves some good Demacia Cup action here, folks. This is stage 1. Not all of our teams will be playing in the first few days of competition. But, you know, that doesn't mean that we can't enjoy what we have here as well. I'm quite looking forward to these streamer teams, actually. I want to see how much random bullshit go moments they can have, if you catch my drift. Don't know if I've... No. Hey, honestly... Yeah, you know, seeing donations from anyone, seeing subscriptions, stuff like that, does make an awful lot. No worries, Blade. Don't you worry. Oh, by the way, folks, Montez ended up sending me a Christmas card, which is very, very kind and very sweet. So that arrived the other day. It's been a strange old year, folks. Been a whole lot of work. I feel like it's been it's been productive. Nymaera's charm will find them all. How did I miss that earlier, dude? I need to get back into the habit of being a streamer. I'm letting ADHD brain get to me a little bit. I wish we got some fun streamer teams in Casper. Weren't there something similar at the starting rounds? They had some, you know, they had Vietnam and China. God, does everyone remember back when ESC Ever, when they debuted in Was it Ever 8 Winners? Can't remember what their initial name was. But back in 2015, 2016 when they debuted, that was insane. Yeah, in terms of this first game, folks, the first two series, I would imagine you favor the LPL teams, especially if they've kept the core of their rosters. Because the streamer teams, I don't know how much backroom support they have. I don't know how practiced they are. They're not bad names, I'll say. And I'll say, I think... Well, I look at the two streamer teams. Which one's better out of them? I think ZSM is the better streamer team by quite a way, actually. I mean, Well, I mean... Am I... I think ZSM is a better team. I think Fofo and Ala, having played pro this year quite well, I think that they're quite strong solo laners. SMLZ's been out for a little while. And again, Iwandi's been out for a little while. Well, they're not in the same group, so we won't see them against each other, but I'm trying to think how I weigh them against the LPL teams. I think for this first match, folks, I'm probably weighing up in favor of LGD. LGD were actually quite an exciting team for a bit of this year. They've changed out, you know, their mid-jungle, which thinking about it, they were definitely some of the weaker parts at point, sadly for them. Yeah, Climber and XQW were... They were not fantastic. The little green frog, XQW, I loved him to bits because he had a funny name, but realistically, he wasn't helping too much. WE have quite a different roster, so we'll see how they've come into it as well. Alright, folks, worth noting, we do not have, like, clean audio for this one. We only have caster, Chinese caster audio. So, as always, we're going to have to be making a compromise between you and I and other people in the chat about how much game sound you want. We'll try and figure that out as we go along. Did Arla retire? No, he didn't. He was just on JDG and then got replaced. Oh, shoot. Rumor was he was a little hard to work with, but you know how those rumors can get out of control. Actually, he was doing very well on JDG for a while. I just went hella quiet. That's because I was walking away from the microphone. It's not my mic dying, don't you worry. Thank you for that. Hey, how's it going? Sam's not here right now, but he might turn up later. I actually haven't coordinated with Sam very well because currently we're... so Sam's back in the UK. I'm in Berlin right now. Will all the starters play? Not all of them. But the grand majority of them will do, actually. Grand majority of the starters will be playing. I put my camera on? I guess I could put my camera on. I wasn't actually planning on it, you know. Yeah, I miss Sam too. I've had like visa issues basically in terms of reapplying for it, so it's been quite annoying to try and actually get out of the country. You know, small things like that. So that means that I think I'm going to be going back to the UK soonish.
对吧？一过来就捧杯加 FMVP， 主要那几场 BO5 全部都打满了，对吧？就是我看那个，反正打到后面真挺精彩。然后看了一下版本的理解，跟世界赛出入不大，除了设计师非常有诚意去加强的几个打野英雄以外，其他其实没有什么区别。对，因为本来这几个版本其实改动就不大嘛，就是一些英雄在野区的伤害增加了嘛。对，然后我觉得就是每一次在联赛开始之前的杯赛啊，对于 每个赛区都是一个性质，就是练，对吧？大家有什么就练什么，然后以及说那些重新组成人员，我看了一下咱们这次德杯的大名单，其实基本上上的都是绝大多数队都是一队的选手，对吧？就是首发选手，然后上来了以后看一下新赛季磨合的，哎，情况是什么样的？因为我们新赛季开得很快，明年15号就开了。对，这德杯打到3号，其实中间也没隔几天嘛。是的，所以说整体进行的流程会比较快。然后本届德杯的话， 说实话，质量应该也还可以，因为我看了一下这个每个队伍的人员组成啊，其实有很多大家耳熟能详的选手。
是，基本上我看了一眼名单，就是大家还都是很熟悉的，包括像你提到的 BLG， 说除了中路之外，也是本赛季基本上全主力出战了，对吧？其他队伍看到这个名单，感觉都，对吧
There we go. Hello everyone. I have a camera up here.
就是可能
Isn't
刚
that
磨
cool?
合的队伍。
Yes, I'm actually my room is relatively clean for once too, so I don't have to play camera tricks. So can hide that. Hello everyone. How's it going?
也有那个从
do I need to
那个
move
就是
forward?
可能
Does
次
it
级
look
联赛
better?
刚挖上来的选手，当然就是在我们的比赛开始前也有一些新的权益要同步给大家。全新神话幻想皮肤沉溺暗影，卢锡安与娜娜一手加入战场，幽魂双枪横扫敌人，海妖魔杖控场强化，在对局中同时登场，还可以激活特殊彩蛋。现在前往客户端圣堂系统进口后期，快叫上你的好伙伴，一起拿下这两款炫酷的皮肤吧！云顶之翼新赛季英雄联盟传奇现已正式。
So this is going to be our
超100条特殊剧情彩蛋等你解锁，更有全新的传送门、随机城邦、主题棋盘等4重豪华福利可免费领取，快打开客户端书写你的传奇吧！ 闪耀全场的能力
It's illegal to hate watch 1xn. 1xn is
在棋盘
fantastic.
上也能欣赏到经典的 KDA 舞步。云顶之翼全新意识形象 KDA 不朽阿狸现已上线，除了华丽的。
Did anyone watch Casper Cup yesterday? I have been watching a decent amount of Casper Cup,
现在
and
参与夺宝活动。
I've been trying to catch up where I can.
英雄联盟手游致敬传奇首款系列皮肤限定皮肤魔王圣铠节
What does that mean, King?
12月15号正式上线。传奇选手 Faker 6星节联名皮肤来袭，6冠王专属6星回城动画，细节诚意十足，还有更多配套的个性化道具同步上线，等你来解锁体验。召唤师们千万不要错过。 雪花飘飘，驯鹿摇摇。
So yeah, just a reminder, folks, this first game today is between a streamer team. For those of you that don't know the format, we should probably go into that too. So the format is effectively there is a group stage of 5 different teams in 2 different groups. Or rather, 2 groups of 5 teams. Better way to phrase it. Sorry, no, I'm wrong with that too. 2 groups of 4 teams, and then the top 2 advance. We have a streamer team in each group, and then we have 2... Sorry, 3 LPL teams beyond that point. Top 2 advance. We have LGD, OMG, TT, and ZSM, and then and that's the group which we're watching first here. And then there's FRK, LNG, W, and Ultra Prime, and the top 2 from them go through. I believe it's a single best of 3 round robin. Yeah, it's a single best of 1 round robin. Top 2 go through. It's fearless as well.
是跟现在不一样的了，就是整个游戏的生态可能都发生很大的变化，对吧？
First game,
来看一下本次德玛西亚杯的整体的赛制情况。那我们的线上小组赛的第一阶段
Yep, there you go. That's the format.
12月15号到18号。那同样可以看到2支
Fearless best of 1 is Fearless best of 3. Yeah, there are streamer teams, but the teams are but the streamer teams actually have like ex pros. They're not bad, you know. They're actually pretty good. So the one that we're seeing today has, you know, Arlo, who was actually very good. You know, Arlo, well, we're seeing both of them today, but ZSM has like Arlo, Ning, both are LWX and Iwandi, who are actually not bad. You know, they're not bad. They probably can compete with the other teams here. And then FRX has Fearness, who's been out of the game for a little while, actually. Hacker, who was an Ultra Prime. Cryan, who is long time RNG, of course, for a while. And then SMLZ and Wink, who are also LPL mainstays from the last however long. Hey, T1G, how's it going? And a reminder, folks, that in case you haven't caught up on, suppose, off-season happenings, RNG and FPX are gone. You will no longer see Royal Never Give Up and Fun Plus Phoenix in the LPL. They are gone for good.
嘛，那种 FPS 类型的游戏，对吧？它也是那个场中3次暂停，
就布置一下战术。
但是它那个暂停是停下来，就是教练喊完，然后停可能几十秒、1分钟，然后教练在后面说，然后把那个战术，因为他们是有那个战术表的，就是他会把那些战术写在纸上，然后比如说这把打 A 战术，这把打 B 战术，就相当于他们是那个有配套的东西。但是英雄联盟不一样的就是， 英雄联盟这个游戏，它要根据你的实时情况，它毕竟不是说每个回合重置，对吧？你每个回合的实时情况，教练去。
Kind of wild to see those are the teams that are gone. Yeah, it's been strange seeing what's happened to the LPL in terms of the community of it.
不能跟场上的队员有太大的冲突，这个有点考验教练的能力了。
Yeah.
你不能那个连麦。
Just one more thing as well, folks. When I'm speaking right now, how does it sound compared to the Chinese casters? Please, if there is anyone in chat who's got an opinion on it, let me know. I think it's a little loud right now, maybe. Not sure. We'll see. This is our schedule for today. Dota Sam and FRK, they're teams that you won't see in the LPL. They are streamer teams. A little quiet. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm a little quiet. Right. Okay. Okay. I thought you said I went quiet before. My bad. Cool. I can sort that out real quick.
是，今天感觉这个还是挺有看点的，主要这个主播队的选手。
Wait, Southwind's playing? What? Hang on. I didn't know it was Southwind. I thought it was I1D. Wait, hang on. That changes things. Southwind is... hang on. Because Southwind, the last time he was playing, was not so good, I don't think, compared to I1D. That can actually change my expectations for this team quite a bit. Alright. Okay. Hey, Vedra, how's it going? Who's going to win? Well, wait, what? Why we got Tigers on screen?
那个会议经典背景，
猛虎下山，
还有那个什么书桌呀，然后那个。
Yesterday's Caster Cup Finals as well. Yeah, I mean they had a ton of 5-game series, didn't they? Look out behind you! It's Xiaohu! Is this the Spring Tiger? Wow, gotta watch out for this crazy wildlife, folks. What else? What you know? What was that? What? Why are they got they've got their own green screen backgrounds. Oh my god. Holy crap.
那个教练说的内容还不错，其实我们可以把那个语音稍微剖点出来。
对，
因为就前段时间我也在看那个 FPS 的比赛嘛，然后他是
Peak tournament already. I know, right?
打了几个回合以后，在中间有个那个 break， 就是过场的时候，他会把那个队伍里的语音，比如说谁说了什么，然后给你剖出来，就直接原封不动给你剪出来，然后放给大家听一听。
对，而且这个教练语音介入，他是只能看到那个。
I'm just gonna switch over to the stream right before, otherwise I'm gonna forget to switch over to the stream.
所以说，教练那个指挥。
Dota Sam or LGD? I think realistically, it's off season. I would normally favor the teams which have been playing together more. Streamer teams, unless streamer teams are really stacked with talent, typically you'll favor the other one. This is day one though. This is where we're likely to get our more wild results. I miss Godguo. I do have the Godguo cosplay somewhere. Can we get a PNG of Godguo in the corner? I can certainly try. I can try. Okay. Need to find one where I can kind of remove the background.
怎么说呢？就是其实大家对他期待值还是蛮高的，对吧？毕竟就是少爷给大家的初登场印象。
Oh my god! If you Google Godguo, I turn up on. Oh my god! I turn up on Google Images. That's actually quite. I didn't quite realize this, but if you just Google Godguo and go to images, I'm the third image down. Is it more probable for us to see substitutes playing in Demacia Cup or already full rosters? Some of teams have registered their substitutes. I think it's Anyone's Legend have read. Yeah, I think for instance Anyone's Legend is playing a full substitute team. I think BLG, we know that Knight is not playing. I think it's YXL who's playing.
挺乐观，我觉得大家玩的都还挺好的。然后成绩的话，其实感觉无所谓啊，就是
Angie how's it going?
一个休闲模式吧，有那种感觉。所以来就是赛出风采就好啊，不让我们咬着就掉肉。
哎呀，宁王说话还是。
I did not catch any of that because I don't speak Mandarin, but that was a cool and insightful interview. What patch is this going to be? I don't know. This is the kind of stuff we just figure out as we go as lives, folks. Is this the tournament with third game blind pick draft rules? Now I can't remember if that was I can't remember if that was in best of fives or not. Ah, so no, you folks, you're completely right. Oh my god, I'd actually let that slip from my mind. So that's huge, folks. So please listen up to this. If a series goes to its final game, so game 3 in a best of 3 or game 5 in a best of 5, the game will be blind pick with no bans.
翔哥，哎，主要就是对于主播队来参加德杯啊，更多就是过来，真的就是开心一下，对吧？很多选手就是过来开心一下，然后去释放一下自己，看一下自己的技术到底保持的怎么样，然后以及跟现役的选手。
So yes, game 3 in a best of 3 or game 5 in a best of 5 will be blind pick. So we actually have competitive blind pick back again for the first time in a long time. It used to be a staple of early Korean League of Legends. So season 3 was the one where that really came into a lot of it.
哦哟，还是厉害，对吧？
你这样一说，我感觉涅槃的兄弟们压力很大呀。
但涅槃都年轻，对吧？就是涅槃就。
So all champions enabled, no fearless or anything for the final game. That is what I'm led to believe. That is what I'm led to believe. I think 2015 Spring still had blind pick. No, I think by that point, game 5 blind pick had gone. I think when it went to LCK, blind pick was gone. And I think even 2014, I'm trying to remember if blind pick was done away with that at that point, actually. I don't remember. Can anyone remember if it was blind pick still for game 5 in 2014? Roma, thanks for the follow, appreciate it.
前中期不管是从刷野还是打这种资源团都挺有画面的。
剑魔是超级体力，就剑魔在整个 KB 的表现就是属于。
2014 summer had Samsung Blue and KT Arrows had 3 of the same champs. Okay, so blind pick was still there for 2014. Yeah, my bad. I think when it changed from OGN to LCK, I think that's when blind pick went. Blind pick meaning no bans, no fearless bans either. I believe that is the case. So if you go to game 3 or game 5, we're getting blind pick. We can get mirror matchups, which is going to be a mess. Hey, how's it going, brother? Good to see you coming.
很原生态，好吧？
大自然。
Who's going to win the first game? Obviously, folks, today is the danger day in terms of predicting, because realistically, we don't have any information on these teams. I would normally suggest favor the LPL team over the streamer team until we've seen more data. Right, I'm gonna have to put on some more adverts. I think I have to put on some more adverts right now before we get into game, because it feels like we're about to get into game, and I don't want to be caught out by that if it's all possible.
非常大，很多队伍基本上就没有，除了老干爹算是留人留的最多的以外，其他的队伍都基本上换完了，
而且也休息了比较久嘛。
WTF 2 Shens can finally happen again. Well, you know, the last stream I did for League was the World Finals co-stream. Oh, we're right into draft now? Well, this is why I put on adverts. Well, my bad, folks. I've just put adverts over draft then. Whoops. That happens, I guess. Okay, so let's have a think about what our meta is going to be like, shall we?
8条兰博，看一下最后这一手。哦，翻了一手沙皇，还是比较。
Maybe I'll do this. Maybe it's easier to do this. You can see my face one day. On the whole, no, I've turned my camera on. Listen to wow, I'm just all over. Sorry, folks, I'm all over the place today. Sorry about that. Let's move up to here. So. First pick Kiana, that's been mirrored over in Casper Cup as well. China's also very, very much loved playing the Kiana. It's been probably one of our most successful junglers. Now, in terms of champions play into the Kiana, you can go for... Is that Jace jungle? Now, that's the thing. If it's Jace jungle, that potentially changes things. You play at range, you have a decent clear speed. Varus Jace, double poke combo. I would imagine that's a Jace jungle. It feels like that's been the meta for a little while now. The jangle angle. You got double poke there. Very squishy so far. Of course, Jace can be flexed into a solo lane if needed. Sassy is a duelist player. Arla is Arla's also a Jace player. It's technically a takeaway from him. Misfortune for LWX. In fact, when he was last playing, he was on FPX. Yeah, he was on FPX. I think his last year was 23. I don't think he... When was the last time that LWX played? Was it 23 the last time he was playing? He's been out for a little while, I think. And of course, folks, it's also Ning playing the Kiana too, most likely. Ning being the IG World Champion, but you know, when it came through to 2019 and stuff, he was playing stuff like the Camille and the Kiana again. Tong Yuan coming over from RNG, Hung of also joining LGD as well, after taking a split out, I think. He was on... Well, he was on Team WE for a while. I can't remember where he ended up after that. He did end up going to a Team Woods, but it's a different mid-jungle for LGD. They replaced Climber and XQW. I will get Hydra Energy. So this does confirm that is Jace either top or jungle, so it's not going to be going to mid lane. So that's one of the 3 role picks that it has gone down there. Mixed damage, no magic damage. No, I'm completely lying. Of course there is. They have their own mid laner locked in that Taliyah. Taliyah versus Ryze, fairly well-known matchup. Taliyah can set up extra terrain for the Kiana, which helps. And now banning away some of the extra CC follow-up and setup that can come through. I say not, it's not follow-up, it's starting CC chain, which then has the follow-up after, which they've already locked in fact. Stuff like Rakan, I think, quite powerful here. You need something which sets up for your other damage. When you've got stuff like Jace and Varus, yes, the Ryze very much helps. You need a hard engage support, really. Something which can set up for the big combo. And then on the other side, for ZSM, they do actually have very good damage against squishies. You know, Misfortune Varus is not a bad matchup, actually, especially with the first item Bloodthirst. You can shrug off stuff like Poke. They also would like a little bit of go-forward potential. So stuff like Alistar, Leona, Rakan. Alistar being the best of them. All likely to be contested. Leona ban away. Ooh, okay, so I think the LGD are angling for an Alistar 4. Maybe just trying to say, look, you have to ban the Alistar. Especially with the Braum gone, the Alistar feels a lot better. What else is really up there? Well, we haven't got top lane matchups either, have we? Renata banned away. Okay, that's quite strange. I mean, it's a very strong lane. But you've just given them the Alistar, which is an incredibly good engage support. But yeah, I think that's a mistake. I would have probably just banned the Alistar there, folks. Where's Hoya now? I believe Hoya is still on. I believe he's still on the team he was on. I don't think he's moved, has he? Ooh, maybe this opens up a Poppy angle, actually. I saw that Poppy hover. I don't hate that, actually. You'd have to blind pick top lane as well. This rotation. Rakan, one of the other setup picks, does a lot better for Misfortune. They don't want to play for the anti-dash of the Poppy. I guess against 3 non-dash champions, this Q kind of counts. It does count, actually. Oh, he's on NIP. That's where Hoya is right now. Okay, my bad. We'll see how the last bit of draft comes out, then we'll see who we think has the better draft, folks. It's fairly even. Oh, we get our first Zarhen of hang on, is this our first pro Zarhen? Was this enabled for Casper Cup? Well, this could be something different. Malphite last pick. What? What? So ZSM lock in overwhelmingly physical damage comp, and then we get Malphite. What do you mean pro players are finally discovering the rock, the myth, the legend, the tank, and the top player himself, Malphite? What? Insta-lock. Okay. Let's try and decode this draft. So we have double engage from LGD now. You have double poke from the Jace jungle, which goes full lethality at, and then the Varus as well. You have Kiana Rakan going in, trying to set up for a bullet time. Which team is easier to pull off? I think maybe LGD. I think the double poke gives you a little bit more consistency and long-range damage. I think I prefer LGD. Malphite into high physical damage comps is really dangerous. Yes, there is a Taliyah, but Taliyah does not cut through tanks like the Malphite insanely quickly. Is it me, or is this stream team kind of tracked? This is the better of. Yeah, this one's pretty decent actually on the whole. But this is folks. This is my first time casting the Zarhen. I've played a little bit of it, and I've done a little bit of research. But forgive me if I don't know any of the names of the abilities. That one actually I did forget about. We shall figure that out as we go into it. Let's get into it. Oh, wait. There you go. So this is the runes grasp on Arla's Zarhen. Yeah, ZSM do have 2 former world champions in LWX and Ning. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
这也是亚恒的初次登
Well,
场。
thank you for keeping us company,
大家可以
Romer, as
期
well.
待一下
A
这个
reminder, folks, we're
球
streaming
在
in 3 different
赛
locations.
赛
We're
场上
streaming
有
on
所表现。
Twitch, YouTube, well, 2 different places on YouTube and on Twitch as well. So if you
亚恒的
can drop a like, a subscribe, a follow over towards Nymaera on Twitch, it makes the world a difference. If you do enjoy this content, please consider dropping some comments
对，
and
而且
helping us
他
keep going.
夸
It
张的
helps us.
点是在于他那个被动那个回
So, first, we have ourselves a Zahan. That's cool. That's fun as heck.
起来就是大半管血。
It's fun as heck. We have the Winter Rift. The snow's everywhere too. The most wonderful time of the year, Demacia Cup. First strike on Hang in the jungle, on the Jace. Now, the thing about Jace in jungle is that because he doesn't really interact as much with other champions, you can go towards like full lethality, which can be very, very powerful. Now, unfortunately, folks, we don't have clean game audio feed for this tournament, so we only have this stream that we're currently watching now. You guys let me know what the volume is like of the actual stream in the background, and we'll try and get a compromise between game volume and myself as well. Am I a former pro player? No, I decided not to really grind it out and try and go anything through that, and instead go through casting instead. I only peaked around high diamonds, so I'm not crazy on level, but I did top out as top 50 Ari in West, which was pretty fun. And I was actually, yeah, I had some pretty cool stuff like that. Right, so Kiana, Jace both clearing from top side to the boss. I'll stop talking. So I'll talk about the games, why not? Question. So, obviously Kiana been very powerful for a little while now. I don't think I need to tell you about them, but yes, Jace, the main thing is, because they don't have to interact with champions, they can just build full lethality from the jungle. They have a bunch of base damage from their abilities, so they're actually pretty good at the whole clearing thing. Sassy on the Malphite. Now, the thing about poor Zahan is that a lot of his damage is through that auto attack from the Q, which means that you do have to, you know, just auto attack a really annoying target. Malphite's actually surprisingly good at trading if you go auto attack for auto attack with the ability to throw the cheese wheel at you, get the auto reset. The fact that the Malphite's doing well in early lane, that's quite worrying, you know? That is quite worrying. For those of you that don't know about Zahan, one, in terms of lore, spoilers, Shinzao is kind of dead, and Zahan has now possessed their body. So if you think that this champion... Hang on a second, do they play a little bit like Shinzao? Yeah, they kind of do. They are somewhat of a mix between, you know, something like the other Darkin champions, that little slash thing you see that's quite similar to Kane's Q, it's Zahan's E. If you hit the sweet spot, does extra damage. But his Q is basically Shinzao Q. It's a double reactivation. Oh, hang on. Gang, wrap around the mid lane. If we do get a rune prison in here, potential of a full damage from a double buff. The Jace coming through. That's the flash away. Trying to get away from the rune prison. I don't think it's enough, though. And first blood will go to the new jungler of LGD, the Hung. Jace on the board. I mean, Fofo just hadn't got tracking really done from Ning. Hang on, Al's coming over. Flash forwards from the world champion of former years. Ning goes forwards and reclaims one back. Takes down the Jace. Kiana also on the board. Decent roam over there from Ala, though, to make sure there was some support for Ning, should he need it. That was nice. That was nice. Ning, of course, one of the most aggressive early junglers of his era. He was the 2018 world champion with IG. And now with that, let's teleport back in. Both mid laners ended up getting themselves an assist. Bofo with the, you know, just the tier boot start. Ning, though, first recall brutalizer. That's insane for him. Psychopathic Poro, good to see you. I love your content. Thank you for the follow. You're doing well. Welcome over to the channel here. So, Tangyuan, of course, coming over from a long time on RNG. Now, for those of you that don't know Tangyuan, mid laner of LGD, he was meant to be the guy to replace Xiaohu as he left. Yeah, as he left to go towards Weibo. This guy has had some very good mechanical moments. Did struggle for a little bit, though, and I have to say, he has impressed me to the point where I think he should definitely be in LPL, but I do think that he's really struggled to live up to the hype which he did have now a couple of years ago now. Poro, well, if you're in the LPL co-streaming Discord, that's where you'll figure more stuff about that. I'm actually not sure about it. All I know is that if you're in that Discord, you're pretty fine to go. Who is Fofo? I think I've heard a name like him before. Well, he was in the LPL for a long time. He's also a big name in like the PCS community. He was on Talon earlier this year. He was on, I want to say Team WE for a while, but Fofo was a bit of a mercenary. I think last time I was thinking about Fofo, he was basically spending a year on A team and then moving every year. So he was on EDG for a while. He's been a fair amount of places has Fofo. Potential fight in this bot side, maybe we should talk about that instead. Dragon started up. Giant 8 YCX ended up pushing in. Potential of Shock Blast Blink fired off like that by the Jace. Dragon will reset though, says ZSM, don't have to worry about that as much. Where was he before? Team WE, PSG, he was on BLG for a while, and EDG as well. He was on Rare Ass, and this guy's been everywhere. He's basically been on a team a year. Ah yeah, J-Team. J-Team, yes. Back in... yeah, he was on J-Team for a long time. Back in his early career, he's been around from the early years. You know what, that's very fair, Poro. Obviously, some players like Arla and Fofo have a bit of a patchy patch, shall we say. Look it up if you want. Alright, let's go check in with some of the leads that we have. Let's have a look at that bottom side of the scoreboard. Top lane, very even so far. I think that favors the Malphite. As long as he gets out of early lane, he's completely fine. Against a very high physical damage team. Something like a Misfortune to go dunk his ultimate onto. Jungle, well, pretty even there too. Kill a piece. Hung would like to stand behind his front line and just chunk people out later. I think he'll be fairly successful in doing so. The Malphite and the Alistar double tank line will give him some room to safely throw out poke. Mid lane, again, fairly even. Both of them providing slightly different things to their teams. Global pressure from both. More setup from the Rise, more follow-up from Fofo. Typically, you want to be throwing that combo to someone that's already CC'd, whereas the Rune Prison sets up for other people who have their own more inconsistent skill shots. Then the bot lanes, of course. Misfortune, decent lead now, actually. I need to keep an eye on that. LWX was always a Misfortune player. Actually, towards his... Actually, no, sorry, that's not true. He had a long career. Last time I was casting him, I remember him playing Misfortune. That's the way I should have phrased that, really. The other side, Xiaoye. Behind a decent amount. Good double knock up there. Onto the Alistar. Once and then twice again.
而且现在上半区这个石头人，说实话打潮虫团好像就不能看他一眼。
我反而觉得左边是能接受的呀，就是我觉得左边最难受的是这个老。
First grub taken by LGD. Ning putting the smite down early onto this dragon. Really wants to get this kill. Are they going to be able to contest it? Oh no, maybe they could realm warp over if they really wanted to look for something like that. YCX taking some decent damage before they find that. They're under half HP now. Dragon. I think this can get contested. Just about gets in place. You know what? If that were me, I think I would have pulled the Realm Warp to see if I could get the Jace into location there. Dragon secured by ZSM. Good play from Ning, understood the timing well. The rest of his team slowed down the reinforcements just enough to make sure it could secure that. So we've got one grub to the side of LGD, Dragon to the side of ZSM. No second and third grub taken just yet.
在岩雀脸上，你想开到这个难度有点高。
Hey Alex, did I tell you that I started maining a new champion? No. Well, it can't be one that you've mained before, so it's not gonna be like the hang on, is it Zahan? Is it new? Is it the new kid on the block? Is it Zahan? We'll definitely be talking about that champion as we come into it later. Seems like that champion is yeah, perhaps. Well, you're gonna have to tell me about him, Harold, because he's in this game. The thing about Zahan has, if he gets an extended fight, the biggest thing about Zahan, as we talk about him later, is if he gets his passive, this champion is just so ridiculous. It activates effectively a Guardian Angel. It means that, you know, if he dies, it goes on a 5-minute cooldown, but it revives him with a decent amount of HP too. But the big thing about it is that it just gives you a huge amount of stats. I can't remember the exact percentages, but it is a lot of AD. I think it's even... I'm trying to remember if it's a bigger steroid than Darius, actually. It certainly was at some point. I don't know whether it's been nerfed at this point. Ultimate thrown out by LWX to secure Pride. Gets a bit of chunk off of the Varus. Maybe just trying to make sure that the Varus can't just immediately back and then come back in the fight topside. 2 groves were taken by Ning. Are we actually going to get a fight? Oh, maybe. Not quite, though. Flash away from the combo. Flash for flash from the Alistar. Diana. Oh, if it's a slow enough game, we can sit down and storytell. Okay, Sassy using the ult to clear the wave. Gets some decent damage onto Ala as well. I'm not sure Ala got the healing debuff onto him because he would have had to auto attack. That's a shock blast on target. The first strike comes through and Ala trying to flash, goes for the ultimate. Will heal a little bit from it, but it is ultimately in vain. Goes down. The first appearance that Zartan has here is about as successful as Shinzao in the cinematic. He dies after aura farming a little bit. Not so successful. Ning doesn't have flash. Y6 does have ultimate. Quite hard to kill an Alistar. Yeah, got that. I think, folks, ZSM could be in trouble now. Ning gonna steal away a Gromp. 1,000 gold behind, though, because Hung, I guess he got a plate up in topside as well. And then also has the 2 kills. He's doing quite well for himself, actually. Even got himself some small first strike gold. Yeah. The little things which keep us going in this life. But Sassy has full Thorn Mail already. I mean, at least Kiana doesn't have to auto-attack him that much. Zartan kind of does, though. Bit of a shame. And with the misfortune as well. Folks, I'm not going to lie. I think this Malphite might actually take over the game. He has a level lead, he has good gold. I think Sassy might end up completely no-diffing this game, folks. It's a slower game. The Malphite's not been shut down. Almost every time I see a Malphite in Pro, he just gets blown out by a jungler in the first few levels. He can't play the game. Ooh, potential smite fight over this blue, but I've had it's won by Han. Good for him.
别的不说啊，就是主播队上来这对线真还可以，对吧？整体看下来对线真没啥问题。
Al's not going for the right build. Is he? He's going Triforce first. Well, the builds which I've seen from Zartan tend to have Standard Sky first, and then you can go into stuff like Black Cleaver later. Thank you. Oh, hang on a second. Realm Warp. Not Realm Warp. The Rune Prison not needed. Doesn't need to get the full stun on in there. The root in. Easy kill from the mid jungle. The nude kids on the block of LGD. Sorry, I was distracted there. Folks, that's alright. Hung Yuan. I'm going to pick up a kill himself this time. 2 flashes for 1, but the Talia goes down. More gold into the pockets of LGD. And I'm quite worried that ZSM have given too many leads over at this point now. This top side is so scary. And one of my big issues is I don't think Misfortune's ultimate will reach Jace in a lot of situations, and I don't think it matters if it does reach the Malphite, because Malphite doesn't care. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? OGNs. Well, thank you for the kind comment. Appreciate you a lot. Dragon spawning now. First one was taken by Ning. Get that second Q on target. Ning, good timing early. Oh, it's the opportunity. First shock blast gets that extra bump of lethality before get into combat proper. What is ZSM random players? They're somewhat of a streamer team. There are one per group. There are 2 teams in the tournament with that. There is a potential of a Malphite coming through Southwind. Well, that's the Southwind I remember, folks. Right. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that as well, Pearly. I thought that it was meant to be Iwandi playing, but apparently not. It is Southwind playing for ZSM. Don't know whether there's scheduling issues or anything else, but yes. Boring game, but the thing about boring games is that means we can sit and have a chat about some of these players and some of our favorite memories of them. I'm gonna full shrimp in my chair because it's slow. It's early-ish in the day for me here. Tell you what, if you're watching these games from NA, I have got a lot of respect for you. It's a hard time zone to watch old LPL in. For me, at least, I can kind of get up early and I can somewhat grumble about it, but I don't care. I was watching it at 2 a.m. on East Coast or whatever it is. No, don't posture check me. That's mean. What do you mean? Assume the shrimp position, then immediate. Whatever. Well, both teams do technically have the ability to start fights if they want. I just don't think it's within LGD's interest. I think they can scale up. I mean, this Malphite is doing completely fine. And they can also just play at range. Look at this. Double poke. Double poke. Varus Jace. Now, typically, we used to see that from... One second. Does Ning want to go for something here? Good damage onto YCX. Because he didn't want to all-in the Alistar with heal and ult. No one saw the Varus ult? I also didn't see the Varus ult either. Okay, fair. Now, with that poke coming out from the Jace and the Varus, does that open up a free Herald? Looks like it. ZSM not even contesting. Khan recalling. Zahen is as well. Has got that Triforce first item. Again, when it comes to the Zahen, typically I've seen stuff like the Sundered Sky first. I love watching Casper and Demacia from NA. Haha. Yeah. I mean, Worlds was a little bit similar for myself, having to get up at 5 a.m. to travel over to the G2 office. First turret very easily taken from LGD up here. I mean, ZSM, folks, you have a Rakan and a Talir. You got to be making plays. I'm really quite worried that ZSM are just going to snooze their way through the, the old TSM special, do nothing for 30 minutes and lose. Is Xiaoya Savior? Xiaoya is Xiaoya. I can't remember if he ever... Wait, hang on. Did he change his name back? I always remembered him as Xiaoya. Did he change his name again? He was known to say... Oh, okay. So, folks. This is now really getting to my head. So, Xiaoya, 80k for LGD. He always was known as Xiaoya. And then this year, he changed his name to Savior. And now he's just changed his name back. And now, obviously, his name Xiaoya stuck with me more. You're absolutely right. He's changed his name back to Xiaoya. Okay, right. Yeah. Whatever. Pull it, whatever's on screen. Sassy has an item advantage over Zahen. I don't think this champion beats Malphite in a 1v1. I'm gonna say it, folks. I don't think he beats him in a 1v1. Oh, look at that. Malphite mechanics, dodging out in the sweet spot. Harpoon, pulling him back a little bit. Who do you think the players changed their name the most is? Oh, it would have been... You know what? I've already answered my own question. It probably... Hang on a second. Southwind. I think he's going to have to change his name to... I don't know. X-Wind. He's taken down very, very easily there. His first death of the game. And then suddenly Herald's going to come in. You have a double poke comp with a tank frontline coming through. The Misfortune ult is meant to wave clear, but it doesn't, kill the Herald, which is a big part of that whole thing. Double pull back by Arlo by pulling that W in, but the Varus ult comes through. He's ulted forwards trying to get the heal, but all he's done is put himself closer to death. Double poke. Misses for the kill. And the tower will live. Arlo did end up using that ultimate to get some healing to survive. It was a close run thing, though. It was actually don't walk away with champion kill under the turret. They did get Southwind just before that. They will walk away with the turret, though. Mission accomplished for them. Not quite through the means they would have liked to, but hey, they'll walk away. 1:30 where you're at, Chicago? I've only been to Chicago once in a layover on a flight. I'd like to go try the deep dish pizza there sometime and ask, where the cheese is. I hear that's a culturally relevant question. Okay, so this was the play in Topside River, because Southwind, I'm not gonna lie, folks, Southwind, it was a bit rough last time he was playing in Pro. Really well played from Sassy to just dunk down and then realize the extra CC was there. Dragon spawn now, Dragon apiece. Southwind coming out of the fog of war. And I mean, folks, that Malphite does not give a damn. He still has flash SL. Well, you know what, folks? Maybe I'm wrong. He does give a damn now. Okay, all right. Probably should have flash ulted a little bit earlier there. That being said, damage coming through. Zahen getting some damage down, healing. Not enough though. He will die. Ning on the flank. Doesn't have a flash, doesn't have an ultimate. He's in exhausted. Xiaoya will walk over. I think that might be an ex-jungler. Jace Varus, double long-range artillery, comes out on top. A little bit ballsy by Sassy, a little bit greedy from him. Ulted late. Could have flashed or ulted out. Does die, but you know what? Job done. And Hung, new jungler onto LGD after taking a split out in the cold. Didn't find a team earlier this year. Hung's been good. He has been there for almost every large play, providing very good damage. And as we were saying before, can be a real pain in the jungle because you can build higher damage builds because you're not interacting with champions as much. You don't have to be as tanky. Now, right here, see that, you know, the Taliyah does set up for a Qiyana ultimate there. But what cooldowns do they have left? They use an awful lot onto the Malphite. Basically nothing left after that point. Ning tried to look for a last kill there. Intercepted by the Alistair. Left out to dry. Isn't Demacia Cup supposed to be played on the preseason patch? Well, it's not out yet, is it? It's not on live servers. They're going to play on... you know, you can only play on the patches they have. I do kind of miss when Castro and Demacia Cup were played on the preseason patch. It was a very cool look at kind of first pro look in towards the new patch. Atakan, folks, will soon be gone from the game. This will be the what do we call it? Will be the last tournament really available with Atakan. Not gonna lie, I haven't really enjoyed seeing Atakan in pro play that much. I feel like that. Okay, I like the idea of having an objective in the river because it means that you're playing an objective fight, not in an objective pit for one. It's quite interesting to see how players work their way around it. But realistically, what Atakan has become is just become like a flip of all flips every single game, you know? Atakan started. They can tank it forever, the Malphite, obviously. It's going to come over, completely zoned out on that side of the map. ZSM have been largely very, very pushed around the map. Realm Warp will bring back Hung and Sassy back into positions. Oh, bloody hell, it's a lot of damage. It's 3-item Jace already, folks. It's 2 cheap items in the Opportunity and particularly the Serpent's Fang. But the Serylda's after that really makes the build come together. And this is why the Jungle Jace gets really scary. Because he doesn't have to be in a lane where he has to build a bit of HP or something which makes his trading patterns in lower range a bit easier. He can just sit there and go for the, I suppose, more greedy, high damage poke build. The real artillery build. The damage is absurd. Oh, sorry. You're completely right. It's Umbral Glaive, not Opportunity. Early in the morning, folks. My first cast back. Thank you for calling that out. Does mean the vision controls there. I was wondering why I was killing on wards so quickly. Like, oh, wow. It really does kill wards really quickly. Wow, he must be really good at auto-attack resetting or something. Whoopsies. Yeah, so that'll be why he has 2 cheap rights. Okay, this could be a dive onto Malphite. He has ultimate. I don't think they kill him. Folks, I think you're wasting your time. Allah does nothing to... Allah's just trying to get his passive unlocked. And I don't think Sassy cares. I genuinely do not think he gives a damn. Sassy is just... He's just slapping him about. What else can you say? Ning finding out Shire in the jungle, gets the ultimate onto the Varus, and the Taliyah follows up after. He doesn't have a flash. I think that's a dead Varus. How many other people fall with him, though? Dead Jace, too. They take down the Fed member. Shire's alive as Sassy comes in like a rocket from the heavens and claims one back. Qiyana down. Tung Yuen does have some damage. LWX takes down opposing support, but Sassy is... folks, he's a bit of an issue. Can he get the last auto attack needed? Doesn't need it, it turns out, because the Rise survives as well. The mountains have come from the horizon into the foreground. Zahn trying to finish off that last kill. The GA has been activated for the first time in pro play ever, but I don't think it's going to matter all too much. Flash is over. Didn't have vision, was wondering maybe if someone had greeted and stuck around will live, but Allah can't make the difference. Folks, this Malphite is a problem. It is a huge problem. Shire ends up living. I think ZSM assumed he would die early into the fight, so they ended up focusing down onto Hung the Jace instead, which allowed Shire to somehow walk his way out of the play. You know, right here, you think, right, probably quite dead. Very good follow-up from Fofo to get in range. So how does he live? I guess Tung Yuen ends up coming around and saving his life. That'll be it. Fofo, very good spacing by him to keep in damage range, but he's not doing anything against, you know, the big old rock in the top side. And Tangyuan, first game here for LGD. He's been pretty successful, actually. The mid jungle, very successful here in game 1. Getting some good ganks down onto the Talia early, and then as the game's gone on, the Jace has been probably the most powerful character in the game. Tangyuan here, showing his worth. Yeah, Ala's struggling to get anything done here on the zone. Not had a great lane. Really been able to do that much after that either. What is ZSM's full name? You know what? I've got no idea. It's not available on any of the media which I've seen. Does anyone know ZSM's full team name? Or if it is just an acronym? Well, Hung's about to get himself towards Edge of Night and get towards a 4th item on the Lethality Jace. That's a problem. Is it really Zeem Solo mid? Wait, is it legitimately Zeem Solo mid? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's a hell of a name. Oh, gosh. Is there anything else worth talking about in itemization? Well, there's a couple of Zhonya's up. That might be important. The Seeker's over for Fofo. He's not that high damage, though, because he's got a Rylai's. So he's got quite defensive stats. He's the only magic damage on the team, and he doesn't have percent HP against Sassy, who's completely forgone going towards a full magic resist item. Has the Mertrez, which helps. But you have no idea. Okay, it's a meme. Well, we're going to call him Zeem Solo mid until we find out anything more. Sassy has a jack show. Oh, that's just disgusting, isn't it? Oh, apparently the name is Zorshenmit, which is what are you doing? It's a streamer casual team. Right, okay. Alright, good to know. But Zeem Solo mid is kind of more funny. I'm not going to lie. That's the one I'm going to remember now. I still want to know why Zhonya's gives so much AP. It always used to. Zhonya's used to be a 120 AP item back in, you know, season 3, season 4, early years. I think the reason why it costs so much is that Riot learned that basically having a low-cost Zhonya's means that, you know, people get a very powerful active item for very cheap, and that can be quite problematic for quite a lot of champions. Hang on, potential fight in the jungle. Ning's spell shield blown off. Good damage there from Varus. Flash away from that Kiana. I'm not going to lie, folks. I think not having Kiana flash means that team fights are a little bit unwinnable. I don't see who does damage. Not to the point where you actually win a fight. Oh, bloody hell, the damage is insane. Southwind is not tanky at all. There's no cleanse on the Misfortune, and that is almost a one-shot, even without the accelerated shock blast. Yeah, Varus Jace. That's a combo, folks. We've seen that in multiple roles over the years, and, yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. 3 item on Shaya, 4 items on Hung. Baron going down, they can tank it for forever because they have a Malphite with 3 items himself. Yeah, ZSM, they're trying to walk their way up towards this river, and, well, they're not being that very successful at it. YCX, he has to pop that ultimate. Good amount of damage, but the Baron's already gone down. Southwind trying to disrupt. Flash away from YCX. Healing coming through from Ollie. You're putting a lot into a poor old cow, though. Not really sure where the haters came on from that one. Realm Warp to reorganize the fight. Arla will flash away. Ends up being, I suppose, a one for none. Tower will go down. Flash force from Tangyuan. Good double knockup to buy time from Southwind, but we won't save his jungler to go down. The Atakan's slow effect. Yep, that actually was impactful that time. LGD walk away with the Baron. They do end up getting 2 kills on the back end of the fight. ZSM get themselves a tower, but they're very, very much so on the retreat. I believe our first game of Demacia Cup will be quite smoothly going on towards LGD. Zhonya's onto the arrow. Will save Fofo's life. Oh, sorry, yes. Hung did play for OMG for a bit. You're absolutely right there. Early. Absolutely right. I was wondering where Hung went after his stint on WE, and yes, he was an OMG. The problem with teams like OMG and RNG that were effectively eliminated from the LPL partway through this year is that they didn't play in Split 3, and I start to forget about the teams a little bit. Some of the players. So many teams in the LPL, quite hard to track all of them, especially with so many games. Well, shield blown again there. Oh my god, Sassy is just out of control, folks. Sassy is my player of the game. I think that the Jace has been very impactful to you, but this Malphite has just been ridiculous. LG just overall the better team. They've moved around the map better. I think they realized that they didn't have to overforce early. Sassy, he does not care about this. Look, I'm sure you can see him a lot hit. The best you're getting is an ultimate. There are some teleports coming in. He'll ult away. Seeing 4 people on his screen. This time actually deciding that discretion is the better part of valor. He's been rocking it. He has been rocking and rolling. Has been rocking and rolling. Nice damage onto LWX. Teleport coming in. I presume that's from Sassy coming through. That's an ultimate back onto Xiaoyu. Good damage. Very nearly. It's his head taken off by an arrow, though. Sassy does not have an ultimate, so he'll have to walk at them menacingly. Dragon killed in the meantime. Chemtech Soul for LGD. Hey, Monkey. Thanks for the sub. Hope you're doing well. Also, folks, if you are enjoying this content here, please drop a like and a subscribe onto the various YouTube channels that we're live onto on Twitch as well. Nymaera with an underscore. Or Nymaera on YouTube. Olivia on YouTube as well. It helps us keep going. We do this for free. Say we do this for free. Normally it's myself and my brother Sam. Very cool thing to be able to do as a family business, really. Hang on, Ning's looking for something onto Xiaoyu. Can you get the ultimate through? Oh, it's a really good blast cone. Interrupts the dash towards him by Ning. Southwind's coming up. Not going to lie, that Rise is fairly tanky. Is he tanky enough? That's a good shield. That is even better damage. It's even better damage. Tonga doesn't have the flash. I think he'll finally go down, but not before another member falls. Flash forward. Oh my god, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu flashes forward and takes their heads off. Triple kill for the Varus. That is the most ballsy poke Varus flash I think I've ever seen. 2 skewered together like a kebab on that arrow. Xiaoyu, my boy, that was slick. I think that might even be my play of the game. LGD, I think they'll wrap it up here, folks. I think they'll wrap it up here. 18 kills to 6. LGD will win the first game of the tournament. Oh my word, that Varus flash forward was so cool. LGD 1-0 up in the series, our first best of 3. Reminder, folks, if it does go to game 3, we will have a blind pick game 3. That's the format for here. The ace off of game 1. Not sure that'll be the case, folks. Pretty easy game there from LGD. Well, yeah, that was a game of all time, folks. Good game from LGD. I don't think anyone had a bad game there, really. It was good. Just a draft gap, I fear. So, yes and no. Obviously, when the draft got online, LGD were really good. But the reason the draft looked really good is that ZSM never really found successful proactive plays with Talia Kiana. Not really. You could see that they were looking for plays, but they weren't good at executing. You know, there were points where Southwind was looking for picks and just it didn't really link up well with the team. They had the tools to, you know, throw a Talia roll and have Kiana roaming into a side lane and doing damage. Obviously, it didn't end up making the difference, though. If they were at their prime, they'd trash this LGD. Well, that's the special thing about these streamer teams, right? Well, what you hope to see from this. Wow, maybe we see a flash of glory from how they used to play before. Well, LGD, not a bad first game for them. And maybe I have to reassess my predictions for them. Because actually, Tonga and Hang had a really good first game, and remembering back to LGD from this year, they're actually not bad as a team, but there were, I think probably mid-jungle were the players which probably fell apart the most, thinking about it. That is a lot of damage from Xiaoyu. That flash forward was so slick. I'm going to be remembering that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. Hey, Verstor. How's it going? Compliment for Blue Avalon. Change your name to Green Avalon the way that you are. You're a green flag in chat. All positive vibes here. Thank you for the follows and likes and subscribes, folks. Make a difference to us. Yeah, so folks, I won't be able to cover all of Demacia Cup because, bluntly, I have family things I need to do and I've not been able to do that this year. But yeah, we'll be trying to cover as much of it as possible. We'll be doing, I'm going to be doing at least the first 6 days, and then after that, I'm probably going to have to take a break for a little bit, and then we'll be coming back for the last couple of days of the tournament. I'll see if Sam can stream any of it as well. The problem is, they are 3 best of 3 days, and that does... It's okay doing it in drips and drabs, right? But when you're doing it for, well, how many days of that? I think there are 15 days of this tournament, I want to say, maybe a bit more. How many days we got in this one? There's 11 days of there's basically 11 days of three games back to back, three series back to back, which can be really draining actually. And then there's playoffs after that point, which is the best of 5 a day. That being said, folks, if I'm not live, you can always go over to our good friends over at LPL English, and I'm sure they'll have you covered. They're good folks over there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, say that again. Ended up streaming for well over 1,000 hours this year. A hell of an achievement. Pretty cool. Again, wouldn't be able to do it without my brother. Sam's been putting up some really good work here on this channel. I kind of view this as our channel now. Except, you know, it's got my name on it. It builds my brand. A little bad for him. Oh, God. We can definitely have a think about that, Harold. Right now, it's just easy for me to just sit and chill here. Oh, Sassy had a good Malphite game, didn't he? Folks, people should pick Malphite more often. If Malphite ever gets through early lane, this champion is so disgusting. It's just making sure he can survive the early lane, and obviously he did there. Sassy did very well against Arlo. Oh, that's so cool! Oh, Xiaoye. Making a kebab out of them. Yeah, that one's slick. That one is slick.
这把都打得挺好的，对，其实少爷打团也打挺好，然后杰斯那个技能也给的都很准。
对，我觉得就可能就是大家可能印象最深的就是上野2兄弟，一个是打不死的石头人，一个是前面节奏拉满，然后 poke 效果巨好的杰斯，对吧？
杰斯这把节奏有点好，对，就控资源，然后再加上其实上路也是因为第一波越塔嘛，第一波越了之后就阿乐就有点玩不了了，
没问题。这把 MVP 的话，反正就上野中出一个，对吧？我觉得就是我们都可以合理的分票，给上野1人1票，都挺完美。
就我们现在1人是有1票。
Right. I need to put on some adverts at some point. Really?
那可能我会倾向于给打野，
没问题，对吧？就给到和杰斯。对，就是我们就上野1人1票 MVP， 对吧？都是顶级表现。那总体来说，就对于 ZSM 来讲，下一把就放开手脚继续打呗，选点那种，哎，要不就直接搞对线吧，就纯对线，对吧？我觉得也别想那么多了，就纯对线。当然，这把的 MVP 给到了 Sassy 的
Sassy MVP, yeah, that's what I would have voted for as well. Good stuff.
这是一把完美的发挥，怎么第3次 MVP 了？贷款 MVP.
Oh yeah, folks. Later today, I'm going to be on Summoning Insight, so you can and watch my thoughts on wider league in general. There, hey, Pinchless, good to see you. But yeah, going to be on Summoning Insight later. Very cool to be back there. So yeah, that'll be, I want to say 5 European time, 5 p.m. European time. It'll basically be like a couple of hours after this broadcast ends.
那我觉得就是未来可期，没问题吧？那我们看一下本场的投票情况，也是上中野都有得票啊。原神确实这一场打得挺好的。
这把我说实话，除了排除法，好吧，除了辅助，
确实除了辅助，
就这把2边辅助是都属于那种没玩。
And of course, we'll be getting ready for Game 2 here. There isn't really much to go off of for Game 2. You know, LGD. I don't think they showed us like crazy amount there. I suppose. I mean, the Jace jungle's the big one, right? But or rather, like, I think LGD are a good enough team that it doesn't matter what they pick right now. As long as they have like a solid draft, they're probably going to be fine. I really like that pick from Sassy, of course, the Malphite. But
而且感觉有点，就可能最近 练的也比较少吧，就没有找到那种下路对线优势了之后，然后辅助能比对方辅助领先轮次先。
That I'm choosing blue side, but they had blue side in game 1 as well, and it didn't save them. Blue side is typically viewed as the more powerful side earlier in the series, while all the power picks are up. Okay, folks, I'm going to run myself some adverts, and then we'll go to the toilet as well.
Anytime you want me, you don't have to say please. And anytime you want me, I'll be there. Ain't nobody like you, even if I tried to. Only got my eyes on you, only got my eyes on you. 'Cause you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. I know you inside out, you know me up and down. You can never make me walk away. What's left to figure out? Let's go get out this town. There's no need to play it safe again. 'Cause you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. Perfect in my eyes. Perfect in my eyes. Don't know what I did to deserve you, but I don't ever wanna hurt you. Don't know what I did to deserve you, but I don't ever wanna hurt you. 'Cause you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us?
Hello, hello.
Till forever, say you'll be mine.
the microphone stand.
好，欢迎回来。那
Hello, hello, everyone. How's it going?
老干爹也是比较轻松的拿下了比赛的。
All right,
那
right, right, right.
也主动选择了蓝色方，来到蓝色方，其实上把也是蓝色方嘛，但是我觉得就是对他们来说，他们的 BP 准备
Into Game 2 of the first series of Demacia Cup.
其实宁王的奇亚娜训练赛的胜率是非常低的，就拿出来以后基本没有，就不是那什么拿就有，是拿出来基本就没有。
Breakfast time. I should also get some breakfast at some point. I didn't really plan that far ahead today.
这个就很吓人了。
我上一把对，就当宁王他问题不大的时候，然后队伍还打得这么艰难，
就主要不是倒不是这么说，就是宁王拿到一个他本身胜率不高的英雄，然后这把比赛其实跟他前面做的真还不错，然后整个队伍还打得十分糟糕的时候，那证明就是除了翔哥，其实大家都不干净。上把翔哥是真就是纯单排 AD， 单排 AD 现状。
也 OO 了是吧？
也 OO 了，就是我打好好的，上路有怪物，中路有怪物，打野也有怪物，上中也仨怪物，玩不了了。
对，所以说下把看 BP 上怎么去优化一下吧。
所以我感觉就是打纯嘛。
Is that the screen flickering behind them?
真的区别没那么的大，就只要选到合适的英雄，我觉得就是 ZSM 也能够发挥出来。但你真要去跟这种现役的职业队去拼。 运营或者这种小团的部署的话，差的真的蛮明显的。
主要你说上一把如果是那种就是打团没打过打输了。
Oh yeah. Quick shout out as well. Anyone who supported me on the ad campaign we were running last month. That hair is really bad. LWX. That is some headphone hair. Hey, Cinnamon, thank you for the resub. But yes, anyone who supported the streams over November, thank you very much for that. It does help a lot to kind of... why are they in an anime school classroom? I don't sure... look, okay, well, I suppose it's slightly less intimidating than the, you know, tiger background.
那为啥不选红？对吧？如果这样的话，既然大哥位是上单，那感觉就得选红。
而且感觉上把打下来最大问题还是杰斯这个点，
处理不了。
对。 得要么说自己拿，要么说就 BP 上可能得。
Yes, Benjamin. Someone in Olivia's chat said something similar there.
如果能玩剑魔的话，其实感觉可以抢。
But honestly, I find it more funny to call them Zim solo mid. Just a little bit.
而且我看那个 KB 的理解是用杰斯打剑魔，然后这把杰斯也消耗掉了。杰斯打剑魔算是个还不错的对阵，而且 Fofo 上一把也很低迷啊。团战是打的还不错，但前面给太多机会了，就抓就死。 不过那个英雄组合确实他也没办法。And
now we wait for our second draft. Wait for our second draft. Really, folks, it was just LGD looking like the better team. Oh, you know what? I got talking about breakfast. It reminded me of Laoganjie. For those of you that don't know, the fun bit of trivia for LGD is that they're named after a chili oil sponsorship they had back in like the very early days of their esports organization. I think it came from Dota before it came from League actually. But Laganjie was a rival product to Laganma, which is a very famous chili oil. And they basically chose Laganjie as like a similar name with, and they tried to package the product very similarly to Laganma to kind of use their kind of brand association effectively. And then even after the sponsorship went away, they were still known as Lagandia. For reasons. Yeah, for reasons. Yes.
这一套阵容，你没有，对吧？
你只能说就是你没有个那个投资，可能中上游应该是拿不下来的。
没有那种就是顶级配置的资金，应该是拿不下这一套。
对啊，这一套如果放在巅峰期，那确实太贵了。都是狠人啊。
Yes, Harold, please take meds. You have meds, you should take them regularly. That was always my problem with them. I'm just really bad at remembering them. Yeah, LGD, they were named after a chili oil sponsorship, and even now they haven't had the sponsorship for years and years now. They haven't had it for like, well, they only had it for a little while in the beginning. But Lagamam, that's a hell of a condiment, folks. Very, very good. I think the only chili oil I've had that's better than Lagamam that I guess can find regularly is I went to Laos once. And oh, the chili oil was so good. Oh my god, it was so good. Yeah, that was good stuff. Good spice over there. Can't believe he's in the anime classroom, man. What do you mean he's in the anime classroom? He's not sat in the anime seat, though. The anime seat is The anime seat is the one where you sit towards like the back window. Yeah, it's the back seat by the window, typically the back left. That's the one. That's the one. You can look out, kind of like, and smolder, to give a smoldering look or a wistful look over into the out of the window with the light on your face, you know.
好，同样就是少爷有一段话想跟大家说一下，来看一看。
这德杯的话，我觉得我们队伍评级的话，可能还是中下游吧，别的队伍都很强嘛。我觉得我们能拿下，如果上游的一些队伍的1分。 可能就已经很厉害。我觉得主播队想赢下我们职业队还是有一点困难，因为他们也很久没有那种系统性的训练，然后还有 rank 的训练都没有我们大嘛。
没问题，说的既谦虚又中肯。
Oh, that is nice, Harold. Harold's got some very nice croissants for
全
breakfast.
都是那个事实，对吧？然后包括也是就第一把打完了之后，然后把这段放出来，就更加觉得这个有依据。
这段话我
Okay, finally into the drafts. Let's go.
宙斯在接受采访的时候说，就是 HLE 训练
Do the thing right.
对吧？
Change scenes very briefly.
T1 那边
Okay, let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it, shall we?
所以状态进的比较慢。
Game 2.
就是拍了1个月商务回去打，然后直接以赛代练夺冠了。
那电子竞技不就是这样吗？
太吓人了。
那天赋还是大于努力，对吧？
但两边的第2把的 BP 啊，上来还是把剑魔给扳掉了。
Okay, that makes it a little easier. So Ash ban, Yunara ban, I think that'll probably keep up throughout the entire tournament. Yunara is the highest prio champion just because it wins lane and has good presence throughout the entire game, really. No really weak spots in her game. Aatrox banned. Aatrox has been in jungle quite a lot, so he's a flex pick. No surprises there, I suppose, to see that banned away, especially from what we've seen at Casper Cup. Nico very strong in lane. If this was LCK, it would be an instant snap up of Azir. Fofo's not a bad Azir player, actually. If you ban the Nico, it'd probably be something like an Azir first pick, especially with the Rise being gone. Is this the same patch as Casper Cup? No, I believe... Well, Zahan's enabled, so it isn't exactly the same patch, I don't think. Nico is banned. What are your prio picks now? What do you blind pick? There might be a jungler or two you could pick. Could also pick something, yeah, again, you could pick something like that Xin Zhao. Or the Azir. Because Fofo is the player on your team, you actually do have a competent Azir player. Now, if this is LCK, of course Azir is going to just perma-pick by everyone. So now if you're going to play into the Azir, what do you play there? I guess you could go something like Akali for Tongyuan. He is a big Azir player, Akali player. There's no Orianna to play into it. Zyra being hovering for a long time here. I'm not sure why. Don't know if that's a reference or anything. Hung's a player of it, but I don't... Is that serious here? I don't know. It is! Zyra first pick? What? Okay. I mean, Hung played a lot of this, but that one's a little confusing. Do they... Unless you want to pick something, you know, AD mid, so you want an AP jungle. But if you're going to play an AD mid, what would you play with it? I am surprised. Right. Okay. So Nautilus locked in. So now you have really good CC combo. Xin Zhao feels... Well, Xin Zhao feels okay here, because you can pop your ult even in Zyra. It's not the best, because Zyra does massively outfarm you. Xin Zhao can actually struggle into Zyra at points, because she disengages you so well, actually. I think this will go to game 3. I don't know. I think LGD were just a much more coordinated team, though, than ZSM. Xin Zhao is a very all-purpose mid-jungle. It kind of does a bit of everything. It scales well. It's got decent lane pressure and early playmaking. It's front to back. Azir can set up for the Xin Zhao as well, slide forward onto someone. If the Zyra is out of position, she dies quite quickly here, if Azir actually gets a successful shuffle onto her. Zyra very bad against the Leona. Last time we saw this in meta, we basically saw Leona just perma-picked into Zyra. You really can't do much about an ult thrown into her. Also to go towards Merc Treads actually a lot of the time, which is not something that Zyra really wants to be building. But he wants to get flat pen because her high base damages benefit a lot from them. Why the Zyra early pick? Unless it is something like a niche mid lane counter, I've not seen that. Oh, okay, yeah, Tongyuan's Yone, that's fair. That's fair. We did say, well, what AD mids do you want to go towards? If you're locking the Zyra early in, obviously the Yone is a big one. And Tongyuan's a big player of it. Very big player of it, actually. I had overlooked that one somewhat. Jack's banned away. Oliver's a big player of it, but Sassy was too. Okay. I think it helped LGD a lot that Sassy was on a good matchup in top lane. Malphite's the Zyham looked really good. LGD do have, you know, pretty solid building blocks now. I mean, the Zyra is under quite a bit of threat, so maybe ZSM want to ban away as many things that can peel for the Zyra as possible. Sansei would have been one of them. What else could even do that? I mean, I guess there's stuff like Poppy, which is maybe worth a ban. But even, yeah, but Poppy's kind of like niche if you're not into something like the Sansei top lane. The sign. One of the best tanks in the patch, whereas the AD fighters with a bit of lane pressure banned away from Arla. Aatrox banned away partly because it's a flex between jungle and top lane earlier in the draft, so top lane pool, because of that, a little bit more thin on the ground again. We're going full scaling here with decent front line of the Shinzao Leona. Azir plus scaling carry backline. LWX, of course, an FPX world champion. He has, you know, a lot of time on stuff like the Kai'Sa. Camille, wow, okay, that's a difference. Yep, that is not about peel. That is a blind kick Camille into the top side. What would you go now then? Well, I mean, the Renekton's gone, which is one of the better matchups in. Yeah, the Kai'Sa's good now. Yeah, LWX he's got plenty of time in the Kai'Sa. He's a very good Kai'Sa player. Very good Kai'Sa player. His world skin was on Vayne. I was thinking that on Kai'Sa, came from 2018. Last week, Udyr! Right, Sassy played a ton of this in his early career. Now, I don't know what power level Udyr is at right now. I suppose there'll be a learning experience there. But it does give you a tank to, you know, peel for your backline. The Sivir was locked in to give you some extra mobility as well. The Sivir ultimate can be actually very important here. It can kind of get your Zyra out of some clutch situations. And it also empowers the Udyr to run at you and look for that first stun. However, the problem is, Udyr is not that tanky anymore. I actually prefer ZSM's draft. I think that there are plenty of people that can just ping their CC onto and kill him. And if Camille Kai'Sa get on someone, I think they die. So, in terms of draft, I think ZSM are the better team. Better draft. However, they had a draft where they could make proactive games last game, and they couldn't manage to do it. I'm a little bit worried that despite them having aggressive options, they won't be able to pull it off because they didn't in Game 1. So I think LGD, based off what we saw in Game 1, I don't think they should feel, you know, awful about things. I think it might be a bit of a hand stiff or a brain diff.
左边都是吃装备的，而且都是2件套开始才厉害的英雄，就是2件套之前这英雄除了宁王的英雄吧，其他的英雄都不厉害。
Udyr is bad here. I think what the reason why they picked Udyr is that they wanted a tank to be frontline or a vulnerable Zyra into a dive comp. I did run Ad's Blade, yes I did.
本来等你起来换血就不好换，因为永恩回家一定是先垫个什么吸血鬼结账啥的，线上给你赖住。还好这个版本的复苏砍了，
对，多兰顿复苏都砍了。其实现在赖线那一套没之前那么猛，
哎，砍之前那个是真有点无赖，
套不动，就是你玩个阿卡丽什么的。
永恩，你1级上去打他300-400血，跟没打一样。
主要打那种法师，就是你蓝没了，但是我血还能有。
对。 最绝望的就是那种4级，你给他压了200血，他有个血瓶，喝完了还有1半多了，然后你压不动了，你没蓝了。
LWX, one of the more famous Kai'Sa players from the LPL actually, from his time. Of course, I think anyone who's had success from the LPL has probably got themselves a reputation on the Kai'Sa.
只要少爷上来1级是点了个 W。
Shaya's Civ has been pretty legit. Now, Shaya, the thing is, Shaya's been a bit of a strange player when it comes to his reputation within the LPL. He's I think actually his very late game hasn't been fantastic. At points, I think he was actually anti-clutch for a long time. Although I think this last year was a little better in that regard. However, if you look back to his first year in the LPL, Shayo was getting to late game and he was just really struggling to mistick the landing. Really struggling to do that.
或者说就假装靠下。那我们也得到一则讯息啊，老干爹的中单选手出现了网络波动的现象，我们也稍作等待。鱼儿神卡了。
Oh my god, my he's sent multiple.
宁王这边应该在沟通信息呢。
这把看能不能稳住吧，就是能撑到那个打团阶段。
这把一旦能发育到后面啊，其实游戏内容会变得简单很多。因为左边这个阵容打团就是很厉害。左边
Who do I think is going to win? I think it's LGD. I think they're just a much more coordinated team. I think they see the aggressive angles better. Realistically, I think the problem with streamer teams is that they're just not as locked in on aggressive opportunities, particularly when you're playing in regions like LPL. Just better fundamentals of roaming around the map as jungle support, learning how to engage together as a team. It makes a lot of difference, you know.
阿乐又选出了自己很自信的卡米尔，但是他没想到萨 C 不接招，对吧？阿乐的那个先出的意思是请战。
So it is cool to see these streamer teams with some names which I haven't seen for a little while. I was quite excited to see Iwandi, of course. It's Southwind that's come in now, so that's a little sad. Okay, no, that's unfair to Southwind. Like, well, I mean, you turn up and play the games, right? But Iwandi I actually think was very good, and I think Southwind was struggling a bit more. I would have liked to see Iwandi. Weirdly, I think I beat Iwandi in... No, that was Lumao. I've played against a couple of LPL players in like ARAMs and stuff when they came over for MSI and Worlds. I beat Lumao in an ARAM. I don't remember if I ever played against Iwandi, maybe once. Next series of the day, folks, we'll have our other streamer team, FRK. I'm not sure what that stands for either, but that has Fearness, Hacker, Cryan, SMLZ, and Wink. See if they can fare any better than the ZSM in at least this first game. Not going to lie, I think that the streamer teams, just based on base coordination, maybe in a bit of trouble. Alright, finally into game. Oh, stop. Filler content. I like the Winter Rift. I'm glad that they brought it back. Because, I think for a while, a lot of... Oh my god. A lot of... does anyone die? There's a little bit of damage onto Ning. Ward got put down. Sassy's low HP. Okay, well, I guess we're not into game. But yeah, I think that, when you think of, you know, last while, I think that a lot of games go into kind of maintenance mode after a certain amount of time, and they think more about what is the most efficient use of resources and money rather than what would just be nice to do. And I think that if you lose too much of what's just nice to do, I get that it's difficult because you got to run it by... you know, dozens of people to get something this big out onto the Rift, right? But it does mean that it's, you lose a little bit of that whimsy. A little bit of that, doing stuff because it's cool factor, you know? Like, I'm happy that they released stuff like the Janitor Thresh skin, which probably doesn't sell massively well, but it's just cool to do it, you know? Add a bit of variety in. Yeah, typically stuff like, you know, Mecha Kingdom sells well or whatever, but it does look quite generic after a while. You know? What does his shirt say? Did anyone catch what his shirt said, LWX? I think someone said, I'm not doing shit. Is that what his shirt says? That's fantastic. Man. That's a very bright background. You're missing some natural colors on the wall. I mean, bright white wallpaper. Let's slide around well. Blizzy and Neferi the best skin? Well, you know, I have a certain history with that skin, having dressed up. Not many people have said that they've dressed up like a hot dog for their job in front of, you know, thousands of people. I can. Okay, tech issues from LGD. Alright, folks, anyone got any skin inspiration? What's your dream skin that they'd add to the game? You know, for me, it was Cassanta. Cassanta is a good one. That's the one which I talk about a lot. Darth Vader Kassadin? You mean classic Kassadin? He even has, you know, the estranged father thing going on.
我现在在研究就是每个队伍的这个人员参赛名单。
Yes, Cassanta's a good one. What does I feel? Oh yeah, there's also like public transport. There's like public transport Rek'Sai, where all of the tunnels just become like, you know, tube trains. Tumbleweed Rammus. High noon Rammus. Where his Q is just tumbleweed. Oh, that's fantastic. Wow, that's fantastic. I like that a lot. T1 Teemo. Well, funnily enough, Legend. There is the Coma Teemo Ward. There is technically a T1 Teemo. It's just in the form of a ward, and it's Coma. It's Coma as Teemo, as a ward skin. And technically be SKT, I think. I still think about Hank Hill. Wait, Hank Hill from King of the Hill? Propane and propane accessories. I feel like there are so many other skin. Oh yeah, I think they should really open up into the world of, you know, football collaborations with League of Legends. I think they can bring out, you know, the famous Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger. You know, I think it'd be great. I can't think of any other. I'm sorry, I can't think of any other more football puns. It's the only one I got. That's the only skin in the skin line. I'm so sorry, we ran out of inspiration already. Wait, reverse Lilia? What with like? Wait. So they've got like a deer head and just like human everything else. That's kind of cursed. Oh my god. Pep Guardiola. Who's ZSM? They're a streamer team. They're only in this tournament. They won't be an LPL proper. Liver failure Gragas. What? My dude's gonna be on like. Wait, hang on. What happens if you have? I know if you have kidney failure, you go onto dialysis. You get dialysis for liver failure as well. I'm actually not sure about that. Mession would go hot. Was it like, hang on, Sion Messi? I mean, yeah, that would be printing some money for the Baus, I guess. This is getting quite long of a pause. Maradona Milio? Yeah, Milio is like the easy one for football stuff. Wait, did they give him a football skin yet? Get dialysis if anything's bad. Right, okay, thanks, Spirit. Yeah. You know, you think I'd know that, having, you know, so many doctors in my family, which, yeah, grew up around a lot of medical talk. But no, I'm dumb. Ich bin dumm. Yeah, no, the players are pretty good on these teams. You know, the streamer teams in the past have actually had, you know, streamers who've never been pro and they felt a little bit mad in Demacia Cup before. Or for, say, NEST as well. But actually, was there an NEST this year? Did I miss that? I don't think there was one. But, yeah. Acidin Zidane. Yeah, his W just turns into a headbutt animation. Fun fact, I watched the entirety of Game 1 during the pause. Oh, that is not good. What's happening? There's a pause, there's a tech pause. That is a cat. Hello, cat. Hi. Quarterback Cassante. Wouldn't he be a defensive player? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know American football like player terms. I know there's quarterbacks, linebackers, and wide receivers. Wide receivers, I think it's pretty obvious what they do. Same with quarterbacks. I don't know what the other things do. For me, American football is kind of... I mean, I want to get more into American football. I think it's a very cool tactical sport. But, I never found a way to easily watch it, really. I watched a lot of rugby. Rugby's been my game, really. Anyone out there got a particular sport choice? I used to like watching tennis when it was on too. Like the very good tennis players, you know, Federer, Nadal, Murray, Djokovic. A lot of people take out issue with Murray being included in the quote-unquote Big Four, but it's like the others inducted him into it, so you can't really argue with it, can you? Due to network fluctuations, at ping, right? Okay, whatever.
收益价值会更大一些。
对，就 BO5 后半段，
因为你需要调整嘛，对吧？这
I
种
thought all players are called quarterbacks. Yeah, if you try hard enough, maybe they can all be quarterbacks.
因为不是有很多队伍可能5个人都是那种内向小子。
Somebody yells at their screen every Sunday for American football. I love it. Quick shot is big into it. You know what?
哎，对，就是新的赛事引进，
有
对吧
之？前这个 LCK 的老
I don't know if these games have been... I did have a chat with Quickshot around Worlds about whether he'd want to come on and cast some LPL from costream. I don't know if that would be like a, you know,
相同的英雄
I suppose like a valid use of his time because he's got a lot of shit to be doing. He's doing a lot of content stuff.
对，这个我觉得
But
蛮经典的。
you know, there might be a world where we get Quickshot on to cast some LPL.
把盲选就更刺激了。
Maybe.
张哥都用莉莉娅赢了一把 Hacker 啊，同英雄。
It was really, really cool getting like Monty Doa, Quickshot, Hysterics, a whole bunch of people on for Worlds. Worlds co-stream. It's very, very cool. I enjoyed that a lot. For those of you that missed it, we were co-streaming the World Championship. We were official co-streams. It was very, very cool.
下把打完 Monkey 说
We had some very cool people on.
是不是有这种？
有些比赛还没。
I have a fun fact for you all. A fun fact.
哇，那下把
Did you know?
直接打个
Well,
就是那个
you think that Predators... Wolf was on there too, yes, for sure. Very topical for this. Predators, you'd have to think, are pretty good at blending in with their environment because their prey shouldn't see them coming. So, tigers being bright orange, you'd think, is probably not very good camouflage. They are, you know, they're bright orange.
赛区之前也有。
So,
现在不打了，之前咱们是那个打
tigers hunt mainly like deer,
互动一下，但是一般也不会
and the prey animals which they hunt, unlike us as humans, don't see orange as orange. They see orange as green, so they just look like a wavy patch of, you know, undergrowth.
对，就是
So, tigers are actually very well camouflaged, but to the prey animals which we're not. They're actually very good at sneaking up on us too, of course they are, because they're, you know, damn good at what they do. But, yeah, tigers can blend into green backgrounds, which is very cool.
而且就是咱们这
I also have another fun fact for you. Did you know that a antelope can jump higher than an average house?
觉得很突兀。
They have like really powerful hind legs, and average houses can't jump.
那折磨坏了，对吧？受不了，你那个气氛都推到那个点儿上了。
You can laugh
解说
now.
都已经那个
You can-
马上技
you
能
can-
要脱口而出。
Anytime you're ready. anytime you're ready, you can laugh.
毕竟我们不是每个回合都
I'm running out of material here, folks. It's a long ass pause. Oh god.
这个介入
Yes, it's a joke I've told before. Could you tell I'm reusing content here? We're getting into like half an hour. Folks, we've been live for like 2 hours, and like an hour of that has been pause. We've doubled our like game time in pause already. Jesus Christ.
一
Oh man.
一把
我看好像是1把3
那
次，
个教练要说的话有点多呀。
但是他也不是说一定要用嘛，
啊，确实
对吧
不是一定要
他
用，
不是那种
你大优势可以不说。
Thank you, Mecha. Yeah, you see, Mecha fanboy in Twitch chat is laughing appropriately. Good. Good. You've learned how to be a good audience member.
而且我看
You see, they won a game award? Yes, they did. Funnily enough, though,
教练团队
Wuthering Waves won
名单上3、4个教
the
练
Players' Voice Award, and a very good friend of mine, Sophia Ingar, is the voice actor for like the main companion in that game. So I was really happy for them that they ended up getting an award out of that too. That was really
而且
cool.
这个教练确实得找到适合自己的，而且
Are you playing? Yeah, no, the game will happen at some point, folks. Just attack pause. Just attack pause. I should probably put that on screen or something,
对
shouldn't I?
一个好的教练团队对选手加持是很大的。
Do I have text? Do I have a texting set up?
就我觉得教练得
What is
具
this?
备多种功能，就是现在的，因为就是英雄联盟的比赛啊，就到这个阶段了，就大家的水平都拉得很高，同时大家观赛水平也拉得很高的时候，就是你教练组既得具备足够的游戏理解，以及可能阵容布置，就抛开这游戏内的不谈，其实调节心理是一个很重要的东西，这个真不是开玩笑的，就是有很多，因为每个人的性格不一样，有些选手他
Can we have iPad time?
就是接受不了。
The problem is if I do that and then the gameplay comes up, well, if the gameplay comes up, then you're gonna feel sad.
从阴影中带出来，或者说
Need to learn from LCK casters for these kind of situations? Yeah. You know, you gain a lot of respect for someone like Doa,
包括很多队伍都会配备那个心理理疗师
for doing his... How long a stream was it? 12 hours? 12 hours solo cast?
要不自信的时候去给你调节一下。
I too was happy that Hades 2 got an award or two. I will say, look, I think Expedition 33 deserved Game of the Year. I actually don't think it really should have won all of the awards that it did. I think it just felt like people sleptwalk into kind of voting it for the other categories. Now, for instance, I think in terms of game direction, I think something like Death Stranding 2 probably should have done a little more on that. I don't, and particularly RPG as well. Really, in terms of like actual RPG mechanics, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was a much better RPG than Expedition 33. Because KCD2 was an exceptional RPG. Very, very immersive, very, very good way to kind of see a character learning their skills as the game goes on. I'm sad Yote got nominated just to be shit on. Like, Yote was a good game. Yote was a good game. Do I think it was Game of the Year material? I don't think it was. I don't think I would have voted it for Game of the Year. But it's not bad, you know? You know, I enjoyed it, and of course I played all of it on stream here too. I enjoyed it. It was a very good year for games. You know, in terms of my Game of the Year material, I mean, there's, what, Hades 2, Expedition 33, KCD 2 are probably the three which I put closest to it. And I'm happy that if any of them would have won that. Yeah. I think I did feel a bit bad for, like, I think it was Silk Song was like, yeah, we're not going to fly out to an award show while we're really busy when we know we're not going to win. Oh yeah, and of course, Uma Musume, you know, it got its best mobile game. By the way, folks, I have been running my recent CMs as well. Haven't quite qualified for Group A finals yet. I'm a little bit worried. I didn't get it in my first 4 tickets. I got like 3 2-win tickets, which is kind of sad. I was doing very well on day 1, but this is the way it goes, you know? There's some real monsters in Uma Musume right now. Everyone's getting like S-rank everything. Right, guys, I'm going to have to run some adverts again because the pre-roll's going to run off at this point. Oh yeah, Erika Ishii was really funny when they just panned over to it. I'm pretty sure she planned it, so she was just doing something odd on camera every time she was on. Like scarfing popcorn. They're a very cool person. I've seen them, they were very cool in Vampire the Masquerade LA by Night, which was kind of like a Critical Role / Geek and Sundry Vampire the Masquerade campaign that they did on YouTube. It's very, very cool. He was a very good character in that. LA by Night was a really good show. For those of you that weren't watching the streams earlier this month, I played through all of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I enjoyed it a fair amount. Actually, that is a game which I'm going to take that as an example for... Oh, I've misspelled Demacia Cup. Right, well, how did I miss that? Oh. Yeah, I enjoyed... Yeah, the game's still not started. They have network issues, which is... Yeah, Pass Before, absolutely never touching that game. If you buy that game, you give money to an awful person who uses that money to, you know, remove the rights of a very marginalized group of people. So I would never support that kind of game or anything like that, sadly. That is just, yeah. Did I watch Casper Cup? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Hey, we're back! We're game! We did it! We did the thing! Awesome, cool. Nice, let's go. Yes, I did watch Casper Cup where I could. I couldn't watch all of it live, but Jamada was, Jamada got the replay files, and, yeah. Nice, nice. Alright, so, right, we talked about this earlier. So, Sassy's blown Flash at level 1, but no one died. I'd imagine Sassy blew Flash because of network issues. Yeah, he oh, okay. So he must have disconnected right there, walked way too far forwards, and had to flash out. Did he flash out of the hook shot? Yeah. Okay, so Allah's started hook shot now, which is bad for his lane. So Sassy can just kind of push that in for forever. Leona Nautilus, as God intended. God's favorite support matchup. Not bad posturing there from Southwind, actually, trying to stop them from getting the last minions. No spell shield level 1. Interestingly, we're back to double aftershock supports rather than spell shield. Not the other one. Spellbook. Flash away from Shaya. I see he's at level 1 from Southwest. We're back into... No! No! Why'd you ever do another
他
pause?
关键他打
啊
不能两勾，他打女坦他勾了他不能 A，因为你 A 的话，女坦如果学 Q， 反正 Q 到你，
Well,
你要被打死。
well. Who are the players in the FRK team? In the FRK team, Fairness, Hacker, Crying, SMLZ, and Wink.
或者说你要真想抢先，直接学个 W 往草里一站，然后让 AD 跟你。
I should have just asked you who you wanted to be on that. No, who would you put on FRK? I think they should have brought out Steve, old Rockat Steve, the top laner. Dude, that guy was so strange because his real name wasn't Steve. He was just he called himself, his IGN was Steve, and it just wasn't his name. I mean, the biggest bait and switch in a name that I've ever seen, you know. Any other really bad player names? I mean, there were some which are just obvious typos. So there was like Emperor, which was just typoed, and Expression because they were Korean players just kind of like vaguely typing in a word in English. And often in Korean, the same kind of Hangul character applies to multiple syllables in English. Meteor, yes, Meteor being spelled Meteor. Yep, that's the one. E.g. Danny wasn't named Danny either. True, yeah. Wow, that's a very well. Why has he got a gun on the back there? There's a that's a gun. That man's got like a matchlock pistol on the top right. Why is he packing heat? In the the fake green screen background. Maybe I should start putting weapons of war in the background too. I do have a lightsaber or two in the background somewhere. Oh, flintlock. I mean, you know, there was a difference between stuff like flintlocks and wheel locks and stuff like that too. I'm not as well read on that. There were different kinds of lock pistols. I actually watched was it a Veritasium video? On Alfred Nobel. The guy behind, who had eventually gone to inspire the Nobel Prizes. Because he ended up effectively... Well, he ended up popularizing the use of TNT. Because his father worked in a nitroglycerin business, basically. And he ended up eventually making TNT out of stuff, yeah. And then basically at the end of his life, he ended up realizing, oh, bloody hell, I've gone and added a lot of destructive power to stuff. How about I try and... Oh, let's go. Yeah, interesting bloke, that guy, to say the least. Look. Anything to talk about? So Hung's done the power clear towards bot side. No, he hasn't. He's done bot side, and he's going into enemy jungle because Xin Zhao can't really contest this. Wow, that is a quick clear. Now remember, this was a first rotation Zyra. Like it was not first. It was first pick for LGD, but on red side. Now does Ning go and check his red buff? He doesn't. He doesn't check it. So Hung is gonna get this. There's no smite on the Zyra. How quick do they take this? How many seeds did they have down? This is probably gone. This is gone already. Yeah, they're gone already. Ning could walk over, but there's a slowing plant, which helps. So Hung... Oh my god, is he going to be able to go Raptors to Raptors? So he goes bot side clear, takes Krugs over the wall with a smite, takes the red buff before Ning goes and checks it, lands a slowing plant to Ning, so we can't even contest that. Now bot lane does need to be careful, because you are on weak side, folks. Your jungler is going over to their own top side. They're going to be a crazy amount of camps ahead. They've taken 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They'll have 8 camps up before Scuttle Crabs, whereas Ning's going to have, you know, 4. That doesn't get them into tower range quite. I think Ning gets a kill here under turret, surely, right? Low HP from LWX and Southwind, so they have to tank. There's a chance of one coming back. Wow, they can't get the dive? That's rough. I'll get the dive. But just about missing there. Good auto attack from Xiaoye. Ending up healing a decent amount now too. I don't think they have the HP to fight now, do they? Ning is still behind the back of turret. They're really trying to stop this from hitting turret. LWX is out of mana. Flash forward for a bit of damage. Teleport coming in from Udyr. Udyr's going to get some damage in now. How many extra bits of damage can he get? I don't think he gets anything. I don't think he gets anything. Tungaman's coming down. Does that make a difference? I think it does. you have a ward to put down? Tease Ning. Will they be able to get anyone else in here? LWX is going to try for the execute. I think he'll get it. So, he's going to be, executing. Sassy is technically in range for the kill XP, but not the gold. So, Sassy teleports down, does get himself a kill. Tangyuan doesn't get anything. Technically, it's, 2 for 1. Well, that was a bit of a mess. That being said, while all this happened, Hung got a double scuttle crab, by the way. Right, so Zyra is now incredibly far ahead, so despite the kills going over, Ning is still very, very, very far behind. Zyra goes and get, 10 camps in their first clear. They get all 6 of their own, 2 from enemy jungle, and then the 2 scuttle crabs. They end up getting double scuttle. So they are 10 camps to 4 of Ning on the first clear, because they got their top side and then they got the Raptors and that was it. Ning's now going through his second clear, so he's getting some now, but oh my god, he's been over double CS, he's under half CS. Is Hung gonna go for Raptor respawn too? Oh my god, it's gonna be gone before he even gets here, man. He can smite away the big Raptor. Okay, so he does end up getting Hung a little bit late. He's DC'd. Hung's DC'd. Hung's DC'd. I wonder how... Hang on. I wonder if they're out of pause time, folks. Because you only get about half an hour of pause time, right? Is he back? I don't know. I guess he's back. He's pathing back up towards his Raptors. Alright, okay. I guess he's reconnected. I was wondering if he was pathing straight towards base. That's typically what happens when you DC, right? So far ahead. Well, he doesn't get all of the Raptors then. He's going to be so far ahead. He's level 6, very fast paced, whereas Ning is, a full level behind. Well, Ning's going to come down here. He'll probably kill Sassy. There is his ult coming up soon. Should be able to reactivate his stances now and get the, the super shield if he needed to, right? Out there. Hung has flash, has level 6. If there is a big play coming in, he can guard it very safely now. He hasn't recalled yet. How much is he going to get on his first back? I mean, is it going to be Fated Ashes plus, Haunted Guys? No, not quite on the Haunted Guys, but still, Ruby Crystal and, so I'm very, very happy for that. Game's fairly even in terms of overall gold. I will say, being this far ahead in XP as a jungle, though, is a huge issue for Xin. One of the reasons why Xin was not at... Wow, even Tangyuan's starting to DC and re-C now. Well, Whitetex is probably dead. Hung doesn't want to walk over and... Oh my god, LGD are just... DCing all over the place. Uses the heal. I don't think it's going to save him, and indeed it won't. Flyfo picks up a kill. Well, this is a bit of a problem, folks. So feats of strength, the kill portion of it completed by ZSM.
这个真得往老干爹的兄弟们说说，大家都知道现在在发生着什么。这波死真不能怪银吹雪，正常来讲他应该不会死。
Chaya trying to wave clear under this top side turret, but because LGD have just had so many random DCs, they've lost a lot of pressure on the map. Hung, I suppose, should have been able to contest for a little bit more and bully out Ning, but it's not been able to, even with the early level 6. Now, obviously, when you're playing in games like this and you see the disconnecting, reconnecting thing, sometimes those notifications come up a little bit randomly, well, a little bit desynced from where they would be in the actual game, because we're obviously on the spectator side of things, so I can't remember, how accurate it is. Hung should be able to get the Raptors this time. Ning nowhere in sight, really. Ning's going to go towards top side, maybe start up the grubs, but he is going to lose this whole bot side camp, so even more gold over towards Hung. This game is probably going to be about how quickly can ZSM get an engage onto Hung. Chaya's turn to disconnect now. Good. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. All 3 grubs over towards the Shinzao. We'll get some gold and XP from that, but of course, not really as much as, your actual camps. Hung deciding not to go towards Dragon during this time. He just wants to be farming. And let's be honest, that's what Zyra does best. Yes, Raptors, there is a pink ward on red buff. This is probably a... is this a... Hang on, is this a dead Zyra? I'm actually not sure. He can probably flash over, get himself an ult. Well, okay. There you go. Guy says that. And because Xiaoyu was disconnecting, it's not like the bot lane could come and co-help, because they hadn't pushed out topside, which... Yeah. I don't know. You hate to see it. Folks, I mean, this game is being decided by disconnects. I mean, every single player of LGD has been disconnecting. How do you play like that? No? Now, if it's anything similar to the ASI, basically there is something in the rule book which is effectively, if your team has network issues, like, we don't have the ability for a chrono break and well, they didn't for ASI. I don't know whether they will on this one. I don't know whether it's the same thing. But basically, you don't get chrono break. We didn't get chrono breaks at Asian Invitational. And it wouldn't surprise me if this was similar here, because they're playing remotely. I'm not sure. Maybe not for this stage, I'm not sure. This chrono break takes so long. You know, it'll take you an extra, 15 minutes or whatever to do. I don't remember how long it takes to do it really, but that's what it is in my head. It means that over a 3 best-of-3 day, if you had all 9 games with a chrono break in it, you're effectively getting, 10 games in, really. It means it pushes your game time really, really late. Well, Zyra does not like playing into Leona for reasons like this. Hung is dead, despite being really far ahead in terms of that whole gold thing. China now 2v3 a little bit. Tangerine just dies. Tangerine just dies. And I don't know. I don't know, folks. Hang on, DC's on screen again. There's a bit of a smile on the player cam. And now I think LGD are really in the shitter now. They were very far ahead on Zyra, but because of the disconnect from lanes, they couldn't support Zyra invading. Died a couple of times too. Not all of them will be because of disconnects, of course. Some of them will just be getting picked off. But LGD had a very good position with their jungler being very far ahead. Now, obviously not the case. Ning is now 2 kills up. LWX is very fed. He's always been a Kai'Sa player, of course. Of the champions he used to get FPX their World Championship win in 2019. Yeah, I don't know what LGD do here, folks. I mean, end of the day, if they've got lag, they got lag. Southwind, really good combo again. LGX comes forward. Ning will come over, dead. Tangyuan. So what started as a very dominant game 1, going into a game 2, which I think still was a pretty good early game, especially because Hung was so far ahead. Been marred. Been marred. Is that an actual disconnect though? I mean, it's not really that much you can do. It looks like he's got control of his character. I don't think it matters. Ning just kills him. What a mess. What a mess. So Black, I can't really turn down the mainstream volume that much, otherwise there's literally no game sound or anything like that in the background. Also, I'm not gonna lie, just as a solo caster, even though, most of the chat don't understand Mandarin here, it's nice to have some background noise. If everyone else agrees that we could, that the mainstream's a bit too loud, we can turn it down a little bit, but, I don't wanna lower it too much, because then you don't get to hear anything in the game. Sadly, we don't have a clean feed for this event. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to mess around with mainstream volumes for now, then, folks. We'll do. What champ is Ning on? He's on Shinzao. The splash art changed midway through this year, and then they killed Shinzao in a cinematic. I can't believe that Atakan came in for 1 season, killed Shinzao, and then and then lost KT Rolster Game 5 of World Finals before piecing out. Folks, Atakan's gonna be gone for next season. I can't believe it. I can't believe this troll-ass objective came into the season, came in for 1 season, flipped things around, pieced out, and is gone. Okay, Southern misses the ult that time because Tangyuan managed to buff through some CC with the Mortal Steel. Southwind's been good on the Leona. His Rakan was bad, but this one's been pretty good. Those of you that remember Southwind, towards the end of his career, he was really not doing well at the end of his career. Potential dive under the turret. They could kill the turret and then look for something after that. Zyra's disconnected again. there's going to be no help from that. This is it's the CV3 dive. I mean, poor LGD, man. What do they do? I mean, just literally every minute, someone is disconnecting. What? Southwind's just getting... What's Southwind doing? Southwind just got up. Where's Mans going? Mans, where you going? They turned off the player cams. They turned off the player cams. And now the game's paused. And now Southwind is disconnected. Oh! He just up to left. Where's he going? What's? Oh Jesus! Okay, folks. Folks, they've decided to abandon the game because this is just not playable. Like you can see the score in the background. It's 1-1. I mean, how do LGD play, folks? How do they play? It's unplayable. LGD are literally losing a player for 10 seconds every minute. What do you do? Okay, well... Yeah. What else do you say? This is a more fractured connection than I had with my ex. 开个 E 进去突然不动了，然后什么技能放不出来，然后这种情况确实在整个比赛里面是比较少遇到的，基本上没怎么碰到过，就是那种长时间的连续。What a mess! Yeah, it looks like that's an FF. Look. Hopefully there'll be some text on screen describing it, but I'd imagine because of the connection of the game, this game is unplayable. Now, I would imagine if this continues, they may have to move on to another series. I don't see how you... Because the network connection is not going anywhere until it's fixed, right? They have to wait it out, presumably. So what I presume happens now is they have to wait it out. Or maybe they move on to another series. Maybe they have to move on to another series because they can't play this one right now. Yeah, I understand that, Blade. Is there a way to refund points from a payout like that? I have no idea, folks. I know there are some people who are watching from like betting sites and stuff. I have absolutely zero idea what happens for people who've placed any kind of bets in this game. I have zero ideas. You know, I have no idea. I don't know, folks. It sucks to see this. It sucks to see this. You know, if it was just a regular shit show, that's fine. Because it's been marred by network conditions, it's a very different kind of thing. Can anyone translate that? I do not have a Google Translate up. Can anyone do that? Anyone got that? Anyone get that? Game 3 will delay until a set time limit. If they're still lagging, SSM will have an automatic win. That sucks. Well, what do we do in the break? I guess I keep talking shit. I gotta run some adverts because we're running on low on pre-rolls. We're gonna go do that. Good to know, Chase. 建模打这种传统的战士是非常好打的，这个真是就是我在 KV 一路看过来，只要是像什么赵信呀、皇子啊，诸如此类的英雄，你正常前几集。Hey Solo, how's it going? So you tell me, folks. What did you think of the Game Awards? Hey, Lineman, good to see you. Because Game Awards. Well, so Chovy won Best Esports Player. I know that some people were thinking it should be Zaiwu from CS. I feel really bad for Chovy because, look, realistically, the pressure that's put on Chovy is not he's not arrogant. He's not, you know, throwing his weight around or something like that. He just plays League of Legends good. I think that people have taken issue with that after a while because he's been a rival to a great many players, right? I think. Just remember, folks, when you talk about Chovy, all of the players that you love respect Chovy. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Because I know that when he won the League Awards Player of the Year, he was like, yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. Or I'm not sure I deserve it. Which sucks, because Chovy is such a great player. And even if you don't support the teams which he's on, you gotta respect the fact that Chovy is such a good player, you know?
就选你玩得好的，然后猜到就是玩得好且能 counter 对面的，对吧？就是猜你大概率是个什么英雄，因为每个选手都会有一个
League of Legends lost Best Esports of the game of the year to CS2 though. Counter-Strike 2 won Best Esports title, which I didn't catch enough Counter-Strike this year to actually have an opinion on that. I mean, on the whole, I really like Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is a great game, right? It's very intuitive compared to MOBAs where it feels like you need a textbook to understand the game. It's very easy to kind of forget that once you've been involved in watching Pro League for a long time. Chovy winning Esports Player of the Year is crazy though. I mean, for League Player of the Year, obviously you can respect that. Well, there you go, that's a break. What a mess, what a mess. Chovy's actually suffering from success. He looked depressed in the League Awards video. Yeah, I don't want to read into it too much, but even the way he was talking about just saying, I'm not sure I deserve that. It sucks. It sucks. Because Chovy is one of the greatest players of all time. He is. Even if you don't like him or don't like his style of play or you still believe that he's a boring player, which is beyond me, you can't, you know, hold on to it too much. And again, the thing which I'd really remind people who do talk crap about Chovy is that your favorite players like Chovy. Your favorite players respect him. Your favorite players look up to him in terms of gameplay. Everyone in the world has something they can learn. I do wonder what Riot thinks about, you know, losing stuff like... I mean, look, folks, honestly, the esports section of stuff like the Game Awards is not necessarily the most well-informed thing. It hasn't been in the past anyway. But I do wonder what they feel about not winning the, you know, esports title of the year, because they've been so consistent at that for a while. For a very long time. Well, I should maybe go get myself a coffee then. I didn't do that last time. Okay, folks, I've been yapping for a little bit, so I'm gonna go quickly take myself a break while this is in a little bit. What a mess. Out of the win game 2, it was okay. I'm gonna put some text on screen. Some text. Yeah, it's 1-1. I'm gonna put it on screen. I'm gonna put that on screen just so people can see it. Alright, I'm gonna get myself a coffee. Well, I hope the games go smoother from this. Folks, I should do the thing where I react. You know what, folks? Maybe I become the React content creator. Maybe we should go through Reddit, folks. I should do that in some break content. I can become React content. Either, no, die the entertaining original streamer, or live long enough to become the React content creator. Oh, here's another thing, folks. What do you want to hear talked about on Summoning Insight later? Because obviously there'll be the Casper Cup roundup. I can't remember what they talked about in previous issues, previous episodes. I guess it's just general LPL off-season roundup, stuff like RNG and FPX now completely gone. Any new info from LEC or NA in the last week? Will there be a game 3? Yeah, so I believe, I believe they wait a fixed amount of time, and if they can't fix network connections for game 3, then they have to forfeit that as well. I guess CFO completely fall apart. Talon bankruptcy is one too. Yeah, so does anyone have a timeline of what happened with the Talon bankruptcy? Because I remember the CEO got into a Twitter spat with, was it a streamer or someone who said that they lent them money, and that went wild earlier in the year. But then, I mean, the LCP like losing 2 teams which went to Worlds is just terrible. Dude, I just feel bad for LCP, because I actually, you know, I think that it's really good that they are a major region, but losing stuff like the CFO roster and then PSG Talent as a team is just awful for them, right? Yeah, exactly. They didn't have, they kind of lost the PSG sponsor and then got it back, and then they've just been completely, you know, kicked in general now. Now Talon's probably just gone. Chowie, oh yeah, Chowie's their coach, because Chowie ended up re-signing, didn't he? Doggo is a good player to build around. Yeah, he is, but he's... Hang on, is Doggo still on CFO? I thought Doggo's now left. I think it's literally just Rest that's there, right? Oh, Doggo's still there. Okay, right. Right, okay. Well, okay, that's fine. Doggo's actually worth building. Alan owed a bunch of money. Someone made it public. I think they were some kind of investor or something. I thought they were a streamer or something, like a bigger streamer. The whole team didn't get paid at Worlds. I thought... Mabby, I heard this as well. I heard that Talon had to pay their own flights and hotels to World. I thought it was even, like, worse than not getting paid. Or you know, not getting paid or something like that. I thought that they actually had to pay... It was like, oh, you've now earned the right to pay for your flights and hotels to go to Worlds. It's a mess, either way. Now, the problem is, like, everything I see is from secondhand, and I'm not that entrenched in the LCP system or anything, but there's some wild stuff going on over there. Exactly, right. The problem is, it's different tournament organizers, right, in different regions, so they do apply the rules, I guess, in different ways, but there have been some really bad financial fair play stuff about just esports orgs in general. Esports orgs are notoriously bad, like, at treating people well financially, right? Initially, Talon had a problem financially, delayed a lot of payments, but kept promising they'll pay, continue operating, and then later on they found they actually couldn't pay any of the coaches and players, delaying, and Riot just said that's enough, and damn. Wow. That's a mess. That is a mess. RNG is worse. Yeah, RNG of contract held people. The thing is, a lot of what RNG did, which was like really scummy, wasn't necessarily quote unquote illegal or whatever. It was just like very predatory contracts. Time to revive Flash Wolves. Oh, what a great brand. Flash Wolves was such a good brand. I think most brands named after an animal or something like that have very strong iconography. Tigers, wolves. Oh, doesn't MLXG have like a huge lawsuit against RNG? I know that he lost one of those lawsuits. Folks, you got to give me more, like, as you know, as a streamer chat now, as you know, it's my profession. You as chat have to give me something to react to so I can provide content for you. You know, this is a give and take situationship, folks. You know, if you want to be... I don't know how people do it. I feel bad about just talking shit about stuff which is completely irrelevant now. I don't know why, because that's what I used to do all the time, and then I fell out of the habit of doing it at some point. Did I watch the Demacia video? No. What is the Demacia video? Is there like a season trailer or something like? I think it's the hair. Oh, right. Because Northern Lion has so much power as a bald man, I, as a very long-haired not man, I just simply do not have the get-go anymore. I am a long-time Northern Lion viewer. I don't know whether I'm a Type A or a Type B viewer, partly because I never stopped to ask what he meant between a Type A and a Type B viewer. So I don't know where I spiritually find myself at home in a chat environment. It's a problem, you know. I feel like I've partaken of his community for such a long time in a suboptimal way. I've not bought in truly to the Northern Lion chat culture. All I do is I type like bad damage when he gets hit in Binding of Isaac. And then, you know, when he stops playing Binding of Isaac, when he gets tired of it every year or so, then I lose my job, you know. I don't have it. Funnily enough, there's a guy in the YouTube comments that for years and years on every Isaac video he had, I think it was called the Devil Statue, he would just type out the timestamps of every time he took bad damage. Hey, Shamrock, good to see you. Well, this has been a hell of a tournament so far. You know, we've already had one game forfeit due to network issues. Right, before we get into it, I need to get myself the thingy, the coffee. Honestly, Northern Lion, fantastic streamer. He's a good, he very self-aware of what is entertaining about himself. He's very good.
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But no, I will not resign. And I'm biting my tongue. No,
What do you mean the countdown's not even finishing? Oh, jeez.
this is the battle I choose. And I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose.
Am I gonna play Ari jungle? Now, funnily enough, a while ago, I did an Ari all roles stream, and I would only stop the stream when I'd won at least once in every role. And actually, I got Ari jungle on first try. That was really good, actually. I was playing AD Ari jungle at that point. That was old lethal tempo. Where actually, like, you could go like Blade Crack and an AD Ari was actually alright. Who are your favorite streamers, folks? In terms of, like, just in general. I think my favorite streamers are... Look, I really like Northern Lion. I think that guy's great. I watch a lot of Halo speedrunners. Mr. Monopoly and Sloth are really, really good. I like them a lot. But then, I think probably my favorite streamer of all time is actually Carnage. Carnage is very, very good if you like to kind of, like, experience games, but you don't have time to... maybe you're not sure a game is your kind of thing, or you don't have time for it. Particularly this year when I was streaming so much, I realized actually I just don't have time to play a lot of games. So I watched him play stuff like Subnautica and the Yakuza series. It says on stream, folks, people are asking what happened. It's literally written on screen. It says LGD network issues, LGD forfeit game 2. It is said on screen. What has happened to game 2? What more do you want from me? I am trying my best. I have given you all of the tools possible to figure this out visually. I don't have a red circle and arrow to put on screen for this. What do you want me to do? What happened to the... I'm not telling you what happened to the game now. That's it. I'm not going to say what happened to the game. If you can't see what's said on screen, I can't help you. I can't fix the game.
哎，好，欢迎回来啊！长一段时间的休息，我们马上要迎来这个老干爹与 ZSM 的
Ammunition's a good streamer. I like them too. They stream some stuff with Carnage actually. I used to watch a lot of Sacriel for stuff like extract shooters. Again, he's very sincere about how he interacts with games. I like him a lot.
The ZSM 赢了，然后 ZSM 赢了，他下一把万一再赢。
Well, I guess we find out now whether we actually get a game 3 or not. Because the logos are on screen, I presume we get a game 3, but I'm not exactly sure, you know? Who won map 3? That's a great question, Jiro. Am I still playing horse game? Yes, I am playing the damn horse game. Yeah. Shut up, Barry. Shut up. Stop asking me how many kills were on map 3. I will yeet you out the window. I mean, I watch a lot of the League streamers I'm friends with, right? But I watch a lot less League streamers than I used to. I have to say, I just don't love that many League streamers. Like, I like Dums, but I like his content a lot, right? And he's a very cool guy. Dums is really cool. I like him a lot. You know, occasionally I watch Cadril, because, again, like, his insight on games is really cool. Well, they're still in their seat, so I presume we're still... I still think we're on track for game 3.
我想起了那句话，认真对待比赛，
没想到结局，这种方式。
但老干爹不得不说，我觉得今天一上来，其实这个游戏内准备的很充分。
第一把展示实力，好吧？第一把就是能明显感觉到，确实跟主播的差距很大。波哥的帮我换了个角度给大家喽。
LPL Jeopardy would have gone hard this offseason. Now, funnily enough, there was a Light and Yasuke. They did some like game shows. Maybe we should bring back game shows. Maybe we should do that at some point.
沟通嘛。
Because they did some like
对吧？
trivia
这个好像
game shows at
没
some
说
point.
好像没限制。
对，这你实在饿的不行了，吃点也行。但是一般选手还是不吃，吃了你可能会晕碳，然后你打反而会注意力不集中。
The Zoom backgrounds are very funny. This guy's got a flintlock in the background. This guy, look at the top right. This guy's got a freaking flintlock.
那个巧克力。
My dude, maybe you can use that as an AD carry or something like that if you know, people start DCing. Just bring out the flintlocks again.
对，就
Manual League of
感觉
Legends.
两边都还没出
Do you
全
do you do you yeah, do you drive a manual or an automatic in League of Legends? You know?
差不多那个时间吧。
Okay, hot take, folks. Hot take. If you only learned how to drive an automatic, maybe this is actually where I do have a bit of a superiority complex. If you never learned how to drive a manual, I don't think you ever learned how to drive. I don't consider you learning how to drive unless you can actually drive a manual.
画面外的那个激烈博弈，甚至比那个真世界冠军还困难。那师傅跟网络大战啊！
I just don't. If you don't learn how to drive manual, you've learned like half the skill set you need to drive.
这属于没办法。
Driving is overrated. It depends where you live. It depends where you live. You know, when because I lived in Midlands, UK, and it's not like public transport gets you everywhere. You know, I live rurally. I had to drive to get places. You know.
这不都在点外卖吧？
I think a lot of people have to do that in a lot of places, right? Not everywhere has great public transport. I think if in the US is, you know, artificially sets up a very driver-centric
过程中该吃吃该喝喝。
society. Unless you're in like,
南方这边是按属
you know, New York
摄
or
头比较暗，就感
big
觉只有
cities.
他
I guess
这
something
边
like
有
Boston or whatever. Boston's cool. I like Boston. I only went out there the once, but I like that a lot.
暗暗
If you're in Europe and you're in a city, you're probably fine.
行，独自升级是吧？
暗一句话，
Oh, that's fair, actually, Harry.
挺
That's fair.
恼火的。
我只能说，希望不要影响到。
Is it even that hard? I mean, it's more coordination than some people care to do.
大家换位思考，平常打排位的时候，你这把就上来掉线了。
你都别说掉线，你跳。
Yeah, anyway, so if you haven't learned how to drive a manual, you know, I don't consider you a driver, you know.
你都可能给你
That is like the one bit
然
of
后关键是
superiority
上来之后还
I
要被
will
那个
I'll drop on you.
然后一上来还记住那个。
Typically, I'm very understanding, not about this.
对，
Learn how to use a damn clutch. Is oh god, I had to learn how to drive in Sheffield oh, we're actually in draft. Okay, we actually do get a game 3. Huh, okay, fair play.
老干爹主动选择蓝色方。
但这把好像也就是
Okay, I'm gonna leave that. I'll leave that up here for a little bit, and then we'll get into it. Alrighty then, let's get into it.
你看不一样，一揉出。对啊，就确实想到了横应该不是。
Oh, hang on, folks. It's blind pick. Guys, because it's game 3, we get a blind pick. There are no bans and it's blind pick. We get double Oriana, W2F, 2 balls. Your mom lets you have 2 balls.
看来好吧，感觉右边
We have double Rumble.
他毕竟配的是一个
What?
维鲁斯打卡莎。
We have blind pick.
刚才就在想，对吧？就第一把
We have blind pick.
很成功。
效果这么好的
Yeah, oh my god, do I need to write this on screen as well? No, you know what? You'll have to just figure that out for yourselves, folks. We get a... Okay, alright. So we have same solo lane as everything else different. Varus, Ral, Kai'Sa, Nico.
我喜欢右边这个。
It's just the double poke of the Jace, Varus from LGD again. ZSM have much more of a kind of like a brawling diving comp.
来了一手稳的，来了一手瑞尔。
本来应该
You're actually right, yeah.
要去追求对手突破
God.
的，你都点维鲁斯了吗？
Okay, game 3, blind pick. Dreamer, how is this possible? Is this legal? I will make it
对
illegal.
SM 这边其实蛮有进攻压力的，因为你这个阵容就是属于那种你打到后面。
Did you ever did you ever see like people remaking famous movies in like GTA or Skyrim and stuff like that? Do you think we could remake Star Wars and League of Legends? We can just do, you know, all of the X-Wing scenes in just, you know, just doing one for all Corky, and they can do all the dogfighting.
这左边跟你会
Wally Bear can be Chewbacca, you know.
全是大长手，我也可以远距离撒大的。
这把属于是中野一定得起点节奏。
主要中路这个发条打发条会长什么样？
Well, I'm so ready for ball-on-ball action in the mid lane.
同样英雄对线也是比较好看。
I'm really interested to see what happens in runes and stuff. Is it exactly the same? Exactly the same runes in mid. No. Bone plating for Sassy and top. No. Ah, there's a difference between Absolute Focus and Axiom Arcanist from Arlo. Yeah, so it's so Arlo has different blue runes. They both have Scorch, and it's Nimbus Cloak, Absolute Focus from Sassy, and it's Axiom Arcanist and Absolute Focus from Arlo. Right, getting back into it, I guess.
果能
前面收益高点儿。
对，而且你能一直触发的话就很厉害。
BB8 Rammus skin. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Jace Jungle is news for me. It's happened post-Worlds. We saw it a lot in Casper Cup. It has a really good clear speed, and it allows you to go full lethality, because you don't ever really need to build defensive as Jungle Jace. You can go like Opportunity or Umbral Glaive. Yeah, it was played in Game 1, and it was played in... wasn't it? Oh, there was different green runes between Arla and Sassy as well. That's really important here, actually. Because those small things can change the way that you play lane. Oh, that's a difference too. Flame Spitter and E-Start. So Sassy's going to have wave control. Now, did Sassy go for the cooldown rune, level 1? Because you can do that. You won't have any extra cooldown reduction from... Hang on, did one of them go for Transcendence? You can get some extra cooldown reduction from that at points. I just can't remember. Because I remember seeing a video from... Was it Ninki, the Gwen main, that was playing against a Rumble that went like super... Oh, no, sorry. There is actually a different build on Rumble where you can go for... It sounds really strange. You can go for glowing moat start so you can overheat at level 1. There is actually a ball-on-ball action. Wow, they're really hitting themselves with those balls. Live here in the Demacia Cup. What incredible spherical action. Globular warfare in the mid lane. Globe on globe violence. Newton's Cradle mid lane. You know what? I'm gonna call Syndra Orianna Newton's Cradle. Next time I see that matchup, Syndra Orianna, Newton's Cradle. Thanks for the idea. Definitely not, you know, plagiarizing. Can dodge a command attack, you can dodge a ball. Well, okay, even if we can't remake Star Wars in League of Legends, we can remake Dodgeball. That one, I think that one's quite easy. We can do that one. Jungler's burst clearing from top lane to bot lane. Jace a little bit quicker. Mid lane slightly being won by Tangyuan over Fofo. Hung's on vision. Okay. Ning can hit him here. Bot lane is pushing up from ZSM, so Hung can't really stick around. We'll have to go towards top scuttle. Wow, imagine if... Dude, how bad has it got to feel for Hung? Hang on, overheat early, flash away from Arla. He's not got the overheat running. We'll be able to walk back at him. Does he have another E? Slow. How's he getting the better of Arla? Did in game 1 as well. But how bad have you got to... work with him? Wait, did Hung really DC again, or was that a joke? Because I didn't see the notification. Things on bot side. Kill back onto Nico, actually, though. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Kill goes over towards jungler and support. So it's not the 80 carry which gets it. Can he get anything more here? No flash from Arla. Goes down. Sassy ahead in the 1v1. Now, that's a problem, because when you're in a mirror matchup, if one person gets a lead, all they do is everything you do, but slightly better, obviously. That could be huge. Mirror matchup ahead for LG on the top side. How are they playing the same champions? Because Game 3 is blind pick, folks. Game 3 will be blind pick in this tournament. Dark Seal first back from Tangyuan going towards Rod of Ages build, which makes sense. It's a very bursty build from ZSM. I actually wonder whether Fofo will do something different, though. He has got the tier. Tangyuan's not going for tier, interestingly. I wonder if they go, like, Roa Blackfire. Unless he didn't have money for both Ruby Crystal and Dark Seal. There's 350 for the Dark Seal, 400 for the tier. I like seeing occasional blind picks. Do I want to see this all the time? No, but it's fun seeing the mindsets here. Shaya does have flash. Flash away from the root from Southwind. A well-used flash there, actually. Reduces a lot of the damage you get there. How many teams will be playing in the LPL next year? I believe it will be 14, because FPX and RNG have both dropped out. I believe it's 14 total. It was 16 last year, 17 the year before that. Rare Atom dropped out in 2024. And then going into 2025, midway through the year, technically we had 2 teams drop. But at the end of this year, we've now had Oh, sorry, Reram dropped out coming into this year. Not last, not 24, 25. Getting my years mixed up. Flash forward. Southwind does have heal and flash.
换技能，
Flows heal, not the flash. Shockwave flashed away from by Fofo. Hung was there to capitalize if that CC had come through.
哎，佛佛的战力是没有汤圆来的厉害的，实际上出法不一样，毕竟左边应该是做时光杖的。
Ning managed to sneak into this mid lane. Was he spotted there? He was. There was a
这
bleed.
两个装
Right.
备现在赵信一套捅上来，感觉都打不死。
嗯，
下路的话没闪了，给一
Fog
炮。
blast.
但是开不到。
Random. Oh man, just random first strike procs from the jungle. Remember 2021 Worlds? Where everyone started playing Talon jungle, chunking you out for about 80% and then going on their merry way.
他
That
就等那
was-
个两件套
That was a
成年
jungle meta of all time. That was also when early game first strike was really, really strong. So you could genuinely get, you know, an extra, you know, 100 gold or whatever from just a random chunk. Shockwave onto Tungyuan now does have flash. King doesn't. As long as he sidesteps a double, he should be fine. He doesn't.
应该是
Ah.
不上的，这不敢上。
Am I wrong in thinking he could just kill there?
可能要被拉扯致死。
Maybe he's afraid of getting burst out by the Jace with the Dirk.
宁王也冷静住。
Jace does do a lot of early damage.
这个闪捏的有
I
点
wonder if he could have gone for that.
但宁王确实
I would
上
have
不
gone for
了
that, and I guess I would have
上了
died.
感觉
So,
他就
you know.
会直接
What do I
被
know?
闪反身 QW 杰斯敲上，然后宁王死了。
我只能说有点诱惑。
对，确实有点。
I miss early game first strike for
这波
support
宁王
Nami.
忍住了
Remember, you know, electrocute Nami when people would build magic penetration boots, even though it didn't affect her own damage when someone else procced her E.
有人在边上的。
Oh, the fun we had when people didn't understand what Nami did. Oh, the fun. Oh, the megapode.
像两边都是换线啊，但左边换
One of
中
my
的话
goals,
能
the
领先
streamer,
一
is
个
to drop enough
对吧？因为
Gary Pratchett quotes out of
因为我中路
context
推了我往里
that
上，我
eventually
压线你
people
上路也得
will
走
对，
see the light
对吧
of
你上路
Discworld.
你也没法再去消耗这个防御塔。
然后上
But
半区
Alex,
会
what is a
不
megapode,
行
Nabi? Well,
上半河道可以先落位了
Unseen University and Ankh-Morpork,
我现在先把
every
位置
year
守住
其实
they have a
这种
hunt
回合
for
上
someone who
面
is
确实
nominated
不
as the
行
megapode. You'd be like, what does that mean? That doesn't make sense. And you'll be probably right. That's a lot of damage onto the Nico, who is dead. Very, very dead. The Pharaoh Assault spreads over towards Ning as well.
血量也害下去了，宁王得
Turns out the network issues aren't holding them back nearly as much in this game.
这波
Haven't seen anyone disconnect just
右
yet.
边这个老 IG 是联动，
There's also a bird called the megapode. Exactly, Mabi, exactly.
不讲任何道理，你
有点
懂吧？
有点调皮
就。不讲任何道理，而且这两个人
Grub started up by Hung.
其实没什么
Has
战力
himself a
一会儿
slight
也
farm advantage. Ning, of course,
他这个
blowing the
草
ult
视
in
野
that
踩得
last
有
play,
点太
forced
自
to
信
back
了
off.
感觉这个草丛里面提前就布好视野一样，他就大咧咧的走进去，然后大咧咧的死掉。
主要少爷走位有点好，就没闪在这儿扭来扭去的。
但你就靠一个
You know, in the
长刀刺
Discworld
少爷能
books, there is a
吃的话
separate death of rats for the regular death.
他反手
There used to be a
回
death for
对
everything.
反手一个大你还是
Well,
打
for a
不过
brief moment in time when Death lost his job. Bad time, I tell you.
主要边
Death
线
of
情
Rat
况
stuck
下
around
阿
though.
乐的对线也没有那么的
No one
理
introduced him to
被打
Kadra.
死一次以后
You know, just in case.
这把得看宁王带
You know that Nico can occasionally dodge Varus ultimates by turning into a minion because Varus ult only hits champions? There are so many things you can break with Nico's passive. Hang on, Y6, my dude, that's probably, I mean, he does have ult and he does have heal. I think they're just leaving him for dead.
死了
对
Um,
我也直接选择不管
He uses his heal, dies anyway.
情况
No one close enough to impact the play. I actually wonder why, with
他是不是觉得就是叫横来
Jinzhao not having ult,
然后
they
横冲
bought
打
into
火
that.
但横来了也打不过呀
Maybe they just feel like they don't want to
两个人
flip
没
it,
什么开的道理
you
然
know,
后
give
横
up the
兵
easy
六点
support kill.
那这样小龙来到了
Level
这
8,
个
level advantage over Ning.
左边少个辅助但
The
辅助
are the
这个
Orianas going to run up here? God, there are two of them. That's going to be
速度
weird.
小龙走是可以
Double
的
equalizers,
还
double
要
red carpets is going to be fun as well.
双 poke 往河道落位发条被对面的发条追着再走
Now, for those of you that haven't seen it in blind pick before, pretty obvious, but basically, the ultimates will be
还是
basically outlined in red and blue, so you can tell between which team they have.
那从结果
Jungle
来看的
Jace,
话
yeah, so we had that in
无所
Casper
谓
Cup
拿
as
到
well,
结
Dursty.
果来看还
Did
赚
have
了
that there
没
as
有
well. It's
影
become
响
a more of a
这个
post-worlds
主
thing.
要
And people have realized that basically, if you can ever get Jace into a high damage build without having to interact with anyone,
就是我
it's
这波
really
死
kind of
你以为我
broken.
很呆其实我都算好了
We've also seen that Jace weirdly has some pretty good gank pressure. You can set up for him. He runs out with form change. It really does a lot of work. Sassy's about to overheat. Ala was
但不会出结果
just silenced himself from his own overheat. A little bit of a weak trade.
基本功扎实。
Bit of a difference in build components so far. Sassy going for the Haunting Guides. Ala going for the Baited Ashes. Why are there mirror champions? Because it is blind pick in game 3.
像那种
Blind
比
pick in
谁
game
补刀
3.
补的多了。
但咱们这就是
Why is it blind pick? Because they wanted to have fun this tournament. So basically, in game 3 of a best of 3 or game 5 and a best of 5, that's probably dead sassy, right? He can flash over the wall, maybe? Does Ning follow?
交闪呗，
No. No, he doesn't.
主要也不敢追了，不知道那边啥情况。
宁王这把玩的还真挺冷静的。
He's ghosted.
2杠0啊，
He's moving very quickly. He spots a
宁队
ward.
没那么冷静，
宁王
I don't think he can kill the ward. It's very sad.
一直也没闲着，各种比赛一直参加，
还真是
对吧？就手一直很热，
保持各种训练。你不说强度高不高，
你起码玩的都是英雄联盟。
哎一直在训练。
Yes, for those of you that missed the second game, basically the network issues were so bad for LGD in game 2, where literally someone was disconnecting for
平时白天
10 seconds every minute.
下云顶，
是的，
热啊，因为我每天晚
The
上
LGD forfeit game 2, they waited out the network instability, and they've now come back to play this. Shockwave onto Fofo. Ooh, my Gideon.
边线的血
Have a
量
Gideon? Well, I do now.
后方是有人在埋伏的。
Fofo, good damage onto him
心知肚明，早就把
from a Hung. Does have the Umbral Glaive plus Dirk. He's going for the vision control build again.
哎，
I don't know why I'm stuck Umbral Glaive for opportunity only works, because it's similar color palette, that's why. Another first strike proc as well. Ooh, nice rotation from Hung actually.
这
He uses the accelerated shock blast acceleration gate and form change to move around the map a little quicker. Gets onto the turret, uses the hypercharger to get an extra plate off the turret
下
there.
路压力比较大，所以野辅都去下了，然后刚好抓了一波对面 AD 回城的 timing，
那这样白生生磨掉了中塔很多的血量，没断掉。
而且就是跟第一局有点像，就两边 AD 都换到中路，对吧？换之前其实卡莎是能一直压着维鲁斯打的，
但是换完
打不过了。
哎，因为维鲁斯
Hung Yuan's going for a tearless build. He has no more tears. He's cried all he can. There's no more tears left. He'll be going towards Rod of Ages. See what is. He'll probably go towards Lost Chest the item afterwards. Southwind is very dead. Again, the winds fall still.
还交了一个
Nico dies. 0 and 3 now. Southwind is having a pretty horrid time.
吃了2个小的，
His game 2 before it was paused was actually pretty good, but game 1 was awful on the Rakan, and this one is not looking much better, folks.
比较果断啊。
I'm not going to lie. I think this series, besides the pause, could have been an email. LGD are just a way more coordinated team.
也不
Way
敢
more
点塔
coordinated
呀
team. Hung and Y6 have largely just moved around the map so much better. Extra HP on Tungyuan helps him. Now, the thing about going towards something like the Rod of Ages, good ult there. Hang on, Southwind maybe about to prove us wrong again. Can he redeem himself a little more? Good catch onto Shaya, who doesn't watch his minions. W hits him, Shaya goes down. Good job, Southwind. Redemption a little bit there in the mid lane.
感觉还立功，好吧。
Himself an assist after dying an awful lot in this early game.
行，这波南风开的挺好的。
Oh, blood.
刚夸完不行夸了。
No, the redemption's over, folks. The redemption's over. Double carpets. There's carpets everywhere. It's a well-furnished house. But Sassy's not invited. He's been kicked out onto the street. He dies.
2条火交织了。
Can't believe it. Southwind! We really tried to redeem Southwind very briefly. No, that didn't work.
那个凯南哪才无敌？
Wow, LMK for 25 months. That's almost a year. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate you.
那宁王节奏虽然好，
So, what happened here?
想办法把团开
He walked forwards. They see the clone.
这能开到，
这能开
And then
少爷自己问题了，这属于太不小心了。
Huh.
正常来讲，职业选手在中路是不应该被变小兵的 Nico 这样
Yeah.
的
关键是先开了个 W，
啊，
Right.
对吧？
Wait, hang on. Did they bring through the new season pack? They haven't done all of the new season changes, surely. I was just wondering if there was an uneven amount of melee minions there. I was wondering if I only spied
或者说这一个 BO3
3.
都是简单死亡。
但
Good.
南风现在就是属于
我能做到事儿就行，
Okay.
对吧？我刚
King finds YCX.
你不能
Tungyuan
说我
has full Rod of Ages.
能做到事儿就，
Haven't seen what his second item will be just yet.
毕竟对他来说连训练的时间都可能没有。
看这条龙怎么说吧。
2 items on Hung already. He's gone for the Ghostblade second. I think last time we
左
saw...
边的兰博是直接过来了，
What did we see last
右
time?
边的兰博呢
We saw Umbral Glaive, we saw Serpent's Fang. That's what we saw last time because it's a really cheap item. But Ghostblade is just a very good stat stick for lethality.
不着急。
啊，因为他有 TP 的，左边兰博是因为没 TP 他才直接靠的。
Swifties built up for Shaya as well. They're really quite convenient. And because they have the feats of strength, that's very good for Varus.
左边
得打小龙了。
A lot of people forget that the Swift Marchers, the upgraded Swifties, they actually turn your movement speed into
换个先
adaptive force, which means that when you pop Ghostblade, you actually get some extra stats from that
没
too.
那么快。
Because of your boots, the upgraded ones, the tier 3. Not as they are right now. You need to fully buy them. Arla getting some alone time on tower. No one's answering him just yet. Dragon for Herald Trade. 2 dragons for LGD. Hungman walking up is level 11. Rod of Ages stacking up nicely. First strike from Hung. Shockwave for Shockwave. Tungman coming out better from that so far. Oh, and the ult landing there. Onto LWX. And it is an X LWX. He's dead. Pushing up the daisies. Gone to meet his maker. Kaiser. Yeah. Going back into the Great Void. The tower goes down. Well, it was already down anyway, but rather, player goes down. Dragon was down already. There is a Herald in the inventory of his ZSM. I just don't think they can use it much, really. I have to say, Hung's been very impressive on this Jace. I think Jace jungle... I mean, I know that I think they're nerfing it a little bit. I don't know if that's already come through on future patches, but Jace jungle feels really strong. And LWS, I mean, what do you do? Doesn't have cleanse, doesn't have flash. He's a dead AD carry, all right. Dude, this series should have been very quick and easy, and then tech issues happened. Tell you what, Southwind is not having the best time of things, though, is he? Not had a very fun series. At least we got our first blind pick, true. Sure, one of many in this tournament. I'm sure we'll see a lot of blind pick this tournament. Like, not every team's going to be locked in. There's going to be a lot of substitutes on main rosters. No one's going to be completely locked in on this tournament, right? So. Last year's Demacia Cup was really fun. Last year Demacia Cup was very fun because we saw kind of anyone's legend pull together. We saw the kind of the start of that team rise to what was a very good year. You know, anyone's legend, I think over the average, were the best LPL team across the entire year. Okay, Sassy teleporting in. Sassy's down. That's a decent engagement from YCX. The Varus ult lands as well. Shockwave on top. It's a classic wombo combo, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 so far. Sassy going onto Arla. It doesn't matter. There's a whole rod down. You can take that rod and shove it where the sun don't shine. Sassy getting himself really onto the board here. Shockwave is disengaged. This is not at the point where they need it. Just about surviving the arrow and the comet afterwards. Sassy, good impact there. Good wombo combo from YCX. The rest of the people following up. That ends up being 2-for-1. Support for support. Arla goes down. Stuff. Tungyuan alone on the spot side. Tell you what, Tungyuan's been playing individually quite well. I think Tungyuan's one of those players where people will probably think of his first couple of splits on RNG and think, oh, you know, not that good. I think Tungyuan silently started to pick up a lot more value. Good 3-man combo there. Shockwave. Varus arrows. Now, a lot of that damage goes into the Shinzo ultimate, of course, so Ning doesn't really bear the brunt of that. But the Varus ult spreads. Varus Rumble is an insanely powerful combo. A lot of people, when they think about duos, they think about, you know, Isa Nico or, you know, Ari Vi. They think about mid-jungle, they think about support AD carry. You think about combos which are kind of close to each other on the map. I think one of the strongest combos of the last 3 years has been Varus Rumble, despite the fact that they are on opposite sides of the map. Whenever they're on the same screen, if Varus lands an ult, Rumble gets huge value out of the equalizer and just roasting people alive. Varus Rumble is an insanely good combo. Good mixed damage. Kills tanks and squishies alike. CC, range. Scales however you want. Good laning. Insanely good duo. Both of these champions have been nerfed an awful lot, and they're still one of the best combos in the game. Hang on. Hanging out bot side. He's on weak side of the map. People are moving down towards him, but they're not there yet. Jace is off the map. Arla eats a shockwave. Ryzen focused in from Tangman. This is the Chovy build we saw earlier. Equalizer onto Ning. And the equation equals 0 HP for Ning. Must have multiplied by 0 at some point. And that's going to open up the outcome. Bit sloppy around vision control from ZSM. Good pick off from Tangman onto Arla. Oriana is just wrecking balling their way forwards. LWX will get mid lane out of turret, but is at the cost of Atakan, as we were saying earlier. Good resets coming through from LGD now. YCX right now. Dragon has spawned. teleport back in from Tangman not available, because he's not got that summon. Good double arrow, and Fofa flashes away. Nero, Saf, that's the flash away from the Harpoon. Afterwards, so a lot of summoners down ZSM, well, thought maybe they could contest for the Dragon after, especially with, you know, Shaya being lower HP, no teleport from Tangyuan. They've misused the timing window. Allah's back in, does have Equalizer. I think that Y6 just goes forwards and he finds the whole team. There is an Equalizer from Allah, but it's just not what they need at this point. Shockwave will take another, and LGD lays ZSM into the dirt. They might have had to forfeit game 2 due to network issues, but that is not enough to seal them away from this win. We'll see how much the game difference matters, though, later on into this group stage. For those of you that don't know, it's top 2 which go through from the group stages here. Hunter, so much damage! Oh my god! Not exactly very tanky. Ning bursts him back, but Chase, oh my god, Chase Jungle, frankly, way too much damage. Dragon will be taken, putting themselves onto their 3rd soul point on the Infernal Rift. And ZSM, well, they might have taken a game due to network issues. Not a series, I don't think, folks. 8-0-3 in jungle. This Chase is disgusting. The credit to Shaya again, his Varus has been very good, and Tangyuan on the Orianna beat out the individual matchup on Fofo. That is, yeah, that's a clump into a big old wombo combo, isn't it? It's kind of funny how Tangyuan and Shaya can actually just walk up over the Equalizer and still win their team fight despite just walking over the big old ult. Ace jungle looks a lot like the Darius jungle situation, just a lot of damage and running at you. The thing is, he also gets to poke you as well. And he can go just full damage and not really see any negatives from it. 4 item Jace now. The Serpent's Fang being, you know, cheap as chips. Are chips cheap? Don't know, but Jace's build is as cheap as them. Objective bounties for ZSM. They should get this one. Yeah, just about. I think so. I think Fofo can put the ball between Rumble and the Wave and just get that, unless he wants to cast the ultimate. He doesn't want to. No, objective bounty picked up by Fofo on the bot side. Play Tangyuan. It's the problem with mirror matchups. I go like, oh, Tangyuan is an Orianna. No, it's Fofo. Is a ball an instrument? No, Patrick. Ball is not an instrument. It is an instrument of destruction, though. Tangyuan. Damage. Equalizer used onto the wave. I'm actually not sure he needed to do that, you know? Oh! Yeah, that's some old school damage. Remember back in the day when poke compositions were actually a big thing with stuff like Nidalee mid? And Nidalee's spears would take off like 2/3 of the HP bar. And it was, you used to actually hear the audiences go like... That's actually one of the things I kind of miss from that era. A random skill shot hit and you just hear the oof of pain from the audience. That was a good time. Very slow-paced gameplay a lot of the time, but that was how we entertained ourselves back then. We used to entertain ourselves with ward kills, turrets being killed occasionally, and spears landing. Dude, this Jace jungle thing is not looking fair. If this thing gets ahead, it is not okay. Because the last couple of times we've seen Jace were kind of like more bruiser Jace, tank Jace. Ow! Ow! That shit really hurts! It really hurts! What do you mean this champion can do the Southwind? Catches onto the Orianna. But Y6 just does it better! And the shockwave comes through. There's a return one. It's just not enough. YCX and Tangyuan shows ZSM how it's done. Tassi will die. Will end up being, I suppose, a 4-for-2 triple kill for Xiaoyan. The Shock Blast takes another. There's a full ace from beyond the horizon. The poke damage is far more than that. It is just unmitigated violence. A 10-0-5 Jace. It's just not fair. It's just not fair, is it, chat? Oh, you will stick around to take the turret. I have found at least the damage numbers very entertaining. My monkey brain occasionally goes, tee-hee. That's funny. I like the big damage number. Bloody hell. I mean, Hung might actually end up getting full build before 30 minutes. In fact, he probably should after all that extra damage coming through. Baron's being started up basically on spawn at 25 minutes. Xiao and Hung will take a ton of damage out of this one. Tangyuan gonna put the ball into the enemy jungle. Will spot, well, what he sees as LWX, but it'll be Southwind because LWX was, you know, dead before that point. Baron goes down onto all 5 members of LGD. Clearly the better team here, folks. The only thing standing between them and a victory is, well, their routers, I guess. What a great combo. Y6, a couple of awesome engages from him now. Clearly player of the game, I think, from his big engages. Yes, got caught out once or twice, but I don't care, chap. I don't care. He's been good. He's been good here. player who came in. Was he new this year? Oh, Rumble is dead. He has been solo killed by Varus. That is more damage. Double arrow. Shaya getting tons of damage. Oh my god. The Atacon pop kills another 2, pretty much. Yeah, this is not fair. ZSM, yeah, they're going to go back towards streaming, I suppose. Yeah. Ex-pro players might... Oh, God. Damn. You know, one of the... I've been watching a TikTok channel recently, which is the lionfish... flashing away from to the skies. But I think he'll go to the dirt anyway. Elder Ups goes down. I was about to say, I've been watching a TikTok channel called the Lionfish Extermination Crawl, which takes rid of invasive lionfish species in American waters. And they have like these harpoon guns which go like dunk. And every time the guy is speaking over them, he just goes boom. Like that. And he just completely forgets what he was talking about before. Once again, just ignore your point. And I feel like I'm doing the same here. A couple of free divers with a couple of spear guns. And that'll be it. ZSM. They have been killed more than once a minute. 28 kills onto them in 27 minutes. LGD, well, they kind of wasted half an hour of our time with network issues, but it will be a fairly clean victory from them between the 2 games they actually had network for. Clearly the better team, folks. Clearly the better team. And first series down. Nymaera, any specific LPL you're looking forward to watching with the roster changes? JDG are the one I mean, BLG, because Viper Knight is just such a good carry combo. I mean, BLG, yes, I think that one's... But that's the easy answer, right? BLG is the easy answer. In terms of other ones, I think JDG have potential. They have real potential. I think Tabe and Xiaobai as coaches may be able to make Vampire into an actual, like, well-rounded support. Right now, Vampire is all flash, not as much substance, because his macro is quite poor. But I think that Tabe and Xiaobai can bring out the best of him. Actually, I think that he has the potential to be very good. Because I think that, you know, you have to be self-aware. You know, Vampire is an entertaining player, but you know, I think that to be the level above, he needs a moment like this. So I think JDG, they have the potential to actually be very good. Like Gala Vampire looks like it's a good lane. And then you've got stuff like, you know, Ginger Hongq as a mid-jungle, which is very exciting. Oh my god, the damage. That's over 1,000 damage a minute from Hong. What a game on the Jace. No official announcement for BLG top yet? I assume that it's still the same. Oh no, I think there is. Well, I mean, Bin is listed for, I think he's listed for Demacia Cup, so... I think he's been listed for Demacia Cup. Yeah. The only player who's not playing for BLG from their starting lineup is Knight this tournament. YXL is a sub-mid laner playing for them, and I don't know much about him. Who else am I excited for? Well, anyone's legend without Tabe, that could be a bit rough. I mean, it really is BLG and JDG, I think, the ones which are interesting, and we'll see if their AL can continue a run of form without Tabe as coach. Oops, I just hit my microphone. Someone has to do it. Yeah, I saw some breakfast, but I don't have anything in. Who else is exciting in you know what? EDG are not bad. Palkia is good. Yeah, you know, EDG, I'm actually pretty happy. You know, I think that they can be better than they showed this year. I want to see if they can, you know, grow again. I feel really bad for 1xN. I think that he could have gotten a better team. IP's alright. I mean, Weibo's not bad. They're like solidly upper end of mid-table. No, JJ Elk is a... Yeah. Yeah, Weibo's in a good spot, actually. What's happening with Tien? Because Tien was on Weibo, right? He's taking a break for first split, but I'm just wondering where he'll end up after that. I feel bad for 1xN. I mean, LNG on paper are alright players. It's just like 1xN should have gotten onto like Weibo or IG this offseason, I think. I don't think WE will do that much, sadly. Yeah, didn't impress me the last time I saw him. Yeah, so in terms of teams like around the LPL, which I'm really excited for, obviously BLG, JDG, anyone's legend should still be good. You won't see them in this tournament because they're playing like a full substitute roster. I think EDG are like solidly mid-table. I think they'll be a fun mid-table team to watch. And then Weibo could punch up maybe. And then JDG is like they are potential, man. We'll see how much they can do. Is JDG playing full team? I believe so. Yes, I believe so. Yeah. Yep, they've Xiaoxu, Ginger, Honkyu, Gala, Vampire. Yep, that's the whole squad. Oh my god, the Jace jungle is just not fair. Jace jungle is not a fair champion.
左边是道具赛，你发现没？右边过不去，趟不过去。左边全是道具赛，右边需要来个那个可移动性风墙。
Yep, easy MVP for Hung. Easy MVP for him.
8对位经济上来到7000多，拿下了他的第一次德玛夏杯的 MVP。
感受到了吗？这种压迫感，吓人！你看这个数据。
That is such a strong eyebrow line.
然后那个见面就是一炮，一炮就是半血，这谁抵得住啊？而且他那个刷野的节奏和控制员的节奏就衔接的太好了。
对，而且他这套就是装备配合天赋，就起经济的那个速度。
Wait, MLXG's got restricted spending for owing RNG money? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. MLXG has really not had a good time with this legal stuff against RNG, has he? Right, if I have one vote for sport. I mean, oh yeah, I mean, I would have voted for YCX maybe. Yeah, no, YCX was pretty good. I think, yeah, you know what, fair. I mean, I actually think YCX, good shout out for him. I forgot about that. Because literally at the end of the game, I was like, oh, wow, this guy's obviously going to get it. And then and then Hung had really good damage numbers, I guess. I've never played Jace in Summoner's Rift, found him hard in ARAM. Is it worth learning him for jungle? He's easier to play in jungle than in lane, because the problem with Jace is that he's a glass cannon. A glass mercury cannon. He's very, very risky, but in jungle, you just have to learn like mechanics for clearing, you don't have to learn his matchups, and that makes Jace a lot easier to play. Because the thing about Jace is that he is so high skill in terms of the ceiling for what he can do in a matchup. It's why players like Arn, Noggery, the Shy had like such a big name on him. It's like the greatest top laners of all time have all been Jace players at some point, I think. I don't think there are, yeah, Jace is like, if you want to be the top end of laning top laner, you must have played Jace at some point. You must be a good Jace. He is the final skill check on how to win a 1v1 individually. He's not, and to say that, it's like, you need to get a certain amount out of the matchup. Jace can win matchups fairly easily, but winning them well and staying safe is very, very. Okay, I'm gonna have to put some adverts on at some point, but I'll let you listen to the interview.
好，欢迎恒接受我们的赛后采访，恭喜你们获得比赛胜利啊！那先来说一说这场比赛旗开得胜以后的感受吧，以及来到老干爹以后的心情，或者说自己的心路历程。
第一场赢下来还是挺开心的吧，就虽然中间就是有一些事故，然后来到老干爹的话，感觉就是新的环境都挺好的，然后队友磨合的也很好。
没问题，你们比赛内容确实做得很优秀啊。那你如何看待就是这个版本打野的改动？
感觉这个版本打野的改动的话，就是其实是以第一局来说的话，就是刷得快为主的英雄吧。
那你觉得就是现在打野的整体定位和之前世界赛的时候有什么差别吗？
因为最近改动比较大嘛，然后
Maybe
大量英雄就是加入了野区嘛，就是改动其实还挺大的。就是像那些平常投指照性刷的比较慢的，可能就是放在第2、3把去了。
就慢慢要被遗弃掉，对吧？降级了，对吧？现在就是确实剑魔和杰斯的天下，对吧？那你对本届德玛夏杯有没有一个排名的预期？
想去向下吧。
没问题，加油，好吧？我们也在这个西安 WE 的场馆，你的老东家，你的出生地，等着你。
Talking about him being on WE before, Xian WE.
拜拜。
I heard Xian WE.
挺有自信。
这你别说，还确实挺有渊源的。要是真能打到这个，对吧？线下
回家呀，相当于对吧？曾经也是在这儿出来的。
而且今天2把，感觉老干爹状态确实挺好
的。真配合的很不错。就是你也有可能就是。
Okay, I gotta run some adverts, and then we'll get on to our next game. But the next series will also be a streamer team one.
而且就是德玛夏杯刚刚开始嘛，本来大家也处在一个完全新的磨合过程当中，这个也是需要选手慢慢去克服的，因为。 说直接点儿，你刚进队，每个人性格也都不一样，对吧？那每个人可能都有自己的点子，这个打的时间长了才会发生冲突。
是，
所以说希望大家能保持一个好的状态。那我们第一场比赛到这里告一段落，我们休息一会儿，等待第2场比赛的开始。
I need to find out more stuff to use my damn channel points on. I've never really figured out that. You have almost 500,000 channel points. We need something for you to bet that on, so there's a chance of you like double or nothing. Right, fun fact. The production of silk was one of the most tightly guarded secrets in human history. It took, because silk is made from silk caterpillars. You end up like the cocoons that they have. You end up like using those cocoons and like unwinding them effectively for it. But the production of silk was one of the most tightly guarded secrets in like probably human history. Yeah, like that's the kind of thing which people were like murdered over very easily. Oh, I don't have that many more details. That sound is not okay. That sound makes me think that I'm blue screening. That's happened like 3 times now on this stream. That sound of that song is not okay. That's a really cool art style. Memorable. Get him, Buzz. Oh, Ambassador. And wait, which skin is this? Is this a wolf skin? Oh, it's Mel's classic skin. Oh, okay, I was actually just looking up more about silk production. Apparently it wasn't actually as secretive as people think. The big thing about silk production is that you need silkworms, and then you also need to feed them mulberry leaves. So figuring out the right species of caterpillar, pretty much. And yeah, figuring out the right species of plant and insect is, and getting them incorporated into a new environment, that's the hard bit. So AC, no, the thing about diamonds, okay, well, the diamond industry, that's an interesting one, because the diamond industry, like, diamonds are actually fairly common. The diamonds have been massively overinflated in terms of value, because effectively it was marketed as like a, you know, like, oh, you know, you get your loved one a diamond ring or whatever. Yes, Amber, they did. Hey, Amber, how's it going, by the way? Yeah, diamonds have been artificially inflated, and now the problem is, like, for like the diamond business, is that you can make almost pretty much identical diamonds in industrial diamonds now. Okay, next series is could be FRK versus WE. Now WE did lose their whole core of players, really. They still have Monkey, who is one of the special parts of that team. Surprised that Monkey didn't get a better team, actually. Monkey was really key to how they play. Cube and Karis are still the solo laners. Bot lane and bot lane has changed. The top side of the map is the same, the bot lane changed. Heian left to go to Nongshim, and Vampire left to go to JDG. Hi Ari, how's it going? By the way, happy birthday Ari for yesterday. December 14th is Ari's birthday. Happy birthday to Ari. Man, Popstars is so iconic. I'm not necessarily like a huge K-pop fan, but it was like an iconic song. It does. I think I preferred the original release to the second album, which is still good, but the first one was like, really. Yeah, the thing about WE is, you know, I don't know much about the new AD carry, or as the Canadians will call him, a boot. Yeah, I do know a little bit about, and he wasn't that pressured last time I saw him. Yeah, Harry and I heard about that too, and his wife too, Rob Reiner. Read really. Condolences. So Bao was on Genji Global Academy. Now that's not Genji Challenges, it's worth noting. Well, back into it. I suppose we've got our draft coming up soon. I hope it's up soon.
欢迎来到2025德玛西亚杯小组赛第一赛段的比赛现场啊！我是今天解说王松。
好了，大家好，我是凯特。
哎，在开始之前，我们需要特别感谢。
Ginger, why are you there? Because he wanted a big paycheck, probably. And look, JDG has ended up being this is a good team. Now, JDG actually have like an upper ceiling where they could actually push for international like performances and potentially. I mean, in a best case scenario for them, BLG don't hit their peak. AL without Tabe don't hit their peak, and actually they are probably the third best team. So if the other teams above them get a little bit messed around, I actually think that JDG in a best case scenario could end up taking a split this year. It's a pretty slim angle, but there is an angle. We won't see them playing until a little bit later into the tournament.
确实冷，最近。
主要上海也降温了，
全降，
对吧？
哎，这冷空气来得很快。不过你得说是德杯的选手们的热情倒是不减，因为
赛场还是很火热。
对，你看我们现在有2支这带传奇色彩的队伍重组加入我们德杯，除了还有
So what to know about these teams? Well, WE were very early game focused this year. Now, basically, it was Monkey playing like a wrecking ball. Game 1 of a series often went very, very well for them, and they lost everything outside of that. I think in summer, they ended up losing 9 series where they won game 1, then lost the game 2 and game 3. Absolutely tragic. It was, I don't know, that team had some weird question marks around them, you know, that a team winning game 1 and losing game 2 and game 3 in the way that they did, it was just very strange. Very, very strange.
弹等你探索，还有全新的传送门、随机城邦主题棋盘等4重豪华福利可免费领取，快快打开客户端，书写你的传奇吧。Faker 节英雄联盟手游致敬传奇。
Oh, is this Faker's skin in Wild Rift? Don't they have a special Faker skin in Wild Rift or something? I do find it a little strange. Well, not massively. I mean, you got to use his branding, right? But basically, Wild Rift is trying to use the big player branding of stuff like Faker for Wild Rift, even though he's not a Wild Rift player, you know. The thing is, you know, Wild Rift's in a weird spot for China because basically it's competing with Honor of Kings, which is absolutely insanely huge in China. Honor of King. So, for instance, the World Championship Finals ended up being lower attendance than the Honor of Kings regional game there, which is just absolutely exploding. Hey, AJ, how's it going? How's Maya? And you, of course, but how's Maya?
还有就是那个斯莫德，早上时候毛毛说那个皮肤，他觉得那个皮肤的技能特效特别的漂亮。其实我自己也玩了一下，真的手感很不错。来吧，我们看一下第2场比赛的一个战队啊。还得等一等。
那反正也不着急，而且第2场
我把他们请出来。
第2场说实话两队也都熟，对吧？特别是 FRK 这边。
哎呦，对了。
And this is the streamer team: Fairness, Hacker, Cryan, SMLZ, and Wink. SMLZ hasn't played since 22 professionally. Wink was on JDG this year and looked pretty good. Fairness, I can't remember the last time he was playing. I think I cast like one game of his, maybe. When was he last playing in, yeah, and Monkey, of course. Yeah, sorry, no, the Hacker was on Ultra Prime last year, wasn't playing this year.
瑶瑶加入了 WE， 构成了现在他们的新发的下路组。
I don't remember the last time that Fairness was playing. Was he still around in 23? I feel like I cast a game of his in 23. But I'm not. I'm not certain on that though, you know.
就是啊，其实还没到明年，现在还是2025年。我觉得其实马老师算是他们这个灵魂，但现在马老师不在了，我不知道这个队伍现在会是个什么样的情况。因为以我的了解，江晨在赛区里面是发挥了很大的作用的。 也得看他们，其实今天也有这种情况，像 AL 也。
Yeah, Hacker in 24 was legitimately very, very good. He was one of the best AP junglers in the 24 meta.
对，但教练，我觉得他带来影响是那种长远的，对吧？
My Panda.
说你
Oh, he's got one of the LPL chairs with like the Legion of Evil backing to it.
就是你队伍身上会有他的影子，他的味道。看看啊。 因为在马老师执教时期的 WE 给我们很大的一个印象就是，我们那个时候有
The cat ear headset.
可能还有个红色什么，可能更我们说的更加骨感一点的一个名字啊。然后我同时这里是 Cube 就是快宝有些话要送给我们大家，我们一起听一听。
就我想对队友说的话，就是因为他们现在有挺多年纪比较小的吧，然后我也是经历过来了嘛，所以我就想对他们说的是，就是好好打好比赛，就不要被比赛外的其他所有东西给影响吧，就只关注游戏场上的环境就行了。
没忙，
老将了。我说实话 ，Q 不按资历来讲，对吧？打的也比较久了。
我觉得4个字送给 Q 特别好，叫浪子回头。
浪子回头啊！
对，这个事儿我们因为很早就知道 Q 可能因为种种原因，他暂别过一段时间赛场嘛，但是他最后。
Okay, so the big champions that we're seeing right now are stuff like the Kiana, Jace, Aatrox. So a lot of like AD fighters slash more towards assassin junglers now. Actually, weirdly. There's like the top 2 anyway. Lethality junglers. Reddit still insists he ran it down that year. I actually think in terms of 24, people think less of that because he had some really good clips. I think it was like I Will Dominate that still wasn't a fan of him towards the end, and of course like he has very like strong opinions on junglers, of course. He's a jungler himself. I can't remember exactly what he thinks. Obviously, I was streaming at the same time that he was, so I didn't get to hear his opinions firsthand a lot.
主要赛前确实感觉都有机会，但刚才第1场看下来，
真有吗？
给人的感觉差距还是有点大，好吧？就看是不是说队伍的问题
啊。那我觉得这还是训练量的一个问题，就。
Yep, that's MSI champion Cryan. Won it in 2021 with RNG when Xiaohu was top lane. Dude, I wish we still had peak Xiaohu around. What a guy. We'll say Cryan is probably one of the
而且
probably one of the
比起
weakest
中国还隔了几个
international
版本
champions
是
ever.
特别对于这种非职业队来说，就是你没有一个
Maybe it's
标准
too
答
harsh.
案
I mean, he
做参考
probably is. It doesn't mean he's
对吧？
bad.
不管
It's just
BT
like
还是说
he
就
doesn't
游戏
stand
里面
out
的一
amongst
些
a lot of
利益
international title holders.
我觉得也是不幸中的万幸了，因为我们应该有看到那个16.1的超多更新，那个线路系统啊、
Always
任务啊、
Gingun.
路程啊、兵线条数什么的。我觉得还好，我们现在这个德杯是抓住我们25年的尾巴，我们打的还是25。
I shouldn't really be undermining his performance like that. He's still an international champion, right?
对，所以我觉得对于这种我们说的。怎么说？这两支我们说曾经的选手组成这个队伍来讲还是比较利好的。你万一来个16.1，
Well, trying to figure out if a streamer team has enough, you know, coordination to deal with more active players.
Hacker 作为之前大家比较
I mean, if Zedazam aren't going to win against LGD playing like... Well, no, I guess LGD were technically the strongest team in their group. Like, technically they are, I suppose. What's TT's roster?
打比赛的时候比较擅长。
I have no idea how... I actually have no idea who a bunch of these Thunder Talk players are when we finally get around to seeing them.
但胜内比如剑魔这英雄，我是真的太少见他玩了。
对，像之前 Hacker 是比较。
He was on BLG Junior, right? He's actually pretty okay then.
猴子这种。
来吧，上来把杰斯搬掉了。这里有个点是蓝色方 EP。
Yeah, into draft. Into draft. Jace banned away. Don't want to first pick it, interestingly.
他可以1顶3进野区把你 F6吃了再 E 走，这是我目前。
What's left open? We've got Oriana.
而且看完上一个 BO3的观众，对吧？这个杰斯加维鲁斯这个组合的威力太吓人了。
啊，杰斯刷好快，大家有没有感觉？就1级点 Q 开
Real quick, let me do this. For draft, I'll put my camera on anyway. Aatrox has been played in jungle a lot, so that's often been banned away as a flex pick, really.
好伤，就蓝色方搬了2个自己可以 EP 的英雄。
但你这种你如果
Last ban, Oriana.
确实也不能给对面。
对。
You gonna get first pick Oriana?
剑魔杰斯这2个英雄其实团战是很考究英雄熟练。
No, I've run them, Amber. It's all good.
练到专精的话，你自己 EP 的价值也很低。
So Nico banned away. Oriana first pick. Seems pretty easy. Ooh, Rumble 2. There is... Alright, fair play. Rumble's Rumble, I guess. And Oriana's big one. Yunara, yeah. Oriana Yunara seems pretty good. Very strong laning. You did not need to lock Ambassador. You didn't need to lock Ambassador there, I don't think. Because you already see the top lane matchup. The Rumble's not going anywhere else. Now you're giving a chance that you just, you know, quite literally throwing the ball over to the other side of the court. Yeah, that's a mistake. You didn't need to lock Ambassador. Unless you have a specific Oriana counter, but Oriana isn't really countered by anything right now. And now you have to play Yunara into Oriana, which is not great, because she's not great at dodging the shockwave. Can do, Amber. I just... Yeah, I'm not sure people are going to tune in for these teams as much, really. So Kiana's locked in, so now you have Kiana Rumble. So we have Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom! My favourite composition of all time. Put down the red carpet and Kiana goes wild. And double carpets. Karis with Akali. Oh, in fairness, he really does like the Akali, right? So he's basically saying, I'm going to beat you on Akali. That's fair play. Alright, I thought that giving up the Oriana... Look, giving up the Oriana is still risky. It is. But Karis is a very good Akali player. He's a very comfortable Akali player. Yeah. Second round, no supports locked in yet. That'll be... Tank supports will be going right out the wazoo, right? So that'll be gone. Do you ban away Nautilus as well? Braum, maybe? How many melees we got so far? Double melee on WE. Maybe a third coming in and support. So maybe WE want to ban away Braum. Whereas, yeah, you want to ban away fight starting champions, which make Akali Ambassador's job easier. Nautilus. Well, the thing is, if you're going to ban away the Nautilus, you could just lock Braum. But then I guess maybe you're expecting the Braum ban. I think WE may ban Braum here. Okay, well... I think Braum is now pretty... Because I think WE want a melee engaged support. Maybe Rakan as well. Yayo is a Rakan. Well, everyone... Look, every support player is a Rakan player. Maybe Rakan on 4. You know, Rakan's a pretty good combo. At that point, what do you want from SMOZ and Wink? You have a... Well, you don't have Varus. You could go something like Jhin. Jhin Bard could be okay for them, but then you have to play Bard as a support, which is quite hard. Rel banned away. I think they want Rakan more than they want Rel. I think Rakan's a little bit more... Oh, is it the Ambassador jungle? Monkey does play a decent amount of this. I did wonder whether it was a flex pick. Guess that's why they locked it in. I don't think the flex pick was actually that useful in this draft. I don't think it was a very useful flex pick at all. No, I don't think you've gained a better matchup for yourself. The Sion's locked in. WWE did play well around tank top laners. I mean, Cube was better on tanks. I think Cube was one of the weakest parts of this roster, but when he was on tanks, it covered that weakness because he was very good at starting fights and just being there as a tank. You just need him to not have a volatile lane matchup, really. And the Rakan's now taken away. I wonder... But again, you didn't need to lock the Sion. That I guess... He didn't need to lock that Sion. But it was counterpick anyway, so it hides your support until last. Now you can go Nymaera Lulu. Now you can play a bit more hyper carry, but then your DPS is all over the place. Now, I disagree with some of the pick order of WE here. I do wonder whether the Rakan... Sometimes you can get a bit fixated on counterpicks. I do wonder whether taking away the Rakan was better here. Because I think it was good for their comp. There's not that much that would counter it left. So, very long range, kind of over the top damage of stuff like Equalizer, see a Supreme Display of Talent, and then the Mum as well. I actually think Blue Side comes away with a slightly better draft, you know. I think they're pretty good at hands off. I think there might be an issue with... with surviving the engage. If Sion manages to slam you well enough, that might be a problem. I don't think the WE comp is that coherent. No, Nymaera Lulu doesn't... Nymaera Lulu's Sion is fine. Ambassador Akali doesn't really do what the rest of the comp wants. I also don't think Ambassador Akali is a very good mid-jungle 2v2. It's fine. It's definitely not Kiana Oriana. The Oriana. The classic combo. It's not, but it sounds good. Get my face away for a bit. Don't see anything crazy interesting. I mean, SLMZ has Conqueror, I suppose, instead of something like Fleet. I think that's literally the only interesting rune choice here. Don't see almost anything interesting besides that. Alright, let's get into it. Second series, Startle. I think if any LPL team starts losing games to streamer teams, they are in big trouble. Worth noting that Monkey did play a bit of Ambassador jungle this year. It was occasionally picked. I just don't think they needed to pick it at the point they did. It wasn't real. I don't think there was that much of a risk of Frank picking it. This Frankie's was the PCS team. Reminder that FRK are a streamer team. They are not an LPL proper team. They have ex-LPL players, but SMLZ, I've never actually got to cast him in my career. He was around for a long time though, SMLZ. I'm not exactly sure how the streamer teams were decided, Deeds. Paris has ended up having decent matchup with the Charlie into the Oriana, but could have chosen the Oriana. I feel like should have just taken the Oriana, really. I don't really see many worlds in which giving up Oriana is a good thing. I think if you take Oriana Azir, and you're a very good Azir player, then it works. But really only the Korean mid laners make the most of that. LPL's not actually had the best Azir players for a while. Yagao's retired. He was one of our better ones, actually. Scout dropped off a cliff, so he started getting less value out of it. Nice Azir is not his specialty. I wouldn't say it's actually that bad. I think people overstate how bad it is. It's just not really what you want to see him on, but it's not the worst thing ever, you know? He actually could have left that to the pet, I think. Slightly faster clear coming in from Monkey, actually. Who else is a good Azir player in the LPL? I guess you've got Shanks. Shanks is probably our best one. Well, Care on a good day was pretty good on it, but Angel's pretty okay. He's been in a strange form though. Sometimes great, sometimes not as much.
就他可以完成任务，准备下河道。
Rookies is all over the place. It's occasionally been quite good, but I don't think it's been a specialty. Good damage from Crane. Has a teleport to reset, and of course, look, Akali's base regen, Doran's shield, second win, what have you. I mean, Akali has basically been given, over the course of her career, just a million different ways to stay through lane. She's been given a ton of regen. There used to be a point where if she cast her Q at max energy, it would give her regen. Of course, Akali will be getting Gunblade back next season. And that was one of the things which saved her an awful lot. Oh, Gunblade Akali. Not sure I'm looking forward to that being back, folks. Gunblade Katarina, Gunblade Akali. I don't know, that was a bit much. There was a reason that item was removed. League didn't really want to support hybrid champions that much. Good accuracy from Kyok Crane, actually. Been hitting very good combos. Phase Rush allows him to get an extra auto too in there too. What phase is being rushed? You know, what are they doing? Are they taking two sine waves and moving them slightly out of sync? They're not in phase? Gunblade Jax? Yeah, Gunblade Jax, that was a thing. Jeez, don't remind me. SMLZ trying to stack up as best they can. A little bit, but one of the problems of... hang on, is this... Wait, this is the new Smolder skin? That looked like a new Smolder skin. I've not been tracking Smolder skins. Not just a phase mom as you rush through it. Maybe the phase... Yeah, maybe the phase rush is... You know, you figure out when you go to the mall and you find a hot topic. And you find all this really angry, sad music with very loud, distorted guitars. And you get through that so quickly that you eventually end up, you know, I don't know, growing out of it too quick. The emo era gone by the time you're 18. Oh yeah, Ezreal was a Gunblade builder too, you're right, yeah. Ezreal was like a third, fourth item Gunblade builder at points. That's true. That's true. Gunblade Kale was a thing too. Yep. Dude, getting slowed by Gunblade so Kale gets like an extra couple of auto attacks down you was nasty. You know, yeah, I didn't really have an emo phase because one, it hasn't ended, and two, I wasn't cool enough to join the emo kids at school. Yeah. Hacker around mid lane could potentially flash for a good old route. He's down on Akali. Yeah, this could actually be a level 6. He has another dash now, going in for the solo kill opportunity. Flash away. I think he'll just choose to ult out now. If he stays in, he dies. Hacker, can he get over there? No, not really. Harris can E back over towards the wave. Has enough HP to contest the next wave. Cryin does need to recall them. He can't stick at this HP.
他唯一的后面得指望 Wink 来，而且都是那种就是我可以通过操作去躲掉的。但你看右边的阵容，像云安娜带位移，
Hacker is really intent on sticking around here. Wants to stop Karis from getting a good recall. Because basically he needs to buy Cryin back a little bit of pressure. Karis can't... he doesn't have ult. Hang on, Hacker, my dude, going in. Trying to flash out, gets a little bit of a stun. I just don't think he's got the HP. Hacker goes down, trying to look for something, but without Cryin there and with such an early game Smolder, that was never really a play that was going to work out, my son. Not a great return to the Rift from Hacker. Not awesome, friend. Like, dude, you're fighting at 7 minutes with your mid laner and base and a 45 stack Smolder. Wow, very powerful. Yeah, not sure about that, Hacker. So that's a dragon and a kill over to WE. The kill goes over to About as well. So the Nymaera's got themselves an early kill. Has a Lulu backing them too. The knockup's not bad. Hey, whoa, I will not be taking Hacker slander here. Hacker was really good in 2024. He was one of the few reasons why Ultra Prime managed to actually be weirdly quite a significant team. They had a winning record versus Weibo. Kind of crazy. Look, now, Hacker before 24, yeah, in fairness, probably not the best career ever, but 24 Hacker was legit pretty good. The streets remember the Hacker Herald, one of my favorite plays in all pro history. 2 HP in a dream, got to cast that with Munchables, great caster too. It was a great play with a great, you know, it was a great time with a great casting buddy of mine. Oh, true. They lost to the role swapping RNG. That's true. Again, that Ultra Prime in 2024, like, they were the most anti-clutch team, I think, in LPL history, but they just couldn't quite win any game which mattered, sadly. I say that as someone who actually very much loved that team. They were, but, you know, it was a lesson in patience, it was. Gonna be 2 grubs over to the side of FRK, 1 over to the side of WE. Pick up that last one, forcing them off of it. Now, can FRK get to the point where they can actually team fight before, you know, because I think that Sion Akali will come online before Smolder does. And while Rumble Oriana will be online to a certain extent, my worry is WE's comp spikes earlier, and they are a better early game team, typically, in the LPL. They had one of the best early games in the entirety of the LPL. You know, Monkey was very good at getting on board. Of course, a lot of that came from Vampire as well. Hang on a second. Monkey misses! Monkey see, Monkey miss. Do we know FRK's? I don't know. Does that... No, it's not FRK. It's... Oh, yeah, I don't know if anyone... Does anyone know FRK's, like, real name? Is it another kind of Chinese acronym?
啊，也靠这个虫拿到了后续，这2虫还能给马哥补一口，啊，舒服。车还漏了。
Plates for crying. We'll no longer have to eat off the table.
到这个中线这个情况现在变得有点麻烦，因为随着等级高起来，其实阿卡丽对发条基本就没压力了。反倒是发条前对线的时候需要有人看一下，像现在这样。
First item's coming up soon. Yeah.
都是小小的摩擦。 还没进边啊，这把进边的进度稍微慢一点，这也是因为 FRK 他一直让司马老贼单挂在下路，谁来对他，谁给他叠层。
I miss Oriana support. You know, hang on a second, jumping forwards, double knock up from the wild growth. Does that save them? It does. Wink could disengage there. Flash out of the Smolder, heal out of Wink. They could actually dive here, you know. I think they can actually dive. The wave clear, gets 5 clear on the backline with the Q, actually. 88 stacks in 10.5 minutes. Not the worst stacking ever, actually. Early game Smolder stacking is the hard bit. Once you get one item, it gets a lot easier. Wait, their name is just Franks? They're not even Frank. Hang on, there is literally a Frank Esports. So they're just called Frank instead. Why? Why are they called Frank when there's another team called Frank Esports? Nanny. Monkey's ult's coming up in what, 15 seconds or so? Yeah, there you go. 10 seconds on the bottom left, you can see that. I feel like he's wasting his time a little bit here, though, not gonna lie. That's obviously he's just gonna back on this wave, presumably. Oh, they're teleporting in Cryan. He has a Rod of Ages. 0 stacks. They choose to back off. Even farm between Nymaera and Smolder, interestingly. Despite the extra kill for about, honestly, SMLZ's done a good job of picking up farm. Given the amount of pressure they've been under against a very strong early game TVT. They are not called Frank. I thought Frank Esports is the same thing. They're not. Frank Esports from the LCP. And their tri-code is FAK rather than FRK. I don't know what this team's called. If anyone has information, you let me know. Yeah, worth noting that Frank Esports aren't in LCP. They're in like the feeder league PCS to it. But we'll see what happens with LCP because, you know, Talon's dropped out. I'm not sure if they've announced a replacement for that. Yeah. He has the Water Blade again. I don't mind Kiana being a jungler again because she's less obnoxious than she was in Season 9, which was very obnoxious in like Season 8-9 jungle. Okay. Ooh, does get the root. Don't think it matters that much. It's a little bit of damage, not that shells though. The propane Hydra on them as well. Wow, those hydrocarbons are burning. Wink might die here, gets onto Hacker. How many dashes have he got? Double wild growth knock up again. Yao Yao using people as a little bit of bounce house for them. Monkey, does he have enough damage? Oh yes he does. Oh yes he does. Kill onto Wink. For that second part of that Q, crying some decent damage. No shockwave, used that just before. One for none. Did they have the HP advantage to go towards the dragon? About pops ult in mid lane to try and chunk out Asmar Z, who does have ults. And use it for the heal. About does get tagged by the damage there. I thought he dodged out on it. Not quite. Asmar Z once again keeping up and farm quite well. I think with that, locking the Smolder into mid lane with no ultimate to provide to the plate. Easy dragon after though. I'm very surprised that turret shot hit. Pretty sure it did anyway. I don't think it was a tower shot. Most boring name ever. Again, the thing is, sometimes, yeah, the thing about is that it's not strange enough to be interesting, even if it's normally boring. Like, again, we mentioned Rockat Steve earlier. His name was just Steve. And the funny thing about that is that the guy's name wasn't even Steve. I don't know why, but that was just so funny. Whereas about, yeah. I mean, it's fairly bland. I wouldn't say it's a bad name, but it's just not... Oh, recall stopped. Rip. Get absolutely cubed. You know, I was going to do a short series of videos, see if they popped off, about the most interesting names in League. Try and dodge that on that Q. Hang on, Monkey doesn't have ult. Redemption's coming in. Shockwave's not bad, and I think that will actually just about save him. Alright, decent play by Cryin there. Takes Redemption from Wink. Decent damage there, though, honestly. What did 1xN do in his previous life to get forced to play on that team? Look, again, technically, I think it's on paper a better team than... managed to land the ult this time, and I think that's a dead Cryin. Not bad healing there. I don't think it will be enough. Call me wrong. I am a liar. Monkey goes too deep and will die. Wink ended up hitting a couple of hit a Q and got both parts of the shield. Saved Cryan's life. Cube will die after, and WE, well, well, that's not really the start they wanted in this game. They are now behind in gold. Cryin survives multiple attempts on his life. The attempts of my life have left me scarred. Cryin Palpatine. Good play there from Wink to save his mid laner. Ooh, damn. The auto attack resets the Kraken Slayer on nasty as heck. PP God's on another tier. Yeah, PP God is one of the greatest names to ever exist within League of Legends. Again, it doesn't mean what it does in China, and then he was told about it in an interview, and it's like, hey, that's cool. What a guy, PP God. Yeah, he actually knows about the overseas reputation now, and he found it funny. So. Hacker lands the water blade. Oh my god, that's some damage. Doesn't land the extra Q. Redemption will get the heal. Damage came out from the second part of the ult from Karis before that point. I wonder whether WE are going to regret that they let the Orianna through and pick the Akali into it. Because while Karis is a pretty good Akali player, he's comfortable at least. I try to judge it based on the other champions he plays, you know. Brian's done quite a good job of surviving on this pick, despite the pressure put onto him. Yes, he's down a little bit of gold, and now Orianna does get to be Orianna and peel for the rest of the team. Now, FRK are going to run into the issue eventually that they're not very good at stopping an engage coming through onto them. If San hits his ult, if Ambessa hits an ult, the Lulu ult comes through after, and then, you know, Inara or Akali probably clean up. They need some way to survive the engage. I actually wonder whether Fairness goes to something like a Zhonya's, you know, because of that. Well, I guess he wants extra damage too, but... Anyway, it's not really like Rakan can tank the damage that much, you know? Shuttle taken by WE. By W. Wink. Okay, flashes for the charm. Doesn't get the knock-up afterwards. Bit of a stun coming through. About flashing away. Does end up surviving. Not that ultimate for the dash. That is a flash equalizer. Yeah, you rarely see those. What I think about is just about dead. Shockwave not needed. The flash equalizer. That is a rare play. Fairness, my dude. Not bad. Not bad. Flash for the extra range. That was sick, actually. WE losing 2 off the play. They'll lose the Herald. And, well, folks, you know, start of this series are saying, well, you know, if any of the actual LPL teams proper lose games, lose series against streamer teams, they're in a bit of trouble, really. They shouldn't be losing games against streamer teams, which are less coordinated. They're just, you know, playing for fun. WE, they have new bot side of the map, about Yao Yao. Changed out. You know, this team did finish top 4 in spring. Yeah, they bombed out of summer. Really bombed out of summer. And they did lose Vampire, you know, who was a big part of Monkey Vampire synergy. Oh, the flash equalizer is just insane. Cuts about off the pass. Make sure that he flashes in range to make sure that the ult actually cuts them off from any retreat. What an equalizer. That was great.
银河魔装击沉的这个皮肤，它那个裂隙其实它要显得更小、更保守，范围更大。
Q5这边是选择先把这个一塔拿了，
吃掉了。好，中路方向往往。
These teams are former pro players. They are, but they're not like currently in pro play. SMLZ, for instance, hasn't played since 2022, I don't believe. No, Hack has been out for a year. Fairness has been out for a while. Wink was playing this year though, and as was Cryan. Both of them were. I believe they were anyway. I can't remember if Cryan actually. Where was Cryan last?
下路线是 WE 可以先推的，让 Fairness 来接，因为兰博这英雄可以慢到场，他大招可以。
Yeah, WE, you know, they're a currently active team. They have a lot more support than just a random streamer team without coaches playing for them. RNG last, yeah, I thought so. Oh, actually, that means like, I actually wonder where, because it would have been him and Tungyuan who were playing for that roster then. Right, Fairness caught out on the side. Akali goes down. That will be a very dead Rumble. No flash. Used that the last time to get that great ultimate. Goes down and won't be able to use the ultimate at all for this dragon. WE looking for an early Infernal Soul point. That would really stabilize the game for them. Important that they get it, and they do. Keep decent damage onto him, actually. So they get themselves third dragon on the precipice of Infernal Soul. That stabilizes the game now. FRK not playing that well around the objectives. Tried to approach late for that one. Retake the objective pit. Doesn't work out very well for them. WE, despite being behind in gold, they'll be able to fight now for Soul on pretty okay time. Now, the problem is SMLZ will have stacks for that fight. And he will have 2 items. It's kept up and farm remarkably well against a bout. We've mentioned that multiple times now. The W bot lane is probably not LPL level. I mean, yeah, About came in from like an academy team, not even a challenger team. So this guy is not, I would say, you know, he wasn't, you know, top string of, you know, non-tier 1 talent. Yao Yao, last time he played, he didn't really impress me, sadly. We know smaller stacks? Yes, it's on the bottom left-hand corner. It's where the rune would normally be shown. Zion has it where his is as well. For his passive. Any kind of passive stacks are shown at that point on this overlay, for some reason. The LEC one does it on the champion portrait instead, so you get to see the runes still. Very dangerous giving Infernal Soul over. That is the kind of thing which can lose you a game. And while you might be able to go for an Elder flip afterwards, because, you know, you scale pretty well. Maybe you survive through to 3 items and you're fine. Not sure about that. 2 items for the Smolder now, though, as we were saying. 15 stacks off of the big time. And of course, your Q as Smolder does benefit from the Infinity Edge extra crit damage.
F4这段时间马哥确实发育的挺爽的，而且他是那种又吃完线了还没事去，对吧？刷个 F4啊什么，F6的小的，对吧
？So 3 minutes until the game is probably okay. SMLZ defensive ultimate. Harris loses a lot of his HP there. Hacker trying to get a bit of damage down. Does not. Monkey gets it back instead. Monkey's at 2 items, but he's down 1,000 gold. Of course, Monkey missed 1 ult. Hit 1 ult on bot side and then died for it anyway. I didn't, in my head, I wasn't thinking Monkey was having, you know, a bad game. I thought it was just, you know, he missed an ult or 2. Now, actually, being down 1,000 gold, Hacker, despite him having that in early on, is 1,000 gold up. He used 2.5 items.
也不用怕。就在马哥
So actually bringing things back into
一切都是好的。
the wider picture, Hacker is really quite far ahead of Monkey, despite only being 2 camps ahead.
然后现在就是也
Hills
不好
and presumably a little bit of extra gold from other bad plays too helping out.
再出来打这波，
那绝命一波啊，
对吧？
还得拼成。
Serpent's Fang been built up an awful lot so far this today. I've only seen it, you know, only seen a couple of games, and been built up in 3 of them, I believe. You know, works against the Scion Shield, works against Lulu, of course, too. About, trying to get some good damage down, gets hit by an E. Polymorph onto Wink, good damage. Mitigated somewhat by the Redemption. Hacker coming down, WE trying to siege through. It's not like they have a rule. Monkey misses another ult. Cube forces a flash out of Hacker.
主要火龙不在，
They do take the turret. They're okay trading ultimates for tower.
没伤害的
因为刚才有个方法可以守。
They would have liked to get a kill, of course. Karis, ooh, if he lands an E,
而且兰博不想撒这
well,
个大，
could have been
看一下
interesting.
结果想蹲，
Doesn't find the angle, didn't have vision, it would have been blind.
主要不好过去。
Turret for turret, Atacon started. Crine does have teleport. Going for the Rod of Ages Horizon Focus build again. We saw that last game as well,
半血了，
from game 3 of LGD. Now Asimozi has been caught. That is a very dead Smolder. You should not be walking through like that. Atacon started. Bit of a flip, as it always is. Hacker, can he get the Atacon flip? Can he get the steal? I think it's looking pretty likely. And it's stolen by the Oriana. Don't even think there was a smite needed from Hacker. Monkey smited early. The Shockwave stole it. It's a 1-for-1. The Oriana's down, but so is the Ambessa. Karis doesn't have the ult. I don't think he'll need it, though. 2 kills. Sorry, make that 3, actually. 4 if you count Asimozi after.
有心啊，
There's a pause. There's a pause.
不会吧？希望
That's not a good sign, folks. That is not a good sign. Not a good sign.
只能说这个恶打汉抢到了。
Can you explain the jungle meta situation to me? Why are all the weird gold-hungry champions being played now? Well, they're not... The thing is, the champions which are still quote-unquote gold-hungry are still AD fighters. They still have an early-game presence. Is there stuff like Kiana Jace? They scale better than stuff like Shinzao or Pantheon and whatever, which have been nerfed quite a lot through the season. But they still have a decent clear speed, and they still have physical damage instead of magic damage, which is harder to play around.
还没进来之前直接开大考，但是他觉得就是马上要打
Stuff like Kiana Jace, I think they're just powerful champions, you know?
塔掉了就掉了，其实反正一个外塔嘛，
对，那所以塔是避掉了那一波。那第二波就是马哥是否有人要接？
必须得接一下，
我感觉得接。
过不来，那位置
Oh, SMLZ. Oh, Karis was hunting for that for a while. Good play from him. Good play from him, you know. He did choose to give over the Oriana and say, I'm going to pick the Akali. That play makes a lot of value. It kind of justifies the pick.
就是还是
Very clean combo
因为中路你毕竟是前面破了对方的中一塔嘛，啊，你也从中路挤，然后中路视野做好了之后再往下路靠，你得保证在有视野的情况下跟对面去打。
Well, back into the game.
没有出现这个大规模的下线的这个情况。
4-1. Monkey died, and that was it. Atacon did go over to Frank,
蓝
but
方的视野全部都在
Frank
下面，
FRK
中路这边是一片漆黑。
30 seconds till Dragon. I think WE might have got themselves one of those big old souls. SMLZ do hang on, actually. SMLZ does have teleport. That might be enough to get them Dragon. I wonder whether WE don't get... I wonder if they don't get soul at this point of trying.
看看吧，
So he did check the brush with his W, just,
对吧？你这种
you know, SMLZ... Oh my god,
就
so
下路
much
打起
damage.
来了，你要走只能走这儿，因为你绕一圈的话过来这。
I mean, you got to flash the E on out of Fog of War to survive that, which is not happening there, really.
确实是可以。
Then what happens here? There's an early smite from Monkey,
还好这波 Crying
and it gets killed by Cryon.
恶塔还拿到手里面。
There was no smite from Hacker.
机会不然这波打完感觉
Rather, he didn't smite. There was a smite, he just didn't end up
结束
kicking
了
it.
点了。他
Oh,
们
good
这种
damage
是
from
不
about.
的他们不
Yunara Lulu.
打也是
Nasty ass damage combo.
但龙还是要给，能拿到恶塔。
That's a great question, Grunt.
说
Great
还
question.
是挺难打的吧？
局面肯定难。
而且左边这个阵容确实
It's
正面
it's
大家都
waving.
摆好
We'll
位
put
置
it
的
that
话
way.
是没有主人的不好打人。
It's just waving, you know?
你看那 Q 在前面挨打。
Okay, so W did end up getting salt. I was wrong. They did end up getting it. SMLZ caught out by Monkey. He did have flash. He died.
连续的两
And
波
SMLZ
就是感觉
goes down for his second death of the game. His 2 deaths have been really important. You know, he'd actually hit his power spike and he ends up dying.
我们说这把
He ends up
不要
dying.
太弱，你无论是发条还是蓝波，你对到阿卡丽都可能会被宰。
WE really turn on the afterburners now.
20分钟，
Couple of Ambassador ults hit.
然后这5分钟直接那个
Couple of big plays to cut off the carries. That's I don't know. I think that might be game over now at this point. 2 important late game deaths around big objectives mean that SMLZ can't really use his own power.
就感觉已经不知道怎么玩了，就边路现在也出不去，然后正面的话就开起来打不过。
对，你现在看 Caris 把那个杀人书搞出来了，但这个书来的很快，就是左边的所有人都是阿卡丽的可刺杀目标。 就阿卡丽就怕遇到什么布隆，遇到什么赛言这种他没胃口的。
Hey, Cube. He has ult. He's fine. They're realistically not killing him. In fact, they might actually go for a play now. Monkey doesn't have ult.
你不打我，我还要打你，粘上来。
Ult lands onto Hacker. How much extra
Q 起来吗？
stuff has he got? I don't think he's got anything to survive here. And indeed, he doesn't. Karras into the play. Might get himself a double hit. Shockwave pulls him out of the R2, but not before the damage comes through. R2, 2 deaths.
这就是没前排啊。Cube 的这个玩法。
Also known as R2D2, you know, lesser known thing. WE walk away with 3 kills out of the play. Total Karras! Oh my god! Very nearly assassinates the Smolder again. Does he have anything else to play around this? Well, I'm not exactly sure. Flash is out.
我感觉他还想回去。
Just about survives. Karras, my dude. 16 stack Magi's. Takes enough HP away from Fearness and SMLZ that they can't contest the Baron. 5-man Baron from WE. They really turn things on around the Atacon fight.
而且就是那个
Into the Dragon afterwards. And then into the Baron. Good series of objective plays. Bit shaky from them.
他边路无限游，其实打团的时候发条也要吃很大压力的。
FRK, they actually played a pretty okay early game, you know?
边路阿卡丽是随便杀发条的。
对，而且团的时候还有额外的一个抗。
We are now at a point where FRK need to steal Elder Dragon or bust, I think. I don't think they win in any other situation, even with a 3-item
移到女人身上会出那个圈。
stacked Smolder. I just don't see it happening.
打团的时候球调度不顺利。侠阵对于这种没有位移的 C 位还是有太大的身位压力了。
然后现在这露露保着这个云安娜，太扎实了。这前面还站个大赛恩，
还有赛恩。其实你给 FRK 这边机会，他们不一定敢输出。还有朗姆，你 A 嗨了被朗姆拉起来也是死路一条。咋办呢？
Well, you have a Scion that can walk up and, you know, tank things for forever now.
4个人站上面。
Oh, sorry, I thought that he was on Global Academy, Genji Academy, not on the Challengers team. Funnily enough, I was trying to look up his stats. Sorry, my bad. I don't know as much about the LCK Challengers scene right now.
感觉这样再玩一会儿也很难打。但是可能
Because obviously his support's done pretty well, because his supports end up in LEC, I believe, right?
我其实这把火龙只要出斩杀之后就没区别了，我们也没有什么等火龙层数再质变的说法。
Thanks, Indon, I appreciate it. Okay, so about a player which I'm going to have to look a little bit more into the history of them.
两边的对抗并不是假弹对抗，是你得活着，你不能被秒。
Funny enough, Leaguepedia is kind of dying on me right now, so I can't actually check up stuff. Oh, sorry, bro, not LEC. My bad. Oh, God, I'm all over the place with player stuff today, player movements. Off season's been a bit of a wild one, changing everything.
野区一片黑啊！现在对于 W 来讲，他们需要做就是守住江山，把野区的视野条件巩固的更好一点。Q 也来了，现在这个有4219血的。
Oh, Leaguepedia is to stand right. That'll explain it then. Well, we can't check that stuff then. About jumping forwards. Oh my God, the damage is crazy.
这么大，3也开车了。
I think it's a knock up in there. He did pop the ultimate for that. You can see just that auto attack he does a lot of damage. He's gone maybe too far forwards. This time, though, not quite enough damage. Gets a turnaround kill back onto Hacker. Couldn't quite get the execute, and well, there won't be anything after that because the Smolder is dead. No more executes left on the table. Clean dive from WE. Laying things on the knife's edge, and it cuts into FRK. They'll push down the mid lane. That'll be first game of the series done. WE a bit shaky in the early game, but a couple of good plays around objectives later. Some great pickoff attempts from Karras and Monkey. And about to end out the game, CW into a 1-0 lead against the streamer team FRK.
有点烂尾了。前面都运营的挺好的，但打到后面变成了一边倒。
但作为看了 Hiker 接近一整
1-0 it's WE.
哦，就各种角度，无论是说传奇杯也好，解说也好，观察那么久吧，灯亮了，
灯亮了吗？
就剩下那个叮咚，没办法，经典环节。
而且这个阵容确实没前排是个问题，就挤视野的时候太被动。
而且我觉得马哥这把玩挺郁闷，太容易死了。但就是没办法，也是你说的没错。
Well, not the cleanest game from W actually, you know.
但是就是
Cleanest
右边
one.
这几个人往野区那边一站，你也不好往里进。
Oh, he was on LCK challenges. My bad, my bad. Because when they said like Genji Global Academy, I was like, oh, is that the academy? Because you know how a lot of LCK teams have a challenges team and then an academy team? I thought that Genji had yeah, I thought that that was a separate one. My bad. The naming convention of LCK challenges team sometimes trips me up. My bad.
然后左边这5张脸，他看的都很有胃口。上一占比33%的阿卡丽，这把突出个见人就上。但这也是 WE 这个队伍今年一整年都有的一个风格，就是他们特别敢于去找机会啊。虽然也因为找机会。
Yeah, okay. I guess this is a much better pickup for WE than I thought. Then actually, my bad.
怎么说呢？马哥叠了一整把。
No, no, no. But Herion, there's like, for instance, there was a difference between T1 challenges and T1 academy. Because actually, like LCK has kind of like 3 tiers. It has it has LCK, it has LCK challenges, and then there's like a trainee slash there's a trainee slash academy roster. Sometimes there's even 4 tiers when you have like academy and trainees. So I got a little bit confused there, so that's my bad. Right, so what's our third series today? I mean, not this one's done. What's our third series today? Ultra Prime LNG. We get C1XN. Who's on the Ultra Prime roster? I do not know Liang Chen. I don't know this jungler either. Luo Yu. Don't know them either. Zhao Bayer, they're from, and Saber, they're from last year. Don't know this top side from Ultra Prime later though. LNG. LNG are a team which, well, the roster should be better than paper than last year, but it's hard to get worse than LNG on paper last year. So, well, not on paper, but in terms of results last year. Zucker was an absolute elo hell. Zucker ended up going to a different team, didn't he? Where did he end up on? He was on Weibo now. Oh, yeah, that's actually right for them. Yeah, About was in challenges. It said, yeah, that's my bad. I misread that earlier, so I Both from BLG juniors, right? Okay. And then there was another BLG junior player in there, I think. Yeah, I think a lot of the BLG junior players have ended up in LPL this year or somewhere about the place. Ah, not starters for BLG junior though. Right? Okay, good to know. Because, like, the LDL scene's been in a strange spot. Basically, I hate that sound in that song. That song makes it sound like I'm blue screening. Yeah, Carrie's very good pick-off attempts. Did very well. I was a little bit worried that it was a bit a problem that he gave up the Orianna to Cryon, his strongest mid laner on the patch, really. Can you please tell these teams to play Bel'Veth? Well, you know, maybe it can win if there's enough network issues. You know. Oh, I didn't realize that, Harry. That's good. Good to know. Okay, I'm gonna go put on some adverts. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be back for Game 2 of the series. Alright, we're back.
前面的小运营节奏跟职业队交手起来没有差特别多，
对，中期甚至还小赚2，
小赚对，所以得看看下把调整了，我觉得阵容太重要了。
对，而且这把中野也很怪，8条配一个，对吧？
哎，我见过就是发条配赵信或者配梦魇，然后梦魇赵信去往里面先进的，
这个是属于那种标准搭配。
对，就战士去扛揍，然后发条找机会发挥，要么就是你要配奇亚娜，你就选瑞兹或者选卡牌带点控。来吧，我们也接到消息 ，FRK 的下一把选择依然是蓝色方，我们看下把 BB 有什么变化跟改动。我们稍事休息，马上回来。
action, we don't say shit. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is gon' chill. Tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel.
Yeah. Shemzy. It's all loud when you taste some flavors. Bit spice with a cumin style. Too fresh with a sizzle and sparkle. Hit you like a booming pow. We're in streets with a mission to Markle. No Prince, who's the king right now? I'm raising it up to the max. Level up with your best pipe down. Throw it in twos and cruising. Watch me work on a beat with grace. Looking all sour, see this power. Don't watch me in the face. I heard the stories they told, but none of them sound like gold. I'll catch you when I step. Shemzy came and the people froze.
OK， 观众朋友们，欢迎回来。我们现在是打到一半的比赛，WE 对阵 FRK 的比赛。刚刚在上一场里面，WE 比较轻取下了1分啊。现在我们说 FRK 继续选择蓝色方，看第2把会有什么变动。
而且确实，你蓝色方的话，你这个上来直接杰斯、维鲁斯，然后加剑魔，对吧？
感觉焊死。
对你首先你这蓝色方，你把这2个打野一般，感觉 DP 上就很难受。
是。然后这个版本目前蓝色方是一定要先抢。
主要其实抢到兰博，我觉得也完全不赚，对吧？就是因为这个英雄你选出来的话，也没有说那种对线能打很大优势。
他主要打的是塞恩啊，就我见过那种队伍，如果兰博想先优的话，他可能上来得把塞恩奎一起扳掉。但是你只要蓝色方你一出兰博，对面一定塞恩，而且你没有扳位给塞恩。
对。
所以这样兰博选就很傻。
而且别人还是红色方，你还不能说后面人家选个大肉，你来个巨魔什么的。
对，这个很白，就是蓝色方抢英雄有取舍，但是这一把我觉得也挺意外的，因为我想了一下，我前2天刚刚听了一个新理解，就是关于兰博打这种大肉的理解啊，因为这版本反线很强，所以有那种兰博他是点先攻反线，然后3重补击加新界洞悉，然后副系是点那个绿色的，是这么个画面。
就纯发育呗。
对，发育，因为你烤不死他。
这个我记得好像以前也有这么玩的。
对，但这版本很过分，因为它有那个反线增强配合先攻的 combo，
就装备起得快。
对。但不过这把也能说 Fearless 没那么选择，还是偏稳健了一点。
对，其实前面对线打的也没什么问题，
蛮好，这蛮好。
对，我觉得还是
So WE, you know, did that thing where they just were better in late game. SMLZ out of position a bunch. Turns out when you lose vision control around really important objectives, you tend to lose. W are one of the better objective teams in LP, to be honest. Yeah, the pause earlier effectively added up effectively an extra game's worth of time on. Although this should be a 2-0 hopefully. It might be the same kind of day as a 9-game day though. You know what I mean? Basically, because it... Yeah, this will be a 2-0 probably. Then the earlier game kind of adds one back on. By the time we've got through the 2 series, we'd kind of be drawing par with a 6-game start of the day.
双 C 发条加小火龙，感觉必须阵容里面得带一个前排。
哎，得有人挨打，但上把问题就是没人挨打，
主要辅助也是一个软辅，
也是洛，其实洛基本没有什么承杀能力了。
那撒团也没有看到想象中那个洛能带球进去，然后留人的画面，
还是太难，因为没人能给身位压力啊。这里我们就说，如果你有个奥文，你有个赛恩往前一站。 然后对面呢，看见塞恩过来，摁个大。
Didn't really like W's early game there though.
往后退，他得保持距离，那对面很有可能就几个人会挤在一块儿，那个时候发条路就有空间，那这把根本就给不到这样的压力。
I think W are probably one of the bigger losers of this offseason. Well, like about might be good, but also, I mean, I don't know. If you're gonna play around, if you're gonna be playing in Tier 1 League of Legends, you need to have very good jungle support, really, especially in the better regions. Typically, League of Legends is won at the top level by jungle support. if you're winning games because of something which isn't jungle support, that's a bit of an outlier at the top end of play anyway. I think in EUNA it's a little bit different because I think even the best jungle supports, I guess you got people like Busio who's such a big game changer, right? Yeah. I think LCK LPL, the best teams in there tend to be just won by jungle support, really. No oversimplification, but basically, like, it's very hard to play. It's very hard to play League of Legends when you're getting outclassed like that. For instance, I mean, when T1 beat H basically their jungle support were just so much better at establishing vision control and playing out of it. And they, they trolled the game 3 and 4, but even then they were closer games. But you can see when T1 got ahead of it just didn't look playable. It just didn't look playable after a while. That being said, I guess Game 5 was actually Zeka just completely shitting the bed on Cassidy. Hey, that's not the best.
现在这个毕竟第一天开赛嘛，而且上面今天前2场都是一个职业队打主国队，所以确实会给人一种差距比较大。是。
这也是个趋势啊，就是游戏发展。
Wonder how long it's going to take to get into our next game.
职业的理解会不断的进步，不断提
A
升。
big ass TV.
主要现在都是很多那种公式运营，就基本那一套运营逻辑，大家都会玩的很好，所以这种时候就更看细节了。你这种小团战，而且本来就是因为
That panda is quite concerning. The more I look at it, the
比
more...
较久嘛，就这种版本里面基本都
Been there,
靠打
panda
团
man.
取胜的，也不存在什么单带的说法。
Up in your area of the bamboo groves.
对，再加上这个版本现在打野
I feel like a lot of people know this fun fact, but pandas are the only species of bear which don't hibernate because their diet is not nutritious enough.
对，就现在
How would LNG Ultra Prime go?
你早出来，你可以早。
Realistically, LNG are better on paper, but well, I mean, they had a better team on paper than teams last year, and they couldn't make that work. In Bulldog, Bulldog has not had the smoothest career path. Croco, I think a lot of people are quite revisionist about Croco. When he first came into Anyone's Legend, he was actually very good with Kyle. Croco and Kyle were very good together. Although part of that will be the Tabe effect. No, that didn't. Listen. Summer of Blast. Croco and Kyle were actually pretty good at points. And then Croco fell off at the end. It was quite clear that Croco was exploitable when he was put under pressure. But I think that Croco was actually pretty good when he had a safe seat in the game. He was one of the better brand players for a while. Sheer, very good debut year, not so great sophomore year, bit of a sophomore slump. Missing has been off form for a while now. But 1xN is very good. I still think on the whole, this team should just have enough brute force player value to beat out lower tier teams. And you could have said that, yeah, this year with Duka and Weiwei at the start of the year. Who else up waving they bamboo? It's me right now. You can't see it, but bamboo is the fastest growing plant in the world, and I'm making use of that. I'm just growing it in my room. Was it here at the start of the stream? No. I've got a full grove and everything. Great. I think LNG at best could be mid-table. I think if they play more to what their form has shown in this year, as 1xN, I think has actually been very good. I think that LNG will probably be like top end of bottom pack, really. Hey, 1xN is good. 1xN is good. Wait, hang on, wait. I don't know. I don't know how to judge chat atmosphere here. I don't know. Is there like a streamer community which doesn't like a 1xN or something? I thought that people were pretty high on him. I'm trying to read into that. What's the community stock value on what's the community stock value on 1xN right now? Because actually, I think he's damn good at League of Legends. 1xN. 1xt, yeah, maybe we can use that when he's really inting. Yeah, let's get into game then, I guess. So remember, folks, if it goes to game 3, we'll get a blind pick. My hair's looking good today. What's my opinion on the split one format? I haven't even begun to pass it yet. It's 3 group system, right? Which means that it's really punishing for bottom tier teams, but it means that the schedule's more manageable. Hey, Sam, how's it going? Zyra banned away? Are we really Zyra banning? Is it that good? Has it been that good in scrims? I know Hung picked it last game, but come on, it can't be that crazy, right? Rice first pick. Well, we've had Cassiopeia, Malzahar picked into the Rise. What does Karis want to play? I think Karis is a Cass player. You good, Sam? You finally... Oh, you're finally awake. Pantheon Talir into the Rise. Well, it is point and click, which Rise doesn't always love playing in. Okay. Well. What does Hacker want to do then? No Kiana. Typically, you know, when you play something like the Rise, you want to point and click for something else. You could go Shinzo, I suppose, but Shinzo into it is less good. I don't love Pantheon here. Sion's already out of the pool. You're not fantastic versus Talir. He runs phase where I can often run away. Often run away for you. Okay, why are we hovering Rammus? It's not even Ultra Prime on the other side. It's not even Doggo on the other side. Oh, your voice almost back. Cool. I didn't realize you lost your voice like that. And it's Kassansei. Well, I guess you pick the Trundle to protect the Kassansei so he doesn't get ulted. Bit of a weak reasoning though. Yeah, I think Renekton's perfectly fine here. I think Renekton's okay into all of the above. And it's not like Renekton's in a AD armor stacker to get that shredded. Zahen instead. Alright. Hopefully we'll get to learn a little bit more about the Zahen matchups by watching games like these. He played into the Malphite earlier and was just unplayable. Malphite just destroyed him. Didn't do anything about that, really. Second round, no bot lane is picked. So, Alistar ban, presumably, one of these teams. I think, yeah, FRK want to get rid of Alistar because, you know, you get to be a tank who doesn't care about Trundle's ultimate, which is a problem. Please get rid of the Alistar. And Nautilus combos up very well with the Talir. So they ban away the Nautilus because Nautilus Talir is really, really disgusting. This point and click CC is nasty. Do they ban away from SMLZ? Well, they do need a hyper carry, don't they? They don't have a crazy amount of damage. Now, Trundle Cassante it's alright, but it's not really going to carry your team fights, right? Very low range damage from an FRK right now. Could be a problem if About ends up picking a long enough range carry for that to start. Yeah, it's the second one of the day, Sam. Zahen. I think these are technically the first pro games of Zahen. How are we feeling about him? Well, he got malfighted earlier, and did nothing. Allah had a bad game. Bard banned away. Interesting. Huh. Does that mean they want to go melee support, which can get bullied by it? They do ban the Alistar, right? That one's the easy one. We called that out earlier. Yes. Ooh, are we Lucian Brawming? That seems pretty good, actually, because you've got 2 low-range carries already. Do you feel... so that's why they banned the Bard, because Bard can bully Braum pretty well. So maybe they're predicting that in advance. Now, do FRK go for a Braum themselves, knowing that it's not good for their comp, but it's a takeaway? Presumably not, because you can still go Nami, and then Nami destroys you. So you're in a bit of a lose-lose situation here. You can't take the Braum. You need to pick something that's okay into it. Oh, that's it. That was alright, I suppose. You can get past the shield. What's your AD carry, though? You need high damage. You need really high damage. You could, I mean, use Zeri. Not great versus Pantheon. You need very high damage here. Your damage is very, very, very low here on FRK. You need good damage. Love it. I mean, Corki's not bad. Corki rolls fine. I would have preferred a hyper carry lane, I think. I would have preferred a hyper carry. But it needs to be a hyper carry that could survive, you know, Pantheon Talir occasionally. You could have gone for a Xayah lane. Could have gone for a Xayah knowing that there's... No, Rakam was gone from the first game. And then there's the Braum. We called the Braum. Because now you have, you know, 3.5 melee, Rise being the half into a Braum. Braum loves this game. Braum loves this a lot. So I think on the whole, WE walk away with a much better draft. They have double globals. Typically, WE start of last year were pretty good around playing globals. And then summer just was really not good because Yeah, again, I think that monkey vampire were not good around playing around side lanes. They were quite good at playing around globals from mid jungle in early last year. Was it winter? Maybe winter rather than spring. Alrighty. I wonder when we're gonna see Zahen and Shinzao on the same team. Surely it'll happen at some point, right?
对吧？你这岩雀加布隆加潘森，这前面可以横着走，
尝试一下一筋膜野区啊。哎，这把我想看看 Cube 会带什么天赋来打亚横。
Saber just beat Croco in ranked an hour ago, right? Good to know. Okay, it's game 2 of our second series of the day. I do think game 1, FRK, I think they had a much better draft than this one. I think that WE have a much better time of things now. You don't have any massive resist stackers into Trundle, so Trundle's going to struggle a bit. Braum's quite good at tanking through Trundle as well, because again he gets damage reduction from his E, which kind of bypasses Trundle ult stealing stuff. I guess we'll figure out how the Zahen Cassante matchup works too. I would imagine Zahen's actually pretty good versus the Cassante in terms of the actual kill threat, because I don't think Cassante can take extended trades versus Zahen, because even though Cassante with all out is so disgusting, the passive from Zahen might be stronger. Might be stronger, you know.
不过这个版本因为移速碎片有个小增强啊，瑞兹如果再玩那个碎片，他出门移速过快，打岩雀前面是有概率打到岩雀的血量的。
Someone needs to remind me after this game to get something to eat.
迅捷加碎片现在应该是351。
W 这边是没有选择换野区，还是正常的刷下来。
看加点，点 Q 了，
而且还可这样的话是往上刷的。
然后下去对抗。
Okay, so 2v2, obviously Lucian Braum, kind of nasty with that. Gatling gun start from SLMZ. Not always, you don't always see that. Your fast one gives you a bit more wave control, but Gatling gun, very strong at the early levels as well. With a shred. Rel Corki is just really, really nasty at keeping shredding stuff. Don't know exactly how many it removes at level 1. Can't remember. They changed Corki's shred. Was it sometime last year? A lot of it. And you can see the shred is both stacks up from Rel's passive and the Corki. Does mean that the extra ult attacks kind of nasty, especially with Conqueror stacking up too. Good stats for the early game. That being said, lost the wave control. They chose not to push the wave nearly as hard. They're going to soak it. Both junglers pathing differently, actually, this time. I was about to say both junglers going the same way. That's not true. Hacker was spotted on his Raptors there. Monkey going from top to bot. Trundle going from bot to top. So they're reversed. Now, typically what happens here now, you trade scuttles and you recall in the enemy jungle at the end of your first clear after scuttle to put down a ward, which means that you can see when the jungle's next on their camp respawns. Cube's doing a decent job here, pushing in the early levels and putting down a ward on top side. Should be able to spot out Hacker when he goes towards that crab, make sure there's no shenanigans happening in terms of him not going towards the expected path and randomly ganking.
吃2个 Q， 还在换吗？这再换一会儿感觉真得来人了。先捏了个屏障在手上。
Hit early. Whatever. SMLZ and Wink know that they're playing away from the jungle. Take it easy, you know. Don't die, keep enough HP, make sure that you're not under dive threat. Or you can maybe jump in with something like that Valkyrie. Not bad damage back, but the problem is you're pretty low HP if Monkey ever shows his face in the spot side now. You're not running something like a teleport like you were last game with the Smolder either. Not bad trade back though. I think Wink and SMLZ are right there. They spot them coming down. They know this is happening. Trundle has recall. They need to buy like an extra 5 seconds. I don't know if they can. I think this might be too much. I don't know. Okay, no, the wave actually got cleared out. It's not bad. Flash forwards. Wait, can't quite get the knock-up onto a bow. The shield comes back up. I think they'll survive the dive because of that. There's no extra attempts here now. They take enough HP off. There is no dive threat. They don't get the kill that they could have potentially had. Very close. You know what? Wink's had an okay early game, hasn't he? In a player which struggled quite a lot on JDG. He was part of a revolving door of JDG supports. They started off with a missing start of the year, Draw, then Wink after. Or was it Wink then Draw? I think it was Draw then Wink. And then Wink has obviously ended up leaving now. And then, obviously, end of the season, Vampires ended up replacing the last man standing in the support role. He'll be their support for the new year. SMLZ is not retired. He is. He's just, you know, come back for a streaming team. It's the first time I've got to cast him. It's been around for a while, obviously, SMLZ. Hey, Timelog, good to see you. Always cool when we get back round to a bit of time off from esports, and when we come back to it, all the regulars start piling back in. Alright, folks, the bar's open. Right in. I would totally go to a local bar if it showed esports. I say that, I don't even drink anymore, but I would actually go out to, you know, communal events to watch random esports. I would do that. Basically what I did at university anyway. But that was like as part of a society. And actually they didn't really like esports in their society. Hang on, I'm starting to undermine my point here. Yeah, Slug Sock in Sheffield, it got to the point where they wanted to segregate out League players from the rest of society, but then we asked to be like, yo, can we actually get an extra society for this? Because, you know, people aren't meshing with it, and they said no. We have to do it anyway. Well, we still have to, you know, be part of the regular society. Slower early game, besides the bot lane 2v2. The camera's mostly been panning over there anyway. Now we're at the point where globals are available from mid lane. See if they get to increase the pace of the game. The translated knight from Yao Yao. Yeah, this is the thing. Really dangerous when you start dropping off of midway. This is a Realm Warp angle, actually. About doesn't have flash. Do they get the Realm Warp down? Maybe not. Do they need it? I'm not sure, actually. Good double shove back. Very good double shove back. Didn't even need the altar. Change things down there. That's 2 for 1. Realm Warp, is it going to be interrupted? No. Alright, not a bad escape. I say escape. Still a flash and a barrier available for SMLZ. Will have to flash his way out. Not bad damage back. SMLZ maybe sticking around a little bit too long now. Monkey trying to get himself forward. SMLZ maybe an extra auto needed. Gets himself stunned, but it's not enough to kill him. Messy play on the bot side of the map. 2 for 2. All things said and done. An even trade. Did not expect that. Not going to lie. A lot of summoners blown too. Alright, so how did this work out? So Tillate did end up ulti towards bot side. I for some reason thought he'd have it available for the rest of the play. I didn't spot that. Flash is for a double shove back. Really well played from Karis. Problem is, you do have Ryze and Corki getting decent damage at the end of this, and at the end of the day, it is the jungle support who've ended up dying at this point. They kill off the Lucian, so 2 damaging members, or rather, 2 damaging members alive, whereas there's only really 1 damaging member on the other side, in terms of Talir, in terms of extended DPS. The Pantheon somewhat counts as half of it, right? AD Skirmish is very strong at this point of the game. SMLZ, I think he still had his Conqueror stacks up at that point. Good damage from him. 2 kills onto the Corki, means that he's actually survived the early game now. Doing alright. No stream for Ultra Prime LG? Yes, it is. Will just be after this series. It's a rolling schedule. There's Series 2. Series 3 has not started yet. Hey, oh my god, see you. Who are the big winners of that fight? Corki we said already. Other side, mid jungle from WE. Get a kill a piece. Well, Brian's down here early. Aka's here as well. And, well, I'm not sure WE have been really tracking the motions of FRK that well. Song's a little bit dull. Thank you, Armor. Well, it is, it's the most wonderful time of the year. No, not Christmas. It's Demacia Cup. Yeah, you know. Just a reminder, folks, I'm not going to be able to cover all of this tournament. Frankly, there's too much holiday plans to do, and I've missed too many I've missed too many family plans this year. I'll be doing as much as I can. I'll be doing like the first 6 days, then we'll figure it out after that point, basically. If Sam can cover it himself. Damage, not bad damage from Crying there. Dodges out in the queue. Just the phase was helping him with the move speed. Dragon's up and available. We've only had one... No grubs taken. No dragon taken. I think everyone wants to be skirmishing too much to be taking the objectives right now. Corki can carry this? Yeah, I think he can from this point. Now, I did say that FRK low on damage, but with Corki with 2 kills now, and a Cull cashing in too, I think Corki's looking alright. Especially given the amount of pressure he was under. Appreciate you all. This is still going on, eh? Yeah, well, there's another series after this, Seraph. This is only series 2 of the day. We've 3 to do. And then obviously later on today, folks, catch me on Summoning Insight. I'll be on that. Very cool to be doing that. We're still waiting on LGD's Game 2 to resume. Oh yeah, for those of you that missed it earlier, LGD had such bad network issues during Game 2 of their series versus ZSM that they had to forfeit Game 2. And that they... Yeah, that was like an extra half an hour down the drain. More than that, actually, I think. Maybe it did end up being about that. Anyway, it was a long time. Breaks and all. Ended up meaning they dropped a game there. Did end up smashing Game 3. Who's FRK? Is that related to FPX? No, they're a streamer team, and FPX, speaking of them, are no longer in the LPL. They have bowed out. They have returned their slot back towards the LPL. LPL have reclaimed that slot. And I also believe that well, we haven't heard anything about RNG, but RNG are not part of this tournament. And we assume that RNG are out of the LPL as well. I don't think there's been an official announcement on their behalf, but I can't imagine RNG are in the league after all of the various things they've been going through. Sam, we were talking about our skin concepts earlier. I was talking about how, you know, Cassandra is the one which I really want to see. I seem to remember we had some other ones. There's like public transport Rek'Sai I want, but I can't think of many others from our random musings besides that. Thoughts on next Hall of Legend inductee? Well, it's got to sell, right? That's the logic which they've shown. They want the really big selling ones, and I'm not really sure who would sell well enough for them to do a big thing. I suggested doing like a Pioneer pack. So you do like a lot of Season 1, Season 2 veterans, which really changed the game. So stuff like Mad Life, Insec, Frog and Alex each, maybe. Clear Love, Wei Xiao, Mizaya. You know, like, go back to some of those real classics. Maybe even, like, Shy... I don't know, like, Shy and Flame, even. You know? I would do a Pioneer pack. Because I think that's been one of the criticisms of the Hall of Legends, is that it's not really a Hall of Legends. What it is, you know, it's not a Hall of Fame, right? And that's why it's called the Hall of Legends, right? But, yeah. Enju, RNG leaving the LPL is almost finalized. Although there's technically a buyback of the franchise is unknown whether it'll be given out again. I mean, that's basically the same with FPX, right? Presumably, we're not seeing more teams added to the LPL. I don't think any other teams really, and I don't think we're really likely to see teams being re-added back into the LPL. Yeah, I mean, they've also said that they're going kind of role by role for Hall of Legends rather than region by region or something like that, which again somewhat makes sense. I think hang on a second, that might be a dead wing. He does have flash, he doesn't feel. Neither of them's gonna matter. Gets bopped up, bopped back, and dies. Alright. Kill off towards Monkey? Believe it is. Yeah, they were one apiece before that. Well, you know what we were saying beforehand about, in one of the breaks, about how often it's jungle support which kind of determines top level league, tier 1 league, I suppose. It's kind of one of those moments, right, where you get a bit lackadaisical about where you're moving on the map as a jungle support, you get picked off, you die. Saw a little bit of that from Kanavi versus T1 in the Casper Cup finals as well. SKT Wolf. I mean, Wolf's a legendary player, but I mean, realistically, if you're going for a support player, I mean, I would put Mad Life in. Yeah, I'd put some of that Mad Life in, you know. FRK are a streamer team. They're a streamer. A second, another one for Faker. Give him another Hall of Legends pass. Yeah, I would do a Pioneer pack. I think that's a good way to kind of bridge the gap between Hall of Fame and Hall of Legends. You know, put like Diamond Procs and stuff like that in there. There's a bunch of players you can put in. Maybe you could do like a whole bevy of minor skins and a call out to them. Mad Life, Mata Mako. Oh, trio of great players, you know. Dragon spawned again. And is roaming down from the top side. We haven't really seen Zahan do anything. He's going for the Triforce. As a flash, she's caught anyway. Oh gosh, that flash is not saving you. Isn't a superhero, but then again, if it comes from the DC Cinematic Universe, maybe you'd rather not see that anyway. I would have rather not seen that flash. Either one, the one on the screen or the one on the big screen. Hacker's gonna go down towards the dragon now. W without an AD carry. They're both their early games in this in this series so far have been a bit meh. So is Milky Way just gone now? Well, he's had a lot of stuff legally, I think, to deal with because there's a lot of allegations. I believe he's indefinitely suspended from the LPL. Right, flash away from SMLZ. That one actually saved him though. Crime could Realm Warp in. Oh, Karis, he does have flash. Is that going to save him? I am not sure. Yes, just about. Seraph's helping. Counterplay coming through. Monkey jumping forwards. He's not that tanky. There's a subjugate from a hacker. Takes down some resist. Wink is out of sorts. Wink, can you miss it? He does get out, but only to be taken by a Comet Spear. Monkey flashes to secure it. Thought he was out, I did. Extra summoner sold. His life out. WE walk away with their mid laner surviving. I love the little reindeer nose on the herald. That's great. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, nice. Yeah, so the problem with the Hall of Legends is that, you know, we do have, you know, a 15-year-old esport now. And a lot of people who are watching the game only started watching in the last, like, 5 years. They don't have connections with a lot of, like, the real classic players. Flash away from Karis this time. Save from the last one. Flash over the flick back. Good. Ganked by Hacker. Takes the kill. Harris goes down. This is one of the problems we talked about WE throughout this year, is that they're actually quite bad at dying in side lanes. Karis and Cube were both pretty bad at that at points, but often the team was not very good at giving them the framework to play in those side lanes. It's like a bit of a two-way street. Is it the fault of the solo laner dying in there? Yes, definitely to a certain extent. Is it a problem with jungle support not supporting them? Yes, also to a certain extent. Oh, that one's not so good. Doesn't catch him this time. Gets out this time. He didn't even need a flash. Good, because he didn't have it. 1,000 gold lead for Monkey in the jungle. Even with Hacker getting that 300 gold. 100 something gold kill onto Karis. Hull cashed in for SMLZ. This game is probably going to come down to a lot of Corki value. Or bust, really, for RFK. FRK, oh my god, let me not say that again. Oh no, that's going to be a problem. Oh no. Let's not get that one wrong. Let's not get that one. No, let's not get that one wrong. I'm going to have to... Oh no. Oh no, I can't even vaccinate myself against that one. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. Okay, right. Dragon in 2 minutes. Do not ask me questions like that, Pekko. Oh, jeez. Why is about building steel caps? Well, Lucian doesn't really need offensive boots, really. You don't really... Lucian casts so many skills, you don't always need... he's never really been a big Berserker Grease builder. So he often does go towards defensive boots, and it's just, you know, what are you seeing more of? He doesn't have a cleanse. I mean... So I guess you could see some value in... But I don't think Merc Treads save you from a Rel engage, whereas Steel Caps might save you from a Corki or Trundle 1v1. Maybe. mean, there's an argument to say just don't buy boots at that point, you know? I guess he wants tier 2 boots to maybe outspace the rel engage. But you often see Lucian delaying tier 2 boots for a very long time. Just take Swifties. I mean, I prefer Olivia Rodrigo, but, you know. To each their own.
得来点反馈哦。但 FRK 这边倒是在稳步推进自己的游戏内容。
Dragging up in less than a minute. FRK. I said it right. I said it right. Oh, okay, the blue team. Hang on a second. Ultimate in the side lane. Good bot back, though. That's not looking fantastic from WE. And again, just the identity of WE was never fantastic at playing around side lanes. Maybe early on last year, but they abandoned that later into the year. So no kill on the top side. Tower goes down. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. And WE now... Well, I don't know. I feel like they're going to give up a soul point. Not the soul itself, of course. Not yet. Mid lane turret goes down. WE weren't in position to protect that because Monkey was off on his business to get a top side. FRK. Hang on a second. Flash on SMRZ. Very important. Corki needs to have enough HP to fight things out. Redemption will help with that. Does he have enough HP to play around, though? Zahan coming in does have that ultimate. We've not really seen the Zahan really do much. Flash forward from Cryet. And leaves Dahlia without any more tears left to cry. Q trying to get some damage in, but he just dies. He just gets popped. Didn't get his passive. No GA. Wasn't long enough to fight. The Corki's down. How much more damage can they do? The Lucia's starting to clean up. Double for about right now. Triple for Rise on the other side. It's 1v2, and he won't win that last one. WE clutch out the fight with a triple kill from their new AD carry.
但我得说，这波亚恒玩的比较喜剧。
SMLZ going way too far forwards. Picked off by Monkey flashing forwards, and he's below off HP. You know, at that point, you know, you basically can't fight from this point. Your position needs to be so much better. Your tank frontline wasn't in position to peel for you. Brian, I mean, it's not bad, but, you know, you lose most of your HP to kill a support. Cube dies. Then all of the damage has gone on to Braum, Zahan. It doesn't go on to the Lucian. A real target misallocation there. Good point. Why is about a 100 Thieves a motor? That's a good question, actually. Is that because they beat BLG? Oh, that's why. It's that's probably why. It's because 100 Thieves beat BLG, right? Probably. I don't know. Do 100 Thieves have like a good reputation in China? Oh, it's because... So, Dokla got really popular. Dokla got really, really popular around Worlds. That's another ult into the side lane, which is going to do nothing, by the way. Good job, Monkey. Yeah, Dokla got like millions upon millions of views for his vlog content while he was out in China. Probably why. So I don't know if anyone else would be like 100 Thieves emote spamming, but if someone could tell Dokla that players are still like emoting for him, that'd be really cool. Hang on, Cube's actually getting a chance to stack. If he goes in with an ult now, I actually think Cube could do a lot of work here. He's about to stack up his passive. Good damage, man. 2M Zahan, that's nasty as hell. I mean, he was 5 levels up on Wing, but you know, damn. So that's going to open up Atakan. Well, folks, I think WE have now put themselves into firm advantage. Corki's back to even, by the way, even with all of the stuff he got earlier. The triple kill from about brings him back up into parity. And now you have to play, you know, 3.5 melee comp into a Braum comp, which is really annoying. Atakan getting leashed. WE were one of the better Atakan fighting teams. Well, it's still coming down to a flip. It's still coming down to it. WE get it. Good damage from the Zahan ult, and Cube will just about get his passive up. Maybe needs one more dash. Wink back into the play. Might have gone a little too far. Doesn't matter. The rest of it seemed cleaned up business on the back end. 3 for 1 in the fight. They get to the Atakan. Good smite from Monkey. WE not losing around the Atakan. You know, I said, you know, maybe one of the better Atakan fighting teams. I'm not actually sure that's true, thinking about it now. They lost some pretty stinkers, but then again, I guess everyone did. Is it really much of a statement saying they're one of the better Atakan fighting teams when no one was graded in the LPL? Questions. You can see how dangerous Zahan gets when he actually gets an extended fight. If Zahan gets his passive, this champion is busted as hell. Then the question is, how do you get him to do that? He needs to find, you know, that gap in a team fight. It's not like an Aatrox where you can just press his ult and then get huge value immediately. I think the play is you take an opportunistic pull-in from the W. Just the Q in. It's an auto attack as well afterwards, which gets it. Both junglers did smite. Brian left alone there. Well, not left alone. Ended up alone because everyone else had died. Wink having a bit of a rough one here. W have been much better around objective setup. In fairness, that's something which they did well this year as a whole, even with the changed players. They were pretty good at, you know, getting wards down in advance around an area of the map. At least in game 1 of the series. I think basically when it got a lot more hard when they had to play the wider map. When it becomes around an objective, like the next dragon fight, they're pretty good at just setting their sights and saying, well, we'll play around that next objective, that next Atacon or whatever. Less good when they have to consider both sides of the map at once, because I think their solo laners haven't been consistent in sides. They've been dying a lot there, and Monkey and then of course Vampire before didn't really know how to stymie that. I think their approach was, well, we're not going to do anything about side lanes, we'll just focus on the objectives and that'll just work out better. But that led to loss conditions where their solo laners would fall quite far behind and not really control the map. They'd play very heavily through AD carry and just say, you know, well, you know, Taeyan will carry him. I guess maybe they'll continue that with about here. They put a lot of pressure onto his lane. Again, in this series, giving him winning lanes, going towards him. Do wonder whether that still leaves them with that stylistic weakness in side lanes, though. WWE getting realm mopped on 2. Yeah, and again, you see that there are potential problems here. This time he gets that safely. Has that ult and flash. Doesn't have to use either. Dragon up now. Was W got the last one. After that great fight from the out where he got the triple kill. Oh, flash forwards. Crine goes golden. Smizzy popped up. Cubes into the backline. That is a problem. I think the Zahen might just end that fight. Yeah, jungler's dead. AD carry's dead. Cube flashes forwards. Gets himself that auto attack. Flash away. Not impactful enough. The auto attack was already in animation. All it does is change the location of your grave. Dragon available. W not interested in that, though. They realize, hang on, we can just take Baron, you know? At the end of the day, we're not getting Soul. If we take the Baron, it's actually a chance for us ending the game. Say, that Monkey's actually going down towards the end itself anyway. They're going to split the difference. Go towards both objectives, Dragon and Baron. Why not? They've got the power to do it. Why not? Great flash forwards from Monkey and Yao Yao. Catching both carries out. Crine and SMLZ basically dead as the fight starts. Crine had to go golden. Caught out of position. It's only a matter of time until he's caught out after that, really. Very good pick off. The flash forwards from Monkey and Yao Yao are very effective this game. Much better game from Zahen than the first game we saw it. If you get that extended fight, if you get that isolated 1v1 where you can stack up your passive, it's so disgusting. And the problem in that fight is just that FRK were, I think SMLZ and Cryon are not respecting the flash engage value when the flashes are up. That this was potentially an issue of, you know, the lower range comp. They were effectively playing, you know, 3.5 melees, with the Rise being quite low range too. Stuff like the Flash Pantheon to Leer, the Braum value gets really, really nasty against lower range comps. And SMLZ and Cryon, you know, they haven't been using the breadth of their range quite well enough to consistently get value. About caught out, has Flash. Almost, I don't think it's going to save the play here. It's a good disengage. That's suddenly, you know, Realm Warp down, one of their X Factors coming. That's a teleport coming in, and that's the sign. It's not bad damage, you know. Read it to him. It's not bad. Cube's got absolute mammo. Can he get the passive? Yes, he can. He'll get the GA available to him. There you go. Revive. First time in this game. Not had a chance to use it before. Good damage. Remember, they're trying to use the Baron buff. If they get a fight here, that is huge. A man drop coming through. SMLZ caught out. He's such a big part of their damage. And, well, he's no longer there. So a big part of the damage ripped out of the team composition. Inhib will go down. Good force from WE. Initially a good disengage from about. The slap back even stronger. This might actually be the game with the 3 grubs. What damage, what wave clear have they got? It's all really on Cryan. That Rise has got to do something. Turret goes down. I don't think they've got enough damage to do much about this. Minute left to the Baron. Can back off for another wave. Tower shot's not helping WE's case. How much further more do they think they can take? Well, picks like that can cause a lot of issue. Monkey doesn't get the kill on the bot side. Rather, he does. Rather, the Rise goes down. My bad. Too many things to keep track of. The Nexus will go down, and WE will finish off the series. 2-0. The early game's a little bit shaky, but much better as soon as the late game objectives came onto the table. There you go. 2-0. Taking us through to our last series of the day. Another 100 Thieves flare up there for good measure, too. Yeah, it's not bad. Hey, Darkwell, do you know if FRK actually stands for Frank? Because there's obviously a Frank Esports in the PCS, and this isn't them. It's a different tricode as well. As, yeah, I don't know what it actually stands for. I don't know whether it was just a joke. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe you just call him Frank. Well, I think we're back more on track now. After the huge pause earlier in the day. Last game of the day will actually be 2 LPL team propers, so we're done with the streamer team matches for today. Yeah, I think Cryan and SMLZ, it was a hard game for them to play, but, you know, their positioning wasn't good enough for the game that was handed to them. Even though it was very fun, you know. Games tomorrow. Is there anything interesting there? Well, we've got 2 of the streamer teams again. Well, actually, are they all playing? Hang on. How many teams do we have playing per day? 6 teams per day. Well, the first 4 days, I think, were our first phase of the tournament. The single round robin, best of 3 in groups of 4. So how many series have we got to get through in these first groups? Well, there's going to be 3, 2, what's this? 6 series per group. So we've got 12 series, which means that we've got 1. We've got 4 days of our first stage, and then after that we go into stage 2. The days 1 through 4 are stage 1, and then we get like some more of our like LPL teams proper coming into the next stage of the tournament. We have Ultra Prime LNG after this one. Tomorrow we have TTLG. I mean, TT, what's their team looking like? Well, they have Junhao, which is alright. Hero, I can't remember. I don't know him very well. I only know Junhao and Feather from that team. And then we've got the streamer teams versus opponents too. It's got ZSM OMG and then FRK versus LNG. Can you show us the schedule? I can certainly. The problem is there isn't a schedule beyond the first 4 days right now. I can show it to you in the break, maybe. Error is BLG Junior, right? I guess BLG Junior, all of them just got jumped up towards LPL, don't you? Good. Yeah, it's all in League. Leaguepedia is kind of on the fritz. I don't know why it's. Yeah, struggling a bit. I mean, let's be honest. It's a newer team. WE have got some like stuff to dial in. I mean, a little bit worried that Monkey just again wasn't fantastic at playing around side lanes. That was something which, you know, was a problem last year. I can't believe that Cube killed 2 people after Flash. That's so funny. I know someone pointed out in chat before, but so funny that in that fight, it just kills 2 people with the auto attack follow. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried about W around sideline still. A little bit worried about their early games not quite being on point because that was a big part of how they won this year. But that'll change with meta, and honestly, that'll have to change next year's stuff anyway, right? Hey, how's it going, Sal?
这把卢山，我觉得数据可能不是最亮的，但如果大家看过这把游戏他团战的小发挥，一定会感觉惊艳。中路直躺的波太帅，3杀。但我觉得 About 是，就这一整个 BO3都打的体现出2个字叫火气。
我感觉他的玩法是那种，就是观众可能。
Bao had a pretty solid game actually. He was very good at being slippery in the team fights later. He had that one play in mid lane where he got caught out after the with the flash anyway. That was kind of it, you know. Besides that was alright. His laning was fine.
就是一直跟你玩那种刀口舔血。
I actually wonder if I still would have given it to. Well, Monkey's ults weren't great. I still maybe would have given it to the Monkey. Very good with the flash forwards. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not too distressed about that one.
但其实我现在细品大家发现，就是目前的2支，我们这个应该叫什么呢？叫前职业队，或者叫
主播队。
主播队。
好吧，现在新的身份了。
我觉得就这2支主播队跟现役的这些选手打起来，我感觉其实前中期真的都还可以。
对，因为这2个队都是属于那个是退役。
I hate that sound in that song. That one there, like the brr. I've had too many PC issues in the last couple of years, and like. The last year or so. I just don't want to hear anything which sounds remotely like a blue screen, you know? It's like the advert they had on Worlds which went blue screen. That was just unfair. Give me palpitations it did.
他们现在最多的锻炼就打排位，但排位我觉得最多练到对线，可能练一点打团吧。我觉得最终展现出来的结果也符合预期，就是对线强，但中期会乱，团战会有一些画面。
而且你平常你匹配不到像这种，就哪怕是说在咱们 LPL 可能实力偏中下的队伍，但你平常训练你也很难匹配到这样的战斗力。
Oh yeah, I should get something to you're right. Well,
集体生活跟你各自为战产生的差距还是。
I'm gonna have to order something in because I can't really. I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna be able to go out and get something before the next game starts.
公益选手，让我们欢迎他。Hello Monkey， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
我是 W 的打野选手 Monkey
啊，非常感谢 Monkey 选手接受我们这个
listening
大家这场胜利。首先我们有第一个问题啊，问一下，就我们今天的游戏内容可以感觉到 WE 现在的游戏状态是非常火热的，是非常的见面就肿的。你们队内在游戏内的沟通是什么样的呢？在今天这个游戏内容里，感觉你们打特别的热情。
沟通的话就很正常吧，然后每个人都想打，然后我们就配合队友吧。
啊，就感觉是队伍这样打。今天上来火气热，亮相一下。
选到组合毕竟也是那种就是一直去打架的组合嘛。
啊，然后第二个问题也是问到 Monkey， 就是对于新版本，你觉得德杯版本跟之前我们看到的版本，在你的体验里有什么不一样的地方吗？
主要是打野多了很多新英雄吧，然后其他的话变化就比较小。
那有没有说就是这个版本你觉得比较厉害或者比较推荐给大家的打野英雄？
杰斯吧，杰斯唯一真神，其他都是往边靠吧。
没问题。
今天确实好吧，第1局2把杰斯都爆了
啊，但是可惜啊，就是打到 FRK 的时候杰斯没有放出来。K 这边还有什么其他问题吗？
想问一下你们觉得你们现在的这个状态有没有给自己这次德杯定下一个目标？
还没有吧，我觉得就加油打好每一把。
行，就一步一个脚印儿。
对，我的一个情感采访也差不多。那我们感谢孟选手接受我们的一个赛后采访，之后的比赛加油。
好，感谢。
我感觉听到了，就是交流什么一如既往，兄弟们都想忙，都想试试看，那就打呗。
而且看出来了，感觉杰斯这个点后面，除非到了那个最后一把，好像有点选不到。
哎，而且我现在有感觉，就是这又是个赛区差距，应该不是差，应该是差异了。因为 Caspa 杯那边他们觉得唯一真神是剑魔，别的网面战。然后今天 Monkey 给的答案是，他觉得杰斯是真神，胜的网面战。
对，但今天的区别就是剑魔是没放出来，杰斯是放出来，杰斯是放出来了
啊。所以我觉得就是也得验证验证，
还得再往后看看。
对，因为就算我们世界赛的时候也有，就是 LPL 觉得奇亚娜很强，但是 CK 那边觉得挖掘机很强，所以我们去抢的英雄确实不一样。我觉得再验证再来一来吧。
主要2个赢游戏的方式确实，就杰斯是属于那种就尽量别打架啊，就是拉扯，然后剑魔是属于那种最好也去多对抗。
对，那我们12休息吧，马上为大家放送今天最后一把比赛，我们12休息，马上回来。
Okay. Adverts done. I should do that now. Apparently Aurora's ult can be blocked or reflected by wind walls when it couldn't before. That is interesting. Ah. Okay, last series of the day. Does that mean it can be sent back by Mel W? Yeah, it can right now, which I don't believe was the case. I don't know whether it's intended. Kind of huge if it is though, and it really would like hit Mel's power if it not Mel's power, Aurora's power. Well, technically Mel's power as well, but yeah, it really hit Aurora's power if you can.
是时候做出真正的改变了。
年年都说要改变，到头来呢，都难送末年了吧？
那些愿意做出改变的，
算我一个。
也许有些时候我们真的不是主角，但故事也还没到结局呢，是吗？
放开束缚，才有逆天改命的机会。让我们一起把比赛变得好看一点吧。
已经退无可退，不改变还怎么扬名立万？
能坚持
I have ordered in some bread groceries, but that will be my breakfast. Oh, it's so weird, like having Elk being on Weibo, man. It's so weird.
变化倒是挺大的，包括的兄弟，从内而外都有变化。为了曾经存在的过去，也为了继续努力的现在。
I don't like having Elk and On like sat next to each other in different jerseys, man. It doesn't feel right.
加入我们。
好，各位观众朋友，欢迎回来，欢迎大家继续收看2025英雄德玛西亚杯啊！马上要开始我们今天最后一场 BO3的对决了。大家好，我是今天九十毛毛。
大家好，我是九十王总。
哎，那同样在这里要特别感谢赛事主办方以及独家直播平台虎牙直播，同时也要感谢西安 WE 主场对本次赛事的全程制作支持。 好，来了，我们要来一个那个正经的职业队之间的对抗了，对吧？因为前面2支主播队战罢，发现主播队还不了手，就是最纯粹的还不了手，
而且死的样子都一样，就是对线期能玩玩，可能打到10分钟小优，然后15到20分钟。
It'd be good for Elk at least. He and Knight were the most consistent this year, I feel. Ooh, I actually think so. Weirdly, I know because internationally, that's why most people kind of update their views on LPL and they don't watch regionally as much, I suppose. I actually think community sentiment might agree with you, but I think that I actually think On was the second best BLG player this year. I think Elk did have some moments of real inconsistency. His late game, remember like his start on Nymaera? Like his Nymaera late game was really quite poor, actually. Amongst other things, you know, even his Xayah was bad late game, which I didn't expect from him. He's normally been very good at that.
那同样在我们的比赛开始前，先告诉大家，全新神话幻想皮肤沉溺暗影卢仙与娜美一同加入战场。
Of course, he had his good moments too, but I think Elk actually really struggled with a lot of his consistency this year. At points across the entirety of the year, you know, which might be a too big a bracket to
更有全新的传送门、随机城邦主题棋盘等4重豪华福利可免费领取，快快打开客户端，书写你的传奇吧！英雄联盟手游致敬传奇系列首款限定皮肤。 魔王圣铠节将于12月15号正式上线， 传奇选手 Faker 6星节联名皮肤来袭。
Why does LPL English keep getting shadow banned? I'm trying to look at their tweets to see what they've been tweeting about, and like they keep getting shadow banned. It's so stupid.
雪花飘飘，驯鹿11 12月4号。
You look at the LPL English LPL English like Twitter, they keep getting shadow banned. It's so strange.
登陆神话商城，华丽衣装不容错过。皮肤帮大家测过了，好用，好吧？
啊，那泽力
Okay, so this
还是厉害
next
但是也
next
玩不了
game
就是有个问题，就是峡谷有点亮，就是如果大家觉得玩亮了，可以尝试你把那个对比度调低。
We don't have much information on either team, really.
看着简直眼睛累啊。
Now, Yahoo brought up, Harrian in chat brought up a good point. Ultra Prime is actually just a lot of the BLG junior roster. Besides Saber. I believe the Saber's the one guy that's not from there. So, like, they are a team which kind of been jumped up towards LPL proper. It's Ultra Prime, you know, basically ripping out most of a team and replacing it again. They've done that a couple of times now in the last couple of years, I suppose. They did coming into this one, they've done it again now. And then, yeah, LNG on the other side. Bit of a band of misfits of players which haven't had the best form recently.
去一趟呗。
就解说一下二路什么的，对吧？两个人刚好坐在一起，到时候再叫个小翻译在后面站着。
感觉没毛。
哎
That's fair, Mecca. That's actually not a bad read on it.
先把手上的比赛打好，对吧？当然就是这些选手。
Yeah, I mean, my biggest wish for LNG this year is that 1xN has a good year.
可能在 LCK 的成绩啊，一直以来都不是很好。我对他印象最深的还是他在那个 KDF 刚出来的那段时间，就是我觉得他是个操作，在小胖的版本，他是个操作非常好的。那会儿他含一。
So all of this Ultra Prime team played at like NEST last year under BLG. That's kind of funny.
玩游戏只注重对线，过了对线期。
That's kind of funny actually.
他这个我觉得就是有麦格云，因为他那时候麦格带的 KDF，但麦格有个点是，他会把选手往一个极端值去引，就是他会把你的一个长处变成终极长处，
就 only 对线。
对，就要么 only 对线，要么 only 打团。 要么欧尼入侵，反正他会把一个帮你塑造的极长无比。
然后今年在那个 DNF 这个队，可能很多咱们这个国内观众都不了解啊。在 LCK 属于什么级别呢？属于究极值大垫底，只比当年的 WE 多赢了一场大场。
What do I think of this LNG roster? A lot of players who are off form. Even 1xN was, I guess, a little off form. I'll let people listen to this as you speak.
主要还是关注好我们自己的一些配合。再次跟谢尔成为队友的话，我觉得他成长了很多吧，然后没有以前那么拘谨了，自信了很多吧，我觉得挺好的。
来，京东老队友，
哎，还真是。
Cheers now been in a couple of teams over the last few years as well.
熟了，看着还是小孩。
From JDG to FPX to LNG, he's becoming a bit of a journeyman. He was a very good rookie. His rookie year was very, very good. Second year, not so much. He was actually my rookie of the year, though. Weirdly, no, in 24 he was my rookie of the year. Genuinely, like he had such a good overall year. In a very hard year to play top lane because it was the return of lane swaps. Did very, very well for someone who's meant to be like a laning duelist.
但是他左手武器，右手魁，
他其实完全会攻击，只是说看。
Realistically, I do think LNG come in as favorites, even though there are players who are, no, had better times.
我的心态会更加的平稳吧，面对劣势或者优势的时候，然后我的打法呀应该会更加自信，因为我有了一个赛季的经验，然后在新的赛季我也挺有自信，给大家带来一个不一样的自己的。
Yep, Viper is on the roster list, Darkwood.
面对更多更加强大的队伍，对上强力的选手也能游刃有余吧。我们队伍的目标就是走得更远，然后打更多的比赛。
Saber 是刺刀型的。
Did you know that Sheer uses locked cam to play League? I actually didn't know that Sheer was a locked cam player. I know that Doggo and Vampire are both locked cam players. I think for a top laner it matters a little less. Like, it really, you can play lock cam as long as you're good at moving your camera on the minimap or something like that. You still need to have good camera movement. Lock cam, I think, sets you back in that, but it doesn't. But if you're good at using F keys and click on the minimap and stuff like that, you can still get the information that you need.
看一下 LNG 这个阵容班底，其实乍一看真还行，对吧？大家都是叫得出名字的，而且都或多或少。
Like for instance, if you're playing someone like Zeri, you kind of need to lock cam mid fight because it helps your Q accuracy like a lot.
给了波豆给镜头真的太像。
Or I can do anyway.
确实，
Like I find it very helpful in stuff like Vayne, because I use I kind of have spacebar resensor my camera, so I just press and hold spacebar if I need to lock cam for a bit, basically.
打的整体来说挺挣扎的吧，今年也是换了个队伍，看一下会不会有个新的面貌。
Exactly, imagine. You just hold spacebar, it helps.
非常有经验的老辅助 Missing。
Yeah, this is probably going to be one of our more informative games. Not that they are going to be the most informative, because it's off-season, this is the first games. We don't know how much scrim practice these teams have had. We, yes, I do exactly the same, Ejder. But, yeah, I think that, not all of these games are going to be massively accurate representations of the teams. It's off-season, teams won't have had a lot of scrims. I don't know how much people are scrimming on the new patches instead, the preseason patch, and trying to figure out the new meta. There's a lot of noise in the data. The question is, where exactly is the ceiling for Sheer? Well, I mean, you look at JDG and this guy was great. The guy was very good. He was actually very good at picking up macro tricks and tips and tricks. He was very good on stuff like Twisted Fate top. Very good at abusing winning lanes. He was a decent Scion and stuff too. Curious how LPL is going to shape up for Bulldog, because this is make or break season for him. Yeah, Bulldog, from everything I've heard, has disappointed recently. Is Coach Comms going to be a thing in top tier leagues? It is for the first split in LCP. I don't know about the other regions. I can't remember if LCK is going to have that. I personally, what do I think of that? I mean, I think it will lead to higher level league, but it removes the game more from the experience you have as a casual player. I think it causes a ton of logistical issues for a broadcast, because you need to have comp ops available to be like, you need a lot of extra stuff in place to be like, well, okay, the coaches can't watch live gameplay from the, or they can't watch the live broadcast. They need to be completely, whereas right now they can watch whatever they want. But I'm pretty sure they're in LCP2 duo as well. Pretty sure it was an LCP as well. Not just LCK. Curious as to where you saw as LCK only. I do believe I saw something for LCP as well.
起码现在说还在场上的选手得好好珍惜了，年份不会再有了。
There's a bit of a, oh my god, another pause.
反馈了比赛服客户端出现了网络波动，选手未能成功进入游戏，现赛事组正在进行核查，等待选手进入游戏后，比赛正常展开。不是搞我呢？我一上来就波动。
没，上回我们也波动了。
啊，你们也波动了
，W 也波动了。
行，那我放心了，主要刚才我睡着了。
那 W 那边小波动。
小波动。那希望 UP 也是小波动。今天这个波动，那我认真讲，有可能是客户端的问题，比赛服卡了。
就这个常有的，
对吧？这个有可能是比赛服卡了。
然后我听过那个分区系统啊，我听。
Well, can anyone translate that?
比赛服，比如说我们登录看到诺克萨的图标。
I'm on start, it's not hard. Well, you say that, but there's a bunch of things which can go wrong when you're trying to play on a, you know, low latency environment for a lot of this stuff.
比如上号这局你不是更新嘛，大家就玩的很多，你可能下个棋玩一个海斗，把那服务器撑爆了，比赛服也会受到影响。
哎，最近那个
有可能
一区是真上不去，一区就是永远排队10万加，全是上来玩海克斯大乱斗和新版本营地的。
所以说大家下班回家。
Yeah, Duo, there's literally on the LOL Pacific EN Twitter, Coach Comms in the LCP. They've literally tweeted out officially. It was have a look. It was on the 3rd of December. Internet issues, classic.
说这个海克斯大乱斗是个伟大的发明啊！
啊，你比如说这版本的云顶之翼也是个伟大的发明啊，
挺好玩的。这版本云顶之翼其实挺考验的游戏理解的，它把那些很多赌狗阵容给摒弃掉了，对吧？现在能玩的赌狗阵容非常的少，非常考验大家玩那个95 flex 能力。当然，这个 flex 之前你的7上8又特别的困难，
对，而且你还得解锁，就是8级文血的义子，
对，就是你解锁的回合也特别的讲究。
It says an Ultra Prime player isn't able to enter the game because of network stuff. Oh, bloody hell. So they can't... Oh my god. It's so annoying when it's like one PC which is the problem, or one account that's a problem. Because sometimes it's account issues on Tournament Realm. Sometimes it's local internet, local network stuff. Yeah.
就是你去他没那么厉害。对，第一是赌狗少，第二是你没有那种大娱乐，就是连败我吃货的那种羁绊。就以须塔尔，他那个还是做任务，其实他不一样。哎，而且你玩以须塔尔会碰到那种，你比如说接个10连败的任务，有些人他就生断，那个你是最绝望。断了你就直接走，断了就一定老八那个，就得少个羁绊了，玩不了。对，就等于是你前面的所有铺垫白费了。 然后你这羁绊本来强度你没有开出眼宝啥的，后期没用，完全没用。那牢，你得牢那任务。然后同时，如果大家玩海斗了，可以尝试尝试啊。最近又有新的海克斯上了，上一小段时间了，应该地狱三头犬那一批，那个感觉不是很好用啊，哎，不够好玩。地狱三头犬感觉不厉害，就是它作为彩色来说略显亏模，就是从
Yeah, coach comms will only be piloted for a short period in LCK and LCP. Will not be used at global events or other regional leagues for now.
那个雪球扭蛋机要变成金的了，那个早就该变成，这该变金了，变成银的都行。我说实话，它变成银的我可能把选它。那个雪球扭蛋机真的不配为彩，它那个强度太低了，都不知道干什么玩意儿。就是你知道最抽象的就是我雪球中了，我雪球2段过去，然后触发一个技能给个虚弱，我会干嘛的？不是虚弱不错，好的是你身上亮个净化啊，对，净化是最呆的，然后对面给个火，就不知道有什么意义。 那个海克斯确实强度还不如那个金色的下雨。对啊，就那个中了下雨的减速的还不错。那彩色的大雪球带击飞，那个算彩的，我勉强承认。但扭蛋机觉得不行。所以说，祝各位到时候要是玩海斗的时候，别就是抽不到扭蛋机，然后玩瑞兹抽1流，玩杰斯抽1板1啊！祝福各位。1板1杰斯谁玩谁爽。让你们就是祝福你们。哎，而且这版本本来打野杰斯就厉害。 对吧？大家在大乱斗练完了，还可以顺便去峡谷试试，哎，直接试一试你大乱斗练出来的熟练度。大家现在不都
Ultra Prime can't log in. Are you kidding me? They can't log in. No. Oh god.
他也没入门炮，只是打得准，但打得准就够了。因为人家是打比赛，哎，对吧？要的是那个积分，要的是胜利。因为我觉得是瞄准这个东西，所有英雄都一样，你只要放非常技能就要瞄准。但入门炮这个是杰斯专属技巧，你可以不用入门炮，只要中就行了。对，哎。 就你不追求那个嘛，像但是那些老一辈上单都是比较追求这个的啊，就他的释放一定得是高超的释放。这个有点像是你喝那个拿铁那个拉花，必须得拉一个，它会让它变得更好喝吗？也不会，就是变好看，就变好看。但是这是高手的自我修养，他必须得要。对啊，像我们这种低级杰斯不需要的，打中就不错。打中出伤害就。
I swear to God, what do you mean they can't log in? Why is this stuff happening right now? Like, don't they do tech checks? I mean, I guess they do, but how does this stuff crop up between tech check and live? What? Oh, day one of tournaments is such a risky time. Like, sometimes it is just everything going wrong at the same time. Who do I think wins the LEC versus? Well, I don't see why it... I think. Well, GT come in as favorites, right? Very creative, I'm sure they'll adapt to the new meta. The very fast-paced meta looks like coming up into the new split probably doesn't favor KC as much. Because I think Yike on... Well, maybe it matters for Busia. I think Yike on the whole likes to play a more slower, deliberate style of play. Does it matter for Giant X? I mean, it's probably just G2. They're the team which are more stable, right? Maybe Koi. You know what? Actually, I think MKoi with a faster meta might be alright. It's between G2 and MKoi, I think. Imagine me and the coach are still having to wear a suit for online tournament. Yeah. I'm going to cook for 80 people. You're cooking for 80 people? Damn, cool. Get them good fed. Batch cooking for large amounts of people is such a different beast than, like, regular cooking. Like, I could cook for, you know, like 10 people, maybe. Even then, like, I don't know, I don't tend to, you know, cook for that many people. I batch cook a lot, but I don't cook for that many. Cooking for 80 people? Damn. A lot. Scale up of all tasks is a challenge? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Does anyone have like a niche favorite esports jersey. So I feel like the LPL jerseys, not all of them are great. Not gonna lie, because they're not that creative. However, you go to some of like the, particularly when it goes into like minor regions, sometimes they have some like wacky jerseys. There was one for Saigon Buffalo, which did kind of look like it looked like a sweet wrapper, because it had like wham in the middle of the shirt basically. God, that was messy. It's arguably the worst jersey of all time. It was so bad. It's just like, wow, that's just like a sweet wrapper. What? And not in a good way. Then you have stuff like FlyQuest. FlyQuest have been very inventive with theirs. I like theirs. I really wish that LCS had allowed Team Liquid to have all of their different Marvel jerseys on different players at the same time. The whole thing about a uniform is that it's meant to look the same, right? But they had like a Captain America one, and like an Iron Man one, and a Hulk one, and a Spider-Man. And that was so cool when they had Marvel for Marvel for all the different jerseys. That was really cool. Yeah, that would have been cool. There's stuff like Sengoku Gaming and SoftBank Hawks in LJL used to have they basically had, because you know SoftBank have a SoftBank Hawks is a baseball team. They basically have baseball tops. That was pretty cool. Pentanet had a jersey with indigenous Australian art. That's so cool. I did think, you know, funnily enough, I think Garm did something similar with a lot of like Vietnamese characters on one of their Worlds jerseys. I think that was, I can't remember if that was 23. I don't know if you remember that, but I love the BLG 25 black and white polo shirt. It's less my thing, but I don't mind the different look. Yeah. G2 have had some interesting ones over time. They've had some interesting ones over time. Typically I like the G2 jerseys. They're cool. I like when they had different, like when they were competing in different countries, they would have like the colors of that country on the jersey, which was cool. He also springs to mind. Cloud9 having like, yeah, Cloud9's ones were actually pretty good with like the extended logo actually kind of like being the colors of the shirt were kind of cool. Like the C9 kind of was like big on the actual shirt. Under of Thieves turtleneck, did they have a turtleneck? I didn't even realize that they had a turtleneck. When Double's there, right, okay. Oh, now I'm just remembering some of the worst ones. Like, you remember back to like 2015, 2016. I can't actually remember the year they played. Might have been 2017 actually. Do you remember Mysterious Monkeys? God, it's gotta be monkeys spelt with double E. Mysterious Monkeys in Europe was so bad. Oh, that was very poor. Yeah, that was less than good. Less than good. And then, you know, Move Your Mothers, or also known as Meet Your Makers, when they threatened a player's mother's house. That was, yeah. Yeah. I don't mind polo shirts in general. Like, I'm not gonna wear a polo shirt often. It's not my kind of thing. But I know that some people do. It's just not my thing. Like in the same way that when people get like baseball jerseys or something like that, or hockey jerseys, it's not my thing. I'm not going to wear them, but I understand that there is a market for that, and I support that being a, you know, increasing the variety of esports apparel out there, which I think is cool. Right, hang on, you know, great timing. I've just got my like shopping turn up, which means I can get some food. Be right back. 要知道最早的英雄联盟是一个纯粹的对线游戏，那个时候就是你对线赢了，你这把游戏基本就赢一半了，对吧？除非你后面有比较夸张的操作，然后被人家从团战翻过来，不然就是对线赢就赢。以前有什么画面？就是那个一瓶大红药加3个小红药出嘛，那是 S3古早的时期。对，那个就纯对线。那个时候，所以那个时候 Faker 厉害。One of the things which upsets me the most about German, I guess, language is that they refer to bread which you kind of like sliced bread as toast. If it's sliced bread, it's toast, even though it's not been toasted. Now, I feel like if something hasn't been toasted, it's not toast.
而以前男刀一
You know?
是瞬移带沉默。
最开始我记得是
Anyway,
沉默，然后
just
后面是99的减速。
that I
对
I
就是
thought I'd say that because
割
I've
头
just got
最记
some
得
what
然后斩
Germans
草
would
除
call.
根也是顺发的，就是那个
Yeah.
W 顺收。
出收
嗯，
快。以前那个大男刀是 E 到你身边 WR 2圈刀出去回来人没了。
然后以前最早那个男刀甚至还能出5把黑切，
啊
那是最赖的，因为那个黑切可以叠加把护甲给你削成负的。还有最早什么瞪眼赛恩都是古早时期的回忆。
不是你要想以前那个赛恩技能多简单，说来大家可能有些就是现新玩家不信，那个以前赛恩 Q 就是对单体目标，就是锁定单体目标，
定点儿，
造成眩晕并造成巨额伤害。
然后 W 就是那个盾炸一下巨额伤害，
啊，
然后大招是那个开了大招以后
加移速加攻速，然后
有那个吸血，对，有吸血狂战士模式，
然后 E 能就是加攻击力，然后 A 人会自己会损失生命值。
对，就是整体来说以前的赛恩很简单很简单，但是比现我感觉啊没有现在厉害，说实话没有现在厉害
啊。
就以前那个，因为就现在的赛恩功能性更齐全一些。
完了，现在是很多英雄越做它的机制，我其实有一说游戏体验是变好了的，因为以前的英雄玩起来就那样，
对，
没感觉。
主要是 S3的故事，其实屏幕里的很多这种小选手可能都没玩过，他们还特别小，对吧？
还真是，
因为我们那个年份已经不一样了，人家都是什么04、05的了。
I'm not into it.
看到了，最
Yikes.
小的应该是06。
对啊。
Oh, we still don't have draft yet, folks. We're... God, how long is this gonna last? Presumably, there's only a maximum amount of time they can wait for this. Look in the league chat in your Discord. I can certainly look. Yeah, sure. If you've got like jerseys you want to show, you just post them in. Yeah, that's not a turtleneck though. That's a polo shirt.
我就是我去那边，我第一次感觉我都是老了，我都老了。
那你有点谦虚了，你这00后感觉。
Turtlenecks are different.
没办法，长江后浪推。
See, that to me actually, so that 100 Thieves jersey is actually quite similar to a lot of rugby jerseys.
希望这些小将真的能够成长的
哦，
快。
看到了，大家看到后面的电脑上面那个中间那个字没有？在那边转，再转，
再重试。
然后这种时候你也不敢点这个退出，直接点退出，你可能就。
Yeah, if you have a favorite esports jersey, go join the Discord and But let me.
连一下断一下，连一下断一下
啊，你也不知道到底连没连上
啊。
Well, do I want to give a discount out to it? Whatever, it is a public
这
one.
不会像我们第一把一样，就直接按照那个延迟就硬打了吧，就能开，然后直接就硬打。
Well, we're in it for the long haul, folks. Gonna, yeah. No, they're absolutely not the same thing. Polo shirts are kind of like, they're collared shirts, so they have like the turnover collar. Just turn my camera, please. Hey Angie, how's it going? We in? Whatever, sure, I'll just put myself on screen here. I know, I don't always want to be on screen like this. I don't feel like I add. I'd rather just be like a disembodied. Maybe I should have done a music break. Maybe I should have really just get people to jump the shark, where just, I don't know, doing like an open mic instead. I think the casters just said they joined and immediately DC repeatedly. Oh, bloody hell, is that a tournament realm issue or a network issue? There's so many things that could be. You gotta feel bad for compops, right? Yeah, you gotta feel bad for compops. I mean, what do you do, right? Are they back in now? Are we into draft or what? Oh my god, we're going to a break. We're going to a break. Oh dear. Well, I've got some Skittles to eat. I could eat some bread, but maybe I deserve a sweet treat. Some toast, rather. Angie, I was dissing the German language earlier and how I think it's very improper that in Germany, bread which is meant for toasting, well, like sliced bread, is called toast. Even if it's not toasted. I feel like if it's not toasted, then, you know, like, it shouldn't be called toast, you know? Yeah, this is what we get for streaming LPL, folks. Lord. What am I gonna do? Tell me what I can do. Yeah. Do this? Sure, why not? I can do something entertaining for one. I have like a really nice replica lightsaber. You know, the best thing is, I actually use it for content so I can write it off as a tax expense. What are we meant to do, folks? We've had like an hour of pauses today. What am I meant to do? Just sit here on my lonesome here? Ugh. Ain't much I can do, folks. This sucks. This really sucks, you know? Like, there's very little for us to interact with. Oh, you know. Whatever. I mean, yeah, we've probably had pauses for an hour. We had one entire game basically just written off because it was, network was that bad. This is a different issue, though. I don't think this is a lag within game. This is people actually getting kicked out of the lobby. They're just getting disconnected. Yeah, so game 2 of the first series was just abandoned, and that probably had like an extra 45 minutes onto it. With this involved now too, I think it's been an hour now, yeah. You do ASMR? I'm not. I'm not sure. That's what the people want. I'm gonna throw a guess out there, and that's not what the people want. Sure, I can do LOL. Sure, we'll start playing some games or something. Whatever. Sure, we'll do something like that. Window capturing. Do I have a browser capture on it? Let's see if I've got a... Yeah, that works. You know what? I actually need to... I wanted to go back and do this at some point. I think there technically is a LOL world record thing, speedrun world record. And I think I got it on stream. Or rather, I would have beaten it if I'd submitted it. Alright, let's do LOL. Because I did it in 45 seconds, I want to say. Alright, let's, get this done. Sure. Hey, TFT, good to see you. Alright, let's do this. Let's see how quick we can get this. Boy, stop. Come on. Okay, that's not a good start. Mana, earlier than that, not mid lane, so it has to be ranged melee. Sorry, melee mana. Darius? Not Mel, so it's something. Oh, that's 2012. I'm bad. It's a melee. Oh, this is something, is it? Yeah, there we go, cool. Not bad, actually. I thought that Darius was 2010 for some reason, my bad. Triumph. One? No, this one I'm actually... No, that's not it. No, this one I'm bombing out on this one, actually. I'm not sure. The Triumph? Giovanna? Darren? Darius? Actually not sure on this one. Not Galio. I thought I'd do it to Demacia. Let's have a listen.
To triumph.
Oh, wait, that's... Yeah, I never played this champion, man. The hell is that? Oh, is that champion? No, I have no idea then. I'm bombing out on this. Oh, is that Milio? Is it Milio? It's not, huh? Ramus? Was Snowball? Nunu maybe? Man, I'm sucking at this. I have no idea. Bard maybe? Whatever. Unclear. Oh, it's Ambessa. Right, my bad. Damn, this sucks. Because I don't see it in the yeah, I'm not as used to that one. My bad. You gonna show me this thing yet? Rain? Umbrella? Not Neela, is it? It is about rain. Oh, Misfortune? Right, yeah, make it rain. That is Shyvana, Ironscale Shyvana, right? Oh wait, no, is this that then? Warwick, it's Warwick. It's Warwick. No, it's not. I'm so bad. Who the hell is this then? Talon? I even play this champion so well, I used to play it a lot. It's Blood Moon Talon. Damn, that was a bad run. That was a very bad run. Right, what did you want to do? Was it LOL sketch, did you say? What is LOL sketch? What is this? Unless your creativity and compete with friends in League Sketch, the ultimate drawing guessing game for League Legends fan, blah blah blah. I don't know what this is. I've never played this in my life, so what is this? Waiting for players. What do you do here? Okay, maybe not this one then. You know what I'm gonna do words on. I'll just look, folks. I'm just gonna do words on screen. I'll keep it simple. I'm gonna turn my camera for a bit. You do words on screen. You can. This one's just an easy one. You know what it is. Which team's having internet issues? Ultra Prime are, sadly. Okay, so this is only in Twitch chat, but basically, you know, find the words in chat. Ugh, what a day one, hey. Oh my god, they're just showing this shit again. I'm gonna put some... no, I don't want to put ads on now. Wait, largest Tetris game ever was played at the Red Bull Tetris World Final. Are you kidding me? Over 2,800 drones form the game's shapes in real time and react to the players' moves. That is insane. Dude, I love that Red Bull is a company that exists that just does, like, dumb out there shit. I'm glad there's someone with the whimsy left to do that. I have to know, for black and white clothes, do you do their laundry with the whites or the blacks? Depends on the material, I think, actually. Because basically, if you think the dye is likely to leak, you kind of have to put them in with the darks. Because otherwise you're going to, like, you know, ruin a whitewash. They'll come out, like, slightly grey or whatever. The real answer is you probably do them separately. Like a gentle wash. God, maybe I should have done an Uma run. Huh. I did have a really good Nymaera Top Gun run the other day. Still not sure it's enough though to win this CM. This CM's been kind of weird for me. Oh, like the last day was really bad. I got like a load of two win tickets. I didn't get a single 3-win ticket, which I haven't got Group A finals yet. Can't believe you've played Uma for almost a year now, time flies. It's not that long, I don't think, because it was... I only started playing around... Wait, actually, when did I start playing? I don't think it was in... I think it would have been like March, April, maybe? Yeah, it's still a couple of months off. That. November. I didn't play in November though. Oh yeah, I've started getting my first S ranks now, which is cool. Not that they're actually like it. That's mainly for like achievements. Actually, getting a good usable S rank is the harder thing. Well, this has been a dumb day of games. Game came out 7-8 months ago on global. Year anniversary is in February. Right, okay. And then I joined like after the first minute because I didn't get the special week speed card, which is actually kind of annoying because it's quite a good speed card. That's actually really annoying. Oh yeah, by the way, this event's free card, the guts card, is actually pretty good. The one before the bourbon wit card was also pretty good. Very good, actually. That one's very good. Gives a speed bonus as a wit card, which is, you know, legit. Let me do that. Very large. What, you can't see any words with Q in these ones? Crazy. Yeah, today's been really dumb, folks. The network issues are really taking the momentum out of the day. On the whole, I prefer base KDA Ari a lot more. But the all-out one is really cool because when you ult, it uses like the riff notes from more, which is really cool. Oh, that's a really nice touch. That's one of the small details I think is much. Oh my god, stop playing this god. Look, Ari, you're great. Happy birthday for yesterday, but I need to stop seeing that advert now. I need to stop hearing pop stars. Also, just I don't know why I'm kind of tired of music verse Ari. Like I much prefer Runeterra Ari. It's just the character design. I think the K-pop world stuff is just way too oversaturated in terms of the media I see around it. Almost all the fan art of that character is from that damn music verse. No. It's specifically I prefer Runeterra Ari, and I see so much music verse. And this is the same for other characters. Like, I prefer Runeterra Evelyn and stuff like that too. Just a way more sinister character, way better in a lot of ways. And Akali or whatever. I just think that the music verse characters have subsumed their Runeterra identities. The worst case of this is Seraphine, right? But Seraphine basically just isn't a good Runeterra character. Pretty awful Runeterra character. Yeah, the music verse stuff just completely overtook their characters and kind of made them obsolete. And now they've started changing the characters kind of to suit that more a little bit. Like, all the work that was done in Ruin King for Ari, they started to walk that back and stuff like 2xKO and a bunch of other stuff. It is marketing. You're right, Angie, it is. And I can't blame them for that. I just personally don't like it. You know? In the same way that the way that they're doing Arcane stuff everywhere and they just leveraging off Arcane. I understand why. It gets a bit... I get tired of it. But I understand it, you know? I wish I enjoyed TFT because it has a really good community support and it seems very popular. I just can't be bothered with it. Seraphine and Legends of Runeterra was depicted well. Certainly a lot better. I think Legends of Runeterra did a lot to fix some bits of lore, and then it broke other bits. There were bits and pieces which it did really well, but because they were kind of left to their own devices, a lot of Legends of Runeterra stuff ended up going way off the rails. Some of the stuff with the whatchamacallit, the oh, this isn't even sliced bread. This is, guys, I don't even have a piece of sliced bread. I do need to kind of show you. Wait, whatever. I'll let you do this. This isn't toast. This is just a loaf of bread. The fuck? It didn't come sliced. The picture had it sliced. What? I'm just gonna. Okay, I'll just eat the bread. Oh, so close to clutching it out. So close. Yeah, guys, I don't know. I just have like. Oh no, is that the wrong one? That's the wrong one. Oh, I just turned my camera off on this one. That's what I did. My bad. I could have actually just... Yeah, I just had... There's just a... It didn't come sliced. It's just a loaf of bread. I don't know. It's my breakfast, bro. Alright. Guess we go again. What? You said toast. Like, okay. It'll come, like, sliced or something. Thought you all had bread slices? Well, I don't, clearly. Oh my god. It's the same advert again. Shut up, Harriet. Shut up. El Condor pasa. Super Greek has been carrying me this CM? Well, yeah. Very good long runner. The best thing for her is that, well, she gets inbuilt Swinging Maestro, which is insane, right? Also means that you don't have to run the Rice Powers card. You can run some other cards. Although it does give you cooldown. So I suppose still worth it. You can also run the... Medra McQueen stamina card for that. Do you believe in the heart of the cards? Sure, why not? Reminded the other day, because it went viral on socials, that the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Died rescuing people from drowning. It is very, very, very heroic. Oh, sad. Yeah, Uma Musume is in fact not. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! In case you didn't know. Yu-Gi-Oh is so much better now than when I started during COVID. Is in terms of the game or the media around it? Because I only really watched up until GX. I watched, yeah, no, I did watch all of GX pretty much. And then I never really watched anything past that. I heard Zexal actually ended up getting okay, although the concept of it being, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh on bikes, Yu-Gi-Oh on motorbikes was a bit, yeah. The game? Right. Randy, you know, there's that one older bloke that played an Exodia deck, which was really, really cool. Yeah, it's car games on motorbikes. I mean, fair play, it's got the aesthetics down, it's just... You know. Oh, I swear to God, this is going on for forever. I need to run some ads again at some point, because again, we're running through our we're burning through our pre-roll. Oh God, what a day! Oh, I was playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, limited, GmbH. Playing that on the stream recently, and it took me a while to realize. Some of chat realized it before I did. There is just a straight up Blade Runner 2049 reference in there, which is just like you look lonely and great light neon lights, and you know, blue and pink. Very cool. Honestly, that game was much better than the reviews made it out to be. I mean, the ending was shit. It is one of the worst endings in terms of narratively. The gameplay was fun. The boss fight was cool, and the aesthetics of that was great. The actual, like, ending narratively is the worst since Mass Effect 3. Or it's worse than Mass Effect 3. Right, it was really quite bad. I think this ad reel is actually going to drive me insane. I think I may start clawing at the bars of my containment. I may, yeah. I think I might, yeah, I might lose it, folks. Duo, yes, I did notice those messages, don't you worry. I think that's cool. It's nice to actually have, like, alignment between the game and the show. Gonna run out of bread. I do have a lot of bread to eat. Like, a lot of bread. League of Bread burned das Brot. The icon himself. What's the status of the next game? Yeah, if in case you can't read what's on the fucking screen. Yeah, game 1 of the 3rd series is delayed, folks. I should really stop swearing on stream so much. I know, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I don't know when it's going to start. It better start soon. I do wonder, because the problem is if it goes too long, it will go past midnight. And then labor laws get strange about that in different countries, and I don't know whether that applies to China. Yeah, at this rate, I'm just going to start, like, I don't know, like, doing a fucking open mic gigs. This is crazy, folks. I don't know what to say. This is just crazy. Why no Cam? Because all you're gonna do is see me falling asleep here. Like, that's all you're gonna see. what do you want? I'm just gonna be Zen moding like this. That's all you're gonna see. It doesn't exactly add much to the whole experience, you know? Do you really want to watch in first person, you know, me losing my religion? That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion. Sure, why not? You know, I have actually started using the lightsaber for, like, dynamic lighting. So if I'm recording stuff, sometimes I'll be like, oh yeah, I really need, like... I really want, like, a red glow on this scene. Yeah, like, well... Okay, not when it's, like, flashing like that, but it does have a certain ambience. Oh, God. And this one font is actually more likely to give you a freaking seizure, so maybe not that. So extra. Yeah, not crispity. That one actually, yeah. This is crazy. I mean, what do you do about this, you know? Oh my god. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind Pop Stars as a song, but hearing it like a dozen times in this break is actually going to drive me insane. This is, yeah. Never seen such a severe network issue. Season 2 Worlds. Never beaten. Probably not again. Season 2 Worlds. The problem that they had is that they had a rotating stage. And they didn't quite realize how the cables would work going up to the stage. So it started rotating and all of the Ethernet cables sheared. They just straight sheared. In Season 2 Worlds, they actually just completely sheared off the Ethernet cables the first time they moved it, and they had no idea what to do. It took them like 8 hours to fix. Which is where the Silver Scrapes meme comes from. It comes from the Silver Scrapes meme. Because they had like such a long delay, that and they only had that song for the break. So it was like 8 hours of Silver Scrapes. It was insane. Are they going to start playing Pop Stars in Game 5s now? I have no idea. They did the orchestral version of Silver Scrapes at Worlds. Although I did see that the original creator of Silver Scrapes did a video where he said he suspects that the orchestration of it, like the scoring of it, was done by AI, which is a very serious allegation, actually. But there is a video on it, and he worded it in a very, like, legally safe sense. But, like, the original... Basically, the original creator of Silver Scrapes was asked to sign a document where he would waive out, like, any and all rights, basically, for blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But they were by the people that were rewriting it effectively. There was a whole thing about it. Go look it up. It's on... I know it's on TikTok, but yeah. It was a thing. Yeah, let me go get my guitar. Let's noodle in the background. I don't know what else to do. Like, I don't know. What do you do here, man? Do I have my kappa? Turn these off if I'm doing that. Let's put it down way down. Oh, game over. Whatever. Try again. Come on, let's start again. Tune. He used to play a decent amount of what's it call it, periphery, and then I don't know. Periphery is really hard to play, so you know. Well, official is so obvious there, at least. Why has it got so much fret buzz on it? What a dumb situation. I guess we do like one more round and then I've got to put pre-roll back on again. Where did I put my kappa? That's it. Cool. I used to hate using capos, and then I realized I'm being dumb. Not sure. 14. No. Play pop. I'm not gonna play Pop Stars. No. I'm not gonna play it. What other Guns N' Roses stuff do I know? Well, it's the obvious one. Well, it's not exactly what I signed up to do today, but that's esports for you.
If I sing along with you, if everything could ever be this real forever. If everything could ever be this good again. The only thing I'll never ask of you, you gotta promise not to stop when I say when. She sang.
I love ninths. Ninths are my favorite chords. Which is sounds very similar to, was it a heart shape box? No, message in the bottle. This one. Creed, One Last Breath. Oh, what's the I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm I actually never really listened to that much Creed. They've really gone through a resurgence recently though. Like they're getting popular again, Creed. I used to do a lot of Seether. Seether was one which I used to do.
Celebrate my bones. Everybody loves to watch you fall and fall. Ain't nobody giving up, 'cause nobody gives a fuck. There's nobody praying for me. There's nobody praying for me.
What else I got for you? I used to play a lot of Red Hot Chili Peppers actually. Down in California as well, right? No, that's not. I think it was Snow. Snow and Down in California. They were good songs, though. I can't remember them. Like, do I know any Stromae songs? No, I don't. I've actually not heard. No, I don't know them. I can have a listen at some point, but yeah. What else I got? It's like a million things. Oh, you know. I guess it's close enough to Creed, but I know a load of Sevenfold stuff. I will do, Kanto. I did miss that. I have now recognized it. Okay, fun fact for Kanto. The way that city walls were built completely changed a lot of, like, I'd say 16th century warfare between the East and the West. Because in China, a lot of city walls were always made out of packed earth, whereas in Europe, it was much more about building tall stone walls so people couldn't climb over them. Now, because of that in Europe, European gunpowder ended up evolving to create artillery which could crack stone walls. Whereas in China, it was kind of useless because cannons don't break through packed earth, like large, thick, packed. And Dark World's got it, yeah. But basically, artillery doesn't break through packed earth walls. So China never developed cannons, really, because they never needed them. Like, it wasn't something that would break through cities, whereas in Europe, like, cannons and you know, a bunch of stuff like that ended up being created. So what that meant later on is that you'd have, like, particularly in, like, northern China, between kind of, like, you know, obviously, like, Russia moving towards the eastern end of their territory in China, there was some battles over some star forts in the very north of China, which China just never ran into before. So they had to, like, figure out on the fly, okay, they have, like, this giant stone fortress with, like, cannons on every corner. How the hell do you deal with this? And they had to, like, they realized eventually you just starve it out. But it was a really huge difference in the way that, like, I guess the kind of military culture evolved, right? Because basically just the artillery doesn't work on packed earth, really. So China never developed it. Although, funnily enough, they were like the fathers of gunpowder. And the first time that gunpowder was used outside of China was in the Mongolian invasion of Japan in, what, 1050 or whatever it was. Oh, glad you enjoyed the fun fact. Oh my god, this is just going on for forever. Slip to the void, to the dark, to the fall. No to the life, should have known. I should never come this way. To break the hands of fate, you don't belong here. It is written on screen what's happening. There is a huge delay because of network issues, so, you know. Peel back the skin, close your eyes, glass bone. Yeah, I wonder whether they'll cancel the match at this point, folks. This has been going on for so long. This is gonna go well beyond midnight, you know? I don't know what they'll do. But yeah. That's Alter Bridge, Angie. Wait, Tool? Do I know much Tool? I only know like a couple of tool riffs, and they're really basic. It's like. Hey, Vasta, good to see you. 49 months? That's almost a year. Incredible. I'm here in the shadows. Yeah, Leaguepedia's kind of been all over the place today. I'll be able to play Popstars non-stop now? Yeah, Popstars my favorite song right now. Okay. I was playing some new stuff recently, but I can't. Was that Capo 1? No, it wasn't, no. Nope, that's definitely not. That's not it. That's definitely not it. That reminds me of a pendulum. The change in my future. The change in my future. Misclick. Does anyone know what time it is in China right now? Because I presume if it goes like far enough past midnight, they probably can't do it legally because of like workers' rights and stuff. I don't know what it goes to, but yeah. It's 9 p.m. All right, okay. Keep you in the dark, you know they all pretend. Yes, of course I am, Sol. Of course I am. That's a dumb question. Of course I am. No, it's not dumb. Of course I'm gonna play Fate the Old Republic, yeah. It depends on what contracts are like, gangs. It depends on what contracts are like. Because if it's the kind of thing where, you know, if you end up working past midnight, it ends up being an extra pay rate or something, then maybe it changes things. When will they start? We don't know. I forgot the Kashmir tab again. What is the Kashmir tab? Kashmir is a very cool riff. I just can't remember it right now. Oh, that's it. I was wait. I don't know how much longer they'll wait. I don't know. Any updates on what's going on? No. Everything you know is on screen. I don't have any connection with them, like in China, because we're very, very remote, obviously. I don't think anything said anything in the co-stream or chat. No. So we just have to wait, folks. Now, I will say, if it goes too long, then I'm just going to have to bail, because I have Summoning Insight to do later. Like, and that, I think that's at 5 o'clock, I want to say. So... You know, if this go... well, it's 2 o'clock already. I actually might not be able to finish today, folks, already, which could just... Yeah. If it goes to, like, 3 games, it would be, you know, bad, basically. Wait, is that true? No, it's 2 o'clock today. No, yeah, if it goes... Yeah, if it goes on for, like, another 2.5 hours, if it goes to 3 games, then... If there's something you can watch in the meantime... I don't know. What is the... Yeah, maybe we could put something on in the meantime. I don't have the replay. The problem is I don't have the replays of Casper Cup. I guess we could do... I guess what we could do is like Casper Cup highlights or something. I guess we could do Casper Cup highlights maybe. I think this is pretty doomed though, folks. Oh my god. What is this? How long is this? 48? Sure, cool, that works. We can work with that. Okay, yeah, we'll finish. We'll put that on. We'll do one more. Finish this round, and then I'm just gonna put the highlights on in the background. What was my opinion of the first impression of the Casper Cup games? Fun, bit messy. T1 have the best jungle support in the tournament, and the AD carries are all really good. Yeah, I'm just gonna put Casper Cup highlights on the background, I think. The Chinese casters. Wait. The Chinese casters are complaining on Weibo. I can understand why. It is really bad. It's really bad to open up a tournament like this, right? This is like worst case scenario for a tournament organizer, which sucks. Yeah, Pays is doing very well. No, I think it was good on JDG. I think Pays was very good on JDG, particularly earlier on in the year. I think I put him on like number 2 or number 3 on my MVP list because this guy was like super carrying JDG at points. Let me go do this, and then hopefully this will give us some highlights to watch. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this on in the corner, I guess. Yeah. So this is just highlights, so we'll just leave these on.
That much tankiness. I think you want more threat
That means I can.
It is a different flavor. All right, as you were saying it, Wolf, there is going to be the headbutt pulverized back, and down goes.
We'll just watch through these and we'll just see what happens, you know.
I don't know whether they're going to go for a contest here, as there is the supreme display of talent. Carrier going to be stunned up momentarily as there's the Emperor's Divide. It throws Faker back as he flashes over the wall once again. The three-man shockwave defensively, but the grand entrance, and Delight is able to take him down.
Feels they get that as well. Feels pretty good for them as Guma's once again way out here.
Yeah, and Carrier is behind him, so he can headbutt, pulverize, do whatever the heck he wants.
This? We'll just mute this for now.
There, and once again, had no way of using the flash to save himself.
Yeah, his former support is really doing a number on him in this first game.
And Carrier is once again looking for more. Oh, the pulverize doesn't quite work there as Kanavi just blows up the cow.
Okay, this will just have to work for now, folks. We'll just have to spit this on the background. Hopefully it's fine. I don't think this is going to get played, folks. Surely, I don't think they can play the whole series, surely. Because Echo did pretty well at some points in this series, like in terms of laning. And then fell off a cliff, obviously.
So much work conquering Sands, not enough.
So he needs to be relevant, and he absolutely is now after that kill.
Oh, Dominus coming on through here as there's the public execution out of Zeus. Gets himself the shields. And now
T1 was so much better at setting up vision traps in this series. Like, they were so much better at, like, moving jungle support first to an important location, putting wards down, and then making a play off of it. Like, right here, I mean, Kanavi gets caught out, but he's not, like, crazy far from his team. It's just that T1 are there first in force. And they're just so much better at playing vision traps. So much better at playing vision traps. Like that. Have I talked about next season much? No, not really. It's a faster paced season, but I need to wait for like some pieces to fall. Because people are still figuring this shit out. And I haven't played on it yet, so. Hey, Solly, thanks for the reset. Wow, 18 months? That's almost a year. Wow.
Also going to be spotted and wiped out in an instant. Now the rest of HLA going to see whether they can find themselves a team fight. As into the backline goes to Light. They look for Faker. They wipe him out. Emperor's Divide is available here and there.
Some of these team fights were legit, but you get just like, I don't think that HLE's players are bad, and I think obviously they're not. They're a very good team set of players, and they beat T1 in the first matchup. I think realistically, T1 just have a way more synergized jungle support, which is no surprise, right? They've been playing together for years and they've won multiple worlds together. It's crazy.
Actually, as this poke is really starting to land.
Wait, we don't even have an official announcement of LPL format yet? Wait, really?
And take down this first inhibitor.
Damn.
Doran in the mid lane as well. Now seeing what he can do. But
oh, compliment Vassi.
No man's land. Gumiushi going to be able to get himself out of there. That is Delight finding
the only thing sweeter than the Skittles I have right now is Vasu in chat.
That's the question, ladies and gentlemen. T1
you are the sweet treat that chat deserves.
They're already open bottom lane, and they're going to look to put a dent in this series already and start this best of 5 with a 1
oh,
and
God,
0.
what a chore.
Coming through from the red side as well, up against HLE.
What an awful way to start a tournament, folks. What an awful way to do that.
They just did not let go of this game whatsoever. They'll take down Gumiushi just to put some icing on the cake and then walk away 1-0.
And it's hard to even remember that there was a Jhin in this game outside of the bottom lane. The composition here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Let's hope Gumiushi remembers, though. I don't want any more remade drafts, Wolf.
You called it a finesse draft, and I think it absolutely was. What Hanwha Life needed to do was to gain control, to look for insanely strong follow-ups for the Ambessa ult. The Ambessa was 1,500 gold behind.
This is ridiculous.
This is our Kespa Cup ambassador here. Yep, but he was 1,500 gold behind, wasn't able to get any map control. Kanavi's Kiana was ahead for a lot of the game by like 200, 300 gold, but could not.
Pays was. I don't think Pays had a bad game this entire tournament, you know. Maybe there's an argument to say that his Ezreal game in this series is a bit bad, but I actually don't think that was crazy. I think he was forced into making like dumb plays to make up ground in that game. I don't think it's like possible to play that game in the way that he wanted to, like in the way that an Ezreal wants to, rather.
Yeah, I mean there are some options. I feel like both of those work. Blitzcrank I think is a bridge too far because there's too many things you don't want to pull in.
Skittles in a loaf sure is a diet. It's food. It's calories.
Surely you're not going to do it. No, Carrie, you would never.
Oh man, Pays' Aphelios is so good. Pays' Aphelios is one of the better ones out there. I know that Gumiushi is also a really good Aphelios player, but I've missed watching like the best Aphelios do it. I would still take I think I would take Pays over Guma on hyper carries.
Let's find out. Yeah, well, he's going to walk towards them. We'll be able to see. As Doran looking for a little bit of
I think largely on hyper carries, Pays is better. Guma's way better on lane pressure, grand majority of the time. That being said, I think Callista's a shared pick, but I think Pays is probably a little better on that. Varus better on Guma's better on Varus. Man, Blitzcrank Aphelios, the route into everything. It's an infinite damage. Well, thanks for sticking by while we have to deal with this shit, folks. Do I need to put some adverts on? I feel like I need to put some adverts on. Yeah, I probably do, folks. I'm so sorry if you just come in for this, but let's be honest, it's just adverts anyway, you know. It's just buying time anyway. I just want to make sure that pre-roll's off, just in case we do go into the game. Whatever, it is what it is. When does it start? I don't know when it's starting. That's why we're waiting here. We have no idea. We don't know. We don't know.
He could only just watch as his mid laner went down.
Well, this is basically Doran saying, I can't win against this first back of the Nidalee. I don't want to interact with the Nidalee.
How many hours of pause do you think we've been in right now?
Some potential plate gold here and make an impact on this flashless mid laner. This almost feels like Faker is a StarCraft player controlling his units, man. He's like, Doran, listen, if the Nidalee gets gold from this, it doesn't matter. It can't team fight. I can, though. So come down here and gank this flashless Cassiopeia. And Doran said, yes, okay, I'll follow my orders. He's 11 CS down, but it's definitely worth.
Yep. Shout out to the RSL that have their finals today as well. As all right, HLE now towards this bottom side of the map. Kanavi will find this control wall.
How many? As long as we're asking how many questions, here's one for you. How many kills map wants? Thanks, Herian. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to tell you exactly. You know, I actually know all the stats. I have the script, but I can't tell you. You know.
Owner's here, but he's.
I think it's been 2 hours, folks. I think we've had 2 hours of pauses right now.
Just using that Severum as best he can, but the Cyclone's going to be enough. Gumayushi able to grab one of the kills back as now the Realm Warp to bring Faker over. As Guma is able to create enough distance to get himself out of the way. A 2-for-1 feels pretty good for HLE.
Yeah, it's definitely a big win for HLE. They get the Realm Warp out of Faker, pull him out of lane.
Yep.
But ultimately, that's definitely worth here for Guma. And they get all 3 grubs for this Nidalee side lane push, which is really, really strong.
Oh, Zeka, Petrifying Gaze goes down. There's a Miasma as well. But Faker just walks it off. Mona, Wind becomes lightning as Kanavi taking a fair bit of damage here. As he wants the Grump, another great polymorph to come through as Delight's trying to take control of this situation.
Just cancel the game. At this point, I wish they just not keep us here, because it feels like a waste of time if we just get told, oh, it's getting cancelled, you know? You know?
They take down Gumayushi and they also get Zeus to boot. Faker now fighting against Zeus underneath this turret as well, and he'll find the Q to do this extra damage. You can see he wants this. Let's see whether Faker's going to stick around. That is going to be a cheeky grass proc to come on through as Delight will spot Carrier making his way over. Kanavi getting on in here as well as the hook is going to connect onto the Monkey. Uses that to gap close though as there is the Wild Growth to come on through. Another Cyclone.
What's the hold up? Is there's network issues? There are network issues which mean that
the rest of T1, they just collapse.
There are network issues, which means that Ultra Prime are kind of like, they're getting logged out every time they go into the lobby or something like that. Which means they basically can't even build the lobby. Oh my god, Owner is so damn good at stuff like Shinzo. Kanavi has a... I seem to remember his late game gets a little better this time. Pays just kind of run... No, Pays just runs them over, I seem to remember in this one.
Just going to be held in place and taken down. Aurora the Slayer going to be the last hit on the Snake. 8-2.
His opponents are outplaying it, so he's missed a few of these, but when he's set up to hit them, he doesn't.
Oh, in goes the Monkey. There's the ulti immediately there from Ono, but already a Moonlight Vigil does come down from Pays. He's getting so much work done as down goes the Yunara. The first one dead in the fight, and so much of the damage is now removed.
Okay, if this goes to... If this goes another half hour, I might just call it for... If it goes like another half hour, I'll just call it. And just like, even if it comes back, I can't be bothered to do that. If it goes like... I'll stick around for that long. Like, I'll stick around for that long. But if it goes like another half hour, I'm just not. I'm not sure I want to stick around for it at that point, which sucks, but... I'm not gonna put you all through that bluntly.
That is the bounty gold that you were talking about. Does actually come on through here as the hook going to connect there onto Delight. He gets knocked up there as well, but the main problem is Kanavi just getting torn asunder. And now Delight
the hold up is network is just, yeah. The network is warped.
Faker gets a kill here, maybe? Oh my goodness, Zeus is in a lot of trouble. Another rune prison is going to be required as a couple more Qs will need to come in as Faker gets in position with the Realm Warp as Zeus.
Oh, this is where, hang on. Watch this, brother. This play is so funny. This play is so funny. Because watch, in fact, I'm going to rewind this, right? Okay, watch this, right? Watch where Pays is. Watch where Pays is. So Pays just kills this guy over here, right? He is on the top part of the map, around Outer Khan. About 18 minutes in, right? Okay, watch the timestamp and watch the minimap. Where do you think he is going? Where do you think he is going? He keeps walking down. He keeps walking down. He is walking menacingly at them. He's walking menacingly at them. He's still walking. He goes down bot lane. He keeps walking. He's walking. He continues to walk. He's walking. He keeps moving. Oh, he's walking. Oh, he's moving. Oh, he's moving. Look, and like 30 seconds later, is like, yo, eat this ult to the side. He's trying to predict a flash of that bow. That's not an end. Like, so funnily enough, actually, I'm going to quickly break down this play, because a lot of people were flaming this. Okay, on this weapon combination, Aphelios has nothing you can flash, apart from his ult. His ult is the only thing you can flash. There's no skill shots involved in this. So Pays knows Gumayushi will only try and flash his ult. So he knows there's no point me throwing the ult immediately at him. So I'm going to guess one of two directions. He'll either get flash this way, probably out of range, because if he flashes over this way, likely he dies like the Blitzcrank coming down. Maybe there's a world in which he flashes up this way, there's a bit of an issue. So he puts it this way to try and predict a flash, and instead he flashes that way. But he predicts that there will be a flash correctly. He predicts it the wrong way. Emo boy cardio. Emo boy cardio? That's hilarious as heck. That's so funny, actually. But yeah, Pays actually, I actually think that's a good call from Pays to ult that like that, because he knows that a flash will be coming, and he does predict that right. It's just it's the wrong way.
That's a solo bolo here for the Scion that was counterpicked in this game. Zeka going to move on in.
Wait for new redemption. Wait, there's a new redemption. What is the new redemption?
Take down this inner turret, and Delight is going to move on over with Kanavi to try and make this one happen, but Owner is in position. Kanavi is going to find himself an ultimate.
Oh my god, they're really hard forced, and I still think they lose this fight, you know. Well, I mean, yeah, sayonara. Oh, Pays was soloing Atakan, so this has to come up and try and kill. I think he just loses that, no? Ooh, Atakan nearly kills him. Holy crap, that's close. He has his ult still, he can kill. He has Q ult, he can still actually kill him. Oh my god, the E, there's so much damage. Oh my god, Zeus actually just completely outplayed them. The Triforce proc. The unseen Night Triforce proc is the deadliest. Incredible. That's actually so good from Zeus. I don't think Pays thought he was gonna die. Not to a single auto. Oh, it has AP in its build path now. Right, okay. Oh, sorry, no, it has that anyway. What do you mean? Wait, why is Redemption changing on the new patch?
So I don't know if they should chase too deep. Maybe this is the Hail Mary Otacon they have to go for, as Kanavi is the target now.
Yeah, he will have Warrior Trickster, I imagine, unless it's on cooldown still, as Doran looking for a bit of an angle. There is Kanavi trying to get himself out of there. He gets shielded up, but it's not going to quite be enough as the Polymorph comes in. Yunara's dead yet again. The Petrifying Gaze is on to 3, but the rest of them are already gone. As Zeka will now be taken out. The Audacious Charge comes in, and T1
Owner casually 10-0 on Shinzao. You know, normal things.
Not the corner that he wanted to go around.
Been so many series that have gone to 5, right? We've seen so many reverse sweeps.
Oh, Pays went for Phantom Dancer. That's interesting. Phantom Dancer is probably a little underbought right now. It is a very strong item if you can get to it. You need your damage core to be in. You need like Infinity Edge plus one more AD item. Kind of feels a bit crap going for Zeal items without like good amount of AD built up. Oh, look at Doran just immediately splitting the fight. Like, Guma can't get past him. That's really well played from Doran, actually. He just plonks himself on the front line. Like, I'm sure a lot of people will be kind of upset, I suppose, that T1 will be playing inevitably quite a different style to the way that they were before with the, you know, the ZOFGK core. But I think a lot of people forget that... I think a lot of people forget that T1, you know, they were, you know, the classic Korean-style team for a very long time. It took them a while to become like the early game kings in the way that they were. They weren't always like the... I mean, in Season 3, they very much were... Season 3-4, they very much were kind of like snowball crazy dominance through lane, and they'll just beat you like that. But eventually T1 did evolve into becoming, particularly in season 5, 6, 7, that era. I mean, even in season 8, but they fell off by that point. But 5, 6, 7, they were very, very good at just scaling up its team fights and eventually winning the one fight that will win them a game. Playing zero mistake League of Legends until they could make like that one giga crazy play to win the game.
So many options, right? Like Guma lost some of his big champions here.
Shut up, Arian. Shut up.
Otherwise, you can play Jackson, just try to
Yeah, season 6, 7. That's,
and play through the Pantheon that way with the Asher also in tow. This is something completely different.
You know, I thought that I've never really been a fan of Doran and stuff like Aurora. This game, he actually has a very good game on the, well, he, is there an ETA? No, we have no ETA. We have no ETA, we have no idea what's happening, we're literally just buying time here. But yeah, I've never really thought of Doran as like a great mage player or something like that. But he has a pretty good game here, actually. He has like 1 or 2 moments where I think the combo's a little bit overcooked. And he kind of jumps between his ult walls a little bit too much and, you know, messes around and finds out a bit. But on the whole, he did a lot of damage. Trying to figure out why this game went poorly for T1, actually. I think it's partly because HLE have a much easier team comp to play than their previous drafts. So this isn't in relation to T1, it's just like in the previous draft. And you have, you know, Corky Rel, very plug-and-play bot lane, can kind of do it all. It's actually not a bad dash out, but and then, you know, Vitalia is just, I mean, Zek is very good at the Talia. And then Kanavi is a very good Vi player when he has combos to follow it up with. He is one of the best Vi players in the world.
As Carrier might actually
Good
be
vision trap.
range and he is, so he will take a lot of damage and should be going down. The flash from
Oh, this play goes really weird after this, yeah.
Really wants this kill.
Because everyone starts flying into the play eventually, basically.
Here is the bailout not going to work. Arrow will connect though onto this Vi. As Gumayushi is doing his very best
Yeah,
to try
right into the Aurora roll. So right here, like Doran misses his E, backpulps himself into the ult, and almost dies for it. Whatever, it's all good. Ari's coming up. It's fine. And then Ari gets 2 kills with a Dark Seal, so 4 Dark Seal stacks. It's kind of crazy. More Zekra on the minimap, but like I know he doesn't want to, but he doesn't want to come up there, right?
Teleport flank I was talking about from Zeus, very deep.
Let's see whether they can actually get in here as now Carrier Nona possibly in trouble. Cease and desist onto the Pantheon to try and take him out as he flashes immediately. Zeus
Nice
going to
from
find
Zeus.
that knock up though, and there goes the Pantheon. No bailout for you.
About it, Pays also has his arrow. They really need to be careful.
Yeah, Carrier is just walking in behind here as there is the Grand Starfall. Gumayushi gets a lot of attention once again. And Doran is just bouncing.
Oh yeah, Doran kind of overcooks this combo as well. I think the biggest mistake I see from Aurora players is ulting and then Eing back into it accidentally. That one hits so many players, but they're trying to get this clean combo and they accidentally just like shotgun themselves back into their ult wall.
And now Kanavi, can he actually get in there?
Aurora's such a big pick. I think Aurora's actually very good, but she's quite high. She's higher risk than some people expect. Oh my god, so much damage from Zeka, man. Zeka actually has a well, his early games, his games in like 1 through 3 were actually pretty okay, and I even in the losses I think they were fine. And then his game 4, he makes like one like particularly 1 or 2 bad plays. Which like game 5 was the real stinker. Like that was a real stinker in game 5 in the series. His laning phase on the custom is just not good enough, really.
They could take a bit of damage here from Zeka, but doesn't find the remaining rocks.
Oh, stop the blast cone. Nasty. Because he had flash. He had flash. And ult. I think he could have made it out of that, actually. Oh, Carrier ran out of man.
Finding some autos, but down will go Carrier. But look at Pace.
But,
He's able
yeah.
to do a whole bunch of work until Zeus gets on top of him.
So much extra ability to just like fly about the team fight.
Triple kill for Zeka. Doran gets 1 back. Zeus will fall, but it's HLE that take the team fight.
And it feels like each and every scrappy fight T1 takes is
How good will LCK be this season? I mean, you've got some pieces and some different arrangements, right? I arguably think T1 are better with Pays. If you put it this way, I don't think Doran Gumayusi is a good pairing of top lane and AD carry, because I think Gumayusi allows you to play towards a carry top laner because he's very happy at being weak-sided, and I think he has he is less of a traditional hyper carry. Not that he's not, but if you want to play traditional hyper carry style, I would prefer to have Viper, Ruler, and in this case Pays instead of Goomer, I think, on the whole. Not that Goomer, again, not that Goomer's bad. I don't want people to don't put it in the paper that I said that. Don't let the paper say I was angry. Yeah, because I think Doran's the kind of guy which really wants to be peeling for a hyper carry ADC on the whole. He doesn't want to have resources. He's not really going to be the guy that carries your team. Not like that. He's happy to like play team fights the way. That's not bad, but he's not getting a kill here, surely. Not bad, sure. Yeah, he just dashed through that invade. Okay, well, that's misjudging the damage. Oops, it's not even really Andrews either, it's Rylo's. Oops. I think Goomer is more versatile. It depends on meta, because he's not very versatile if you have to play... Well, I mean, it depends how many picks in meta, right? Because I don't really want to see Goomer in a Kai'Sa, Zeri, Ezreal meta, which are all actually around the same... They're all quite mobile, self-sufficient AD carries, but like with some hyper carry potential, and I don't really want to see him on them. And that's 3 pretty high prior AD carries when they're actually around. He has a lot of flexibility elsewhere, but it's like in the same thing where you say, you know, if you're going to criticize, you know, Knight for not playing Azir, you probably, you know, you do need to be aware that Goomer's also not going to be like really high prio on stuff like, you know, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Zeri. Doesn't have to be a problem. Again, he's found his way around it, much like Knight's found his way around not really prioritizing Azir. Actually, that's a pretty good comparison between the two of them, actually.
Zeus has turned up, but I don't know he's all that threatening at this point in time, as HLE will back away.
Oh my god, just get me out of this. I mean, yeah. With Fearless here to stay, does it really matter what the highest priority AD carries are? They kind of are, you know, but in that case you've got like 3 AD carries there which may be defining the meta, and there have been points where 2 or 3 of them have actually been meta defining. Then yeah, it actually does matter. Because at that point, you're hamstringing yourself potentially in the first couple of drafts of the series. No, that's a hell of a good steal. How does he steal that, man? T1 smite keys. T1 smite keys, even though Goomer's gone. Holy crap. And Kanavi just, like, shorts his Q. I mean, what else do you do there, right? I mean, I don't think he makes it out of that alive. Yeah, I agree though, Pinceless. I mean, like, Fearless does mean that the versatility matters more, but it... Oh, yeah. Zeus tries to go for a cheeky kill here. I think he sees the one, but he doesn't know the Renata's still in there. And he's got Tremor Sense, so he thinks he can get away with it. But he thinks he has the information, but he doesn't.
Oh, man. T1 with the, like, permanent stats of the Archon, that is a big deal, as the arrow is going to connect onto Delight. Not exactly an optimal target, but he's going to get pulled back and destroyed.
I feel so bad for Hanwha. I mean, they had such a control over this game.
I mean, they're not out of it
Ow.
just yet. As
Ow.
He is dead. Doran just finds it.
We talked about at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, that's Benoit for you.
Right? Like, it's the last series of Otacon.
I like that. Avoids the full combo there out of.
But you know, like, I do agree that Goomer's very versatile, though. And he probably is more versatile than Pays. Yeah, he is. But I do think, like, they have different champion pools, right? They share stuff like the Varus and the Kalista and the Lucian. But then Pays is, and stuff like Aphelios too, right? But I think that, you know, Pays has more... Yeah, he has more hyper carries, I suppose. And, yeah, Goomer has more, like, lane pressure priority. I missed the times he was perma-picking Aphelios Jinx. That meta in 22 was ridiculous for Aphelios Jinx. I actually quite liked seeing Aphelios Jinx so much that season. I know people got bored of it, but I really enjoyed seeing people really master how to play it. Oh my god, the damage from... That's insane. Yeah, Doran actually has a pretty good game here, on the whole. He kills the AD carry, it's just, you know... He one-shots the AD carry there. Like, what more can he do? Doran actually has a pretty good game here.
Oh my goodness, Pays gonna get caught.
Oh god.
As the bailout does actually go off, but unfortunately it is not going to come on through. Kanavi going to help grab that second kill as now Doran, he was in flanking position.
Like right here, this is one of the moments with like Doran. Actually, you know what? Doran doesn't overcook this. He actually plays this alright. It's just, you know, you shouldn't be there in the first place, you know? Oh, and obviously the big thing which Guma is over any AD carry. Guma is like he is the best AD carry like at Worlds. I mean, Kira puts this right. I mean, Guma is very, very clutch. I don't think there's any AD carry that's played better at Worlds compared to like the rest of the field than Guma. Like Guma always steps up more at Worlds compared to like anyone else I can think of at Worlds. Like Ruler's had some pretty shoddy Worlds over the last couple. Like his 23 on JDG wasn't fantastic actually. He was pretty bad this year. I mean, obviously, Deft at Worlds 22 is crazy, but he's obviously not on the table now. Yeah. If it goes towards Jhin, Varus, or Senna, Guma will thrive. Yeah, obviously obviously like Jhin, Senna, he's really good at too. Not that Paze doesn't play them, but Guma's very, very special at them for sure. Yeah, no, like Deft is, you know, he's in military training, but he's not, he's not, you know, not gone, but yeah. No worries, Arian.
Got insane work done, but it was Kanavi's engages that really helped them.
I don't know, I don't think this is starting, folks. I mean, how much longer we got in this video? I guess I'll wait until the end of this video, and then we'll, at that point it'll take us past the hour anyway, and I think at that point we just call it, because I just don't think it's going to happen at that point.
But you could also just pick a scaling pick and go, well, Mel,
will this continue? I suppose so, I don't know, not sure. It sucks, but yeah.
Wait, Yasuo Sejuani?
Or Yasuo.
Oh my god, it's Yasuo Sejuani!
Or Yasuo Diana?
Oh my... Don't tempt me, Frodo.
I mean, there is the Rumble here. I'm kind of like...
Oh yeah, so this is T1 picking a lot of melee champions against quite a good anti-melee team. You know, they have okay ability to follow up on a pick, but landing that first pick is pretty hard.
Watch Carrier lock it in. And it's Silas. Never mind. All right, so we're having fun. We're having fun on Summoner's
What's this
Rift.
game about? This is, so we're just watching highlights of Casper Cup because the game is paused for forever. This is Demacia Cup as an off-season LPL tournament. We had Casper Cup just before this, so this is basically, this is like the LPL version of Casper Cup, if you watched that before. And this is the finals of Casper Cup. We're just watching through the highlights, because we have nothing better to do, bluntly. Yeah, basically, I mean, what, T1 has a 4 melee comp. They have a 4 melee comp into like Misfortune Ultimate, into Gwen W, into Jarvan. Even though they have dash to get out of the Jarvan, just being melee into Jarvan kind of sucks. Nautilus is good anti-melee because he just locks you up forever and often you end up funneling in to give him multi-person ults. Mel, if you fail to get on top of her in the first engage, just like hammers you there too. It's not a bad first dive on the whole. Like, it could be much worse here, although I think somehow Delight gets 2 kills from this if I remember right. Yeah, they end up giving 2 kills to Delight, which is... Yeah, I actually don't love it that much. You notice how Guma runs immediately top lane as well instead of running bot lane. And that allows Zeus to kind of prep the wave for him, teleport to collect the wave bot lane, and they end up getting a pretty good set of farm out of this anyway.
To Guma and the kill that Paze picks up, he grabs a longsword and a tear for his troubles.
No worries, no worries. And then have that explanation as well. Oh wait, does Carrier stop the steal coming through? Oh my god, Carrier. Wait, does he die for this? Oh, she just dies for it. Wait, Kanavi kills him anyway and then gets the camp. I mean, I guess it stops it being... Wait, does it stop it being a full invade? No. Okay, so Carrier somewhat runs that down. That's actually not great. That was almost big brain. If he lived there, it was big brain. Because he didn't, it was quite smooth brain. Mel went 1-9 in Casper Cup. That's kind of insane, actually, no? I mean, one of it was... I think this was post... Wait, was this post Mel nerf? I don't know if it was, actually.
they're gonna
I
look
don't remember.
for
Yeah, I have to say, a lot of this series, I feel like most of the time it was actually on the bad end of this, but on the whole, it was a big case of people walking up to side lane out of turrets they had no business walking under because they thought their mid lane, their jungle support would be there first, and they just bluntly weren't. This kind of happens here. This happens to T1 here, right? But most of the time it was T1 doing that to actually. In fact, they did that to Demacia under this turret. I can't remember if it was in game 5 they do it to him.
I'm getting the farm, guys. I'm sorry. You guys could chase that Jarvan if you want. Space is looking for something here with Owner, rotating over.
Snip does come down there as Delight.
Eventually, I seem to remember this game just becomes like T1 having to overextend to get damage down and just like right here, Kanavi just disconnected from his support. It happens quite a lot. It's not unsurprising to see that against T1. They're very good at punishing disconnected jungle support.
Actually, kind of dead even.
Owner finding finds a smite actually as he takes away the crab, but now Kanavi is looking to try and take him down.
But eventually you just run into the problems of just you are a melee team against an anti-melee team. Look at that triple knockup. And you know, at this point you're kind of like you've used your ammunition to jump in, and you don't have a crazy amount left to deal with this now. You know. Very close. Very close.
Not able to find that last bit of damage onto Faker, who does make his way up, but we're not done yet as Doran moves in. Silences himself, true shot barrage only on a Kanavi. As Zeka will be able to find the kill onto Faker. Takes him down here, Doran still wanting to fight, as he is only doing battle. For this entire game, he is just trying to kill people as Hook max range out of Delight, finds the slowdowns as well. As Zeka is always lurking on the outskirts of these fights.
Oh no, he's got a little bit further. Does he get 2 out of this? How does he get out of this? Maybe he can get 3. He actually might be able to get more here. No, Gwendolyn. Does he get 1 back? No, not quite. Pays the loose cleans 1 up. It's just eventually T1 have to expend so many cooldowns getting into the backline. It's very hard to continue the fight if it doesn't end with the first shot. Hang on, someone's out of vision there, right? Did someone in the brush there? Okay, well, I don't think it's going to save him now. That's a lot of CC. The door's not bad. You know what? Oh, he jumps in front of the door. He's trying to get... He think he knows he's going to die, so I think he tries to turn it back for the kill and doesn't quite have enough damage. And he tries to surprise him so the heal doesn't work. I think he's probably better off just standing behind the door, though. Mel. No, you just don't have the damage. Does he get 2 here? I think he has 2 here. You know what? Credit to Owner. He's got 6 kills on this somehow. Quadrical. Bloody hell, Zeka.
Might be the person that picks up the first win on this champion.
Because the truth is, the Mel is a real damage dealer, a range damage.
The thing which holds me back from really all-inning on, like, really believing on HLE is just that Delight and Zeka are so coin flip, game to game, patch to patch. If Zeka and Delight roll high, this team has an incredible ceiling. We saw that at first stand in the first part of the year, this year. But we've also seen just Zeka get completely manhandled by his, you know, his contemporaries. And Delight just occasionally just does some alien decision making to me. 3 hours almost. Fucking hell. Damn, I said I was going to stop swearing.
There's a flash over.
Ridiculous.
The stun there. Zeka is going to get caught. Faker is able to lock that one down.
And the thing is, whenever there's a delay on like a 3-series day, it takes it from being already a lengthy schedule, which a lot of people will start zoning out for, really, into one which is just completely untenable, you know?
Let's see whether they can actually get themselves into position. It is going to be the Riptide taken, but now the fight is going to start. Faker gets into the backline as Zeka with the rebuttal.
This isn't bad, but again, like, look how many cooldowns they've used to try and get in there. And even though they've taken down, you know, the support, they don't have the staying power for the rest of the fight. Somehow, it's really close, but they just don't have enough staying power for the rest of the fight.
He pulled Shelly out of his pocket and said, "See you later. Thank you for soul point."
Well, now Faker is looking to dive on top of Gumayushi, who goes down to 50% health. Zeka rotating over. There's the knock up as Faker finds the last breath. Guma gonna go down.
I just realized I should have had these pieces back on. My bad. Oh, this is pretty sick. Oh, that's pretty nasty. They get 1 out of this? That's really nice from T1. Again, like, they have to land a perfect first shot. Otherwise, it's just so hard to continue a fight.
Gonna grab the turret here in exchange. This game just does not ever stop. Looking for the kill on Doran now.
Yeah, let's see whether Zayas can lock him down here as the needlework comes out to slow down the rumble and he dashes for the sniff.
I guess that's the case. They had a ward there. We're going to see a TP here from Zeka to come in and rejoin and look for the defense.
I don't know what they're going to do about this series though. Where can they fit an extra series into the schedule? You know? Oh, Fortune is so disgusting against this team. Yumishi's misfortune has really, really impressed. I mean, obviously, like, he slaughtered that Game 5 finals, right? His misfortune's one of the best in the world.
I think that if this steal goes off here for T1, like if they're able to actually secure this dragon, oh, maybe they get even more.
Yeah, Kamiushi in so much trouble. He does avoid the chains. Now looking to try and get rid of Ona as
Oh my god.
League
of missed skill shots.
And the redemption gets the health bars back.
T1 are on Soul Point. That's not bad for them, actually. They've managed to get onto the objective as well. But now they've, you know, you've used your attempts at kind of playing before the objective to try and get onto Doom. Given up a bit of positioning for that, I think it's okay. Actually, no, that's not that bad. Lights is dead, no? Oh, Kanavi, great combo. Great combo by Kanavi. Faker's not bad with the Keyblade there, actually. It's actually pretty clean for Faker. It just if Yasuo's not turbo stomping a game, he just very, very hard to make an impact on Yasuo if you're very hard.
As that's the unofficial Quadra, and HLE really take control of this game.
Yeah, I said about Fearless. I'm just kidding. Actually rebuts the True Shot Barrage.
That was a bit cute.
Always good to get a free ultimate.
Baron.
Yeah, and a free Baron as well.
All right, well, let's see whether Ona can get over it.
Well, sorry, folks. Didn't. Yeah. I had to sit through all this.
Try to get some exit kills. Yeah. If you could smite while you're in the air, then that could have been
depressing,
really close,
but hey,
unfortunately, it was not.
Nice to spend some time with you all anyway, and
let's see whether they can
at least a little bit entertained. Let's have a pseudo VOD review.
Was the other direction. There are still so many minions here. It looks like this turret is not long for the world.
Oh, this is where HLE overstep a little bit, I seem to. Yeah, you can see how Doran really wants to stop Guma from getting into positions that are decent ult. Do a pretty good job of making sure the bullet time doesn't just end this. Ezreal's alive. No HLE to play with. They removed the note at the top of the screen? Oh, they did. Ah, you're right, they did. But why are they still in break then? Well, I wonder if they haven't gone live. When did they remove that? I'm not gonna lie, do I? Hang on. Right.
Run over to the dragon, get Pryo and try to secure this. If Zayas actually can, if his teammates can buy time.
And what is it? Hang on, sorry folks, what is this? This has been postponed, hasn't it? Yeah, this has been postponed. You know what? Anyone translate that?
在地区网络运营服务上问题导致的大面积网络波动，德贝官方判定此情况符合灾难性不可抗力的定义，因此原定12月15号7点钟进行的 L 人级对阵 UP 的比赛，改到10点进行。
其实他们三家蛮近，就是 TT 老干爹 UP 三兄弟蛮近。
老干爹今天也波动了。
I don't think they're playing it. The logos aren't on this thing behind them. That's gonna be the end of the stream then, isn't it?
不是说他那个什么设备不好或者怎么样的，就是大家用的是同一个网，地区性的网络问题。
Well, I don't know. They've still got them on camera. Hang on, wait, are they still in here then?
我们俩肯定跑不过人家。我老头早上6点半坐飞机过来的，4点钟出。
Wait, we're in draft. What?
好快，没问题，就要这样。
We're in. Okay, we're in. Okay, fair play.
巨快。
Okay, whatever.
我说这建模就得出现在红色
Do I want to stick for all of this?
这个是正常红色网版。
基本上不会有
Well,
去办建模的。
guess we're in.
除非你不会玩，
Huh,
对吧？
I am surprised.
不会玩才去办，或者说
So many pauses, man.
在前2把不会涉及到这个英雄。
哎。
The regional network issue, but they're in now though.
没事，我坐直点，等会儿切回来的时候，哎，我坐的板正。
哎，我也坐板正，你好了，好吧？
正常就是抢发条。
Okay, so Zahan's banned, Oriana gets through. You know, Nico is really nasty for laning phase.
不止许秀 ，Faker 也玩，
都玩，
很多中单都玩，就是打到后半程，就是4个队伍打 BO5的时候，基本上都有新的。
Dun's gonna be permabanned. I haven't seen him be crazy strong just yet. I think he's a very good kind of like scrim stomper. But if you're tight about the way that you approach fights, he never gets his passive in the way that he wants, or it's hard for him to.
就如果发条第一次回家做完鞋子出来那一轮，辛德拉会特别难打。就是那个1级鞋打辛德拉那一轮，如果辛德拉做鞋，他打人就不掉血，他不做鞋就会被扭技能，就会被发条一直 QW 拉扯。
那右边下路对线拿的很强啊，左边要保对线。
Get off camera for a bit, so I can.
AD 配个什么都还好，但卡尔玛确实得要。
这齐亚娜拿这么快吗？但其实这个齐亚娜加发条的中野也是一般的哦。而且左边阵容现在有个严重的问题。
Well, 1xn's Nymaera is really, really good. Apparently, he was stomping on it in scrims as well.
纯拉扯阵容，他这个上路不是赛恩就是奥恩。
Okay, Vex. I apologize if I don't like properly cast this for the next game because like I'm just a bit brain tired now. Armor Kiana. So I mean, the calm was there just to stop the Nico from running over laning phase. But there's not that many things it teams up well with. Jin's one of them, Ezreal's another. Guess you could go Sivir. Maybe Sivir's a good ban here. Ignores a bit of the Nico engage too. Yeah, like Sivir, Jin, both okay bans. You don't have any tanks locked in yet. You could lock in a tank if you see Jin. Because presumably LNG lock mid on 4, and they hold top lane till last. I think Sivir might be the answer. Oh, Varus is also. Yeah, again, very strong laning phase pick. So Ultra Prime gonna hold top lane not just for lane kind of pick, but also kind of like composition kind of pick too.
都是啊，合着就是把那个 BLGJ 的班底直接买过来了啊，再组合一次，辛德拉班了啊。
但 BLGJ 那边人才济济，大家不要怕，因为他们有个青训教练叫 Hunter。
Syndra ban against Bulldog.
现在有个人才叫 Viper 啊，大家在意的不是 Hunter，
是 Viper，
想看的是 Viper。
我也想看 Viper 啊。
对啊，
但别急啊，各位，再等一段时间他们就会登场了。
Viper 要后面来。
德杯有的。
Same lineups for LPL or no? I think for these teams they are. Not all teams into the tournament. Victor locked in.
但是左边真的太脆了，这个阵容。
来个女枪，
这云安娜灌点伤害，维克托摁个大，那大招稍微变大一点，全得电死。
上路必须得来入了呀。
对，他没得选。赛扬
双 N 出一个，反正。
And they do go for the sign, right? They really want that strong front line. Well, I mean, LNG, they could lock Cassante, maybe. That could be okay here. This is not great versus... Well, problem is, you want to lock in something that's good versus the Misfortune and the Scion, which isn't always good against stuff like the Karma and Yari. Rek'Sai's okay. No, Rek'Sai's probably right, actually. Pretty good versus... No, this is pretty good versus most stuff. It's not great versus Karma. She can often outspace you, same with Ori.
雷克赛有个优点，他可以把上半区覆盖，就是他打赛人没压力推线同时，他有2。
Okay, I'm gonna go put 1 minute of ads on Switch.
还有一个更恶心的玩法，就是去野区里面留隧道。
但 LNG 得注意一点，他得防对面换线，对面是很有可能去换线的，因为前段时间的比赛就是在赛人打雷克赛的这种对局里面。
Oh man, it has been a day already, folks.
其实针对雷克赛，而且还有一点就是大家去翻世界赛，就是世界赛有那个雷克赛的对局，只要是 LCK 队伍100%换线，
对
100%，
他一定会不让你舒服的度过对线期，因为雷克赛这个英雄属于是对线期欺负那种笨坦克，然后他有个装备上的领先，他打团才能游龙，
然后他打那种远程英雄，他摸不了线，没怒气就完全没用，
他回不了血。
对。
所以 LNG 确实得把这个前期的换线部署给做好，或者说就是下路抢线抢的凶一点，对吧？我换线回合领先你也可以。
是。只能说如果这把线换不过来的话 ，LNG 这个阵容太优了，就是他上路挖掘机取得优势之后，在野区里面一钻，就赵信无限找齐亚娜打架。
是，当然就是 UP 这个阵容很吃他们的拉扯。哎
Well, we're back, folks.
就算补了赛恩以后，你的
It was a pain in the ass waiting for this. We have been waiting for a very long time. But how long was that pause? I'm gonna go back and time that pause. How long were we?
不至于有人会站在一起别发条一个大拉个3个，那个不现实啊。
那优势大有可能啊。
就优势大站得太装了，有可能。上路人手个3处5级啊，但这个线其实是赛恩的压力线，所以良辰必须得把饼干带上，良辰不带饼干就被早穿了，
赖不过呀。现在基本上都是3重不要，然后那种对线可能需要消耗凶一点的，可能带的是饼干。
Oh my god, folks! It has literally been like 2 hours of what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been... Okay, when did it start the pause? I'm not going to do it since before the last game. But including the last game's break to 2 hours 15 minutes. We have had about 3 hours of pause, folks, including the first series. Yeah, we've had 2 hours of pause, folks. 2 hours of pause. Holy moly. Who wins? Well, I mean, the drafts are even enough, you know. Like, it's not an instant win based on draft. I think LNG probably have better players, but not all these players are on great form right now. And these are also new rosters on both sides, so this is quite hard to predict. Don't be surprised if this game surprises you. Yeah, it's a quick 3-game day. Exactly, Pinchless, exactly. Quick 3-game day. Oh, man. 2 hours of pause for this. Nice. So Nico Karma trading skill shots. They just poke each other out. Mage bot lanes are a pain in the bottom. Oh, Classic Victor. Yes, I'm so glad that people are using the Classic Victor skin. Because I have to say, I think the Arcane remodel of Victor, it just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. It has much less presence in terms of his model. Because actually there was a certain physicality to old Victor, which I really liked. It's very imposing. And it did give you this feeling that he'd kind of, you know, gained power from his augments. There are some reworks which just feel less satisfying to play, partly because they're missing some animations and some I just don't think that they retain the same identity. So LeBlanc feels a lot less satisfying to play because she doesn't have a slow walk animation. She only has like her fast walk, which means that she kind of has like this creepy kind of like vaudevillain kind of like hunched shoulder walk a lot of the time. Whereas before she used to have like multiple, well, she used to have much better walking animations. And that because your walking animation you see it so much is yeah, kind of sucks to miss that. Root Smiths, I think that this gank is now gone. You can't do much here. Croco is a big Shinzao player. I think you should have probably just left it there, friend. Croco. Just leave it when you don't hit the skill shots, my dude. They missed the skill shots. They didn't hit the Wind Becomes Lightning. They didn't hit the Tangle Bards. Well, so now Loyu gets to just walk in, take an extra camp. That's a big mistake from Croco, and this is exactly what we were saying. While, you know, bits of the LNG roster actually have some pretty good names on paper, at least have done points in their career, their recent form leaves a lot to be desired. That's going to be a blue buff steal and a bot side scuttle. Croco should be able to secure the top side scuttle. Okay, so early strike for Ultra Prime, well picked up by Bayer Xiaoxia. Loyu, good response. You know, the side steps from Bayer is what makes that play possible. Croco missing though, you really oversent that. I mean, it's okay missing a skill shot, that's fine, it happens. But over chasing after that to me was poor judgment, and that's a little bit harder to reconcile, really. Yeah, no, I agree. The Metalist Perfection thing was really interesting, because, I mean, realistically, you know, the Machine Herald wasn't evil. He just had a very different set of morals, and he tried to help his community. It's very interesting, as, you know, a foil to Jace, because they're both trying to, I suppose, help their communities in their own way. From what I remember of the short stories from Victor, anyway. Not that there was a crazy amount of lore for him pre-Arcane. Same voice actor, though, and the, this skin, the traditional Victor skin, does actually use the original voiceover, which is, I think, really cool. What do you think the best rework in League history was? Because I actually think it's a very easy answer. The Scion rework is by far the best one. I think that the fact that Scion has lasted to this point, looking so good. I mean, this is a Scion rework, right? This stuff here. still looking as good as it does to this day, because that came out in 2014, end of 2014, is insane to me. He was future-proofed very, very well. Okay, Dragon started. Well, having the Vamp Scepter early for the Misfortune definitely helps you get power in bot lane and kind of take some harder trains and regen back up. Warwick is up there. Yep, Warwick is really cool as well. Although I don't think he was, like, in terms of gameplay, he's had so many bugs which have held him back. Best rework is Skarner. Funnily enough, Skarner is the one rework which has actually ended up negatively impacting his play rate. The Skarner is back to pre-rework play rates. Alright, this is the Doomby used to do this a lot. I like to call this the Doomby Victor ult. Where, yeah, you just ult for wave clear and pressure. Funnily enough, Galio, before he was reworked, for the first time in his career, started getting pro play. For the first time, I can't remember when it was. It would have been end of Season 6. He's finally started getting, yeah, he finally started getting seen in play. And like weirdly around All-Star. And a couple of, yeah, Galio started to actually get seen played in end of Season 6. Crazy. Poppy's another great one, for sure. Poppy was great. Great rework. Ooh, okay. That's level 6. Oh, if Croco uses all his cooldowns, it's a problem. Oh, Croco. He does have ult. Wait, does he wait until the smite comes through? He could just wait and smite it. I don't... Maybe he thinks he doesn't one-shot, so he wants to smite it instead. Oh, man. Croco's getting ran around. This is not a good look for him. Remember, folks, this is like... Luoyu was like... So he was... I believe he was part of, like... BLG Junior's kind of like the second string of BLG Junior. I think Mordekaiser has to be up there, mostly because it fixed the champ that was so hard to manage up until then. Yeah, I think Mordekaiser in his current state is in a pretty good spot. I just don't... I mean, Yeah, I mean, old Mordekaiser, at least aesthetically, was still much the same, so it didn't change much of that. Well, not that you have to. Yeah, anyway. Croco charging up the Q. Could flash in for a Q knockup here, but, well... There you go. Alright, trying to look for that. Yeah, that's what he was waiting for. Charge up the Q on the Krugs, get the knockup. There is going to be a scrub stolen by Ultra Prime. The kill comes back, so Luoyu kind of should have known that he was going to die for that, likely. Tries to outplay, can't quite. You're not actually getting that much in this top lane matchup. Not a great ult there, because Saber managed to get his move speed to get out of most of the damage there. Really, you want to use the Victor ultimate after someone's kind of guaranteed CC'd in front of you? Alright, for all.
具体的数据 ，DNF 这个队就是在不到个来之前待的那个队啊，整个赛季第3赛段就赢了一个大场。I
really like Skarner, I just don't like his recent emphasis on AD rather than tank. The problem with Skarner is that like they want him to be a tank instead of a fighter or something like that. So they gave him HP scalings and realized that, oh my god, he does too much for too little now, really. You get like one... The problem with tanks doing damage and having CC is that they're really hard to kill and they still have the stats of like fighters at that point, which is kind of crazy. But Skarner was insane in top lane just after his rework. He was more played top lane than he was in jungle. Much more than played in jungle. Okay, Croco's managed to stabilize a little bit now. Not as nearly as far behind, basically even on XP. A little bit of gold down, but not a crazy amount. Basically nothing at this point. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna blame them too much for this game. They've had to wait 2 hours for this, folks. It just kind of sucks waiting to do that. You know, if you've done a warm-up or whatever, getting ready for it. I know some players have pre-game rituals, not that you're gonna adhere to them as much for a remote tournament as opposed to on stage. It does mess with your rhythms a bit, doesn't it? God, it's been like an 8-hour stream already. Are you kidding me? Alright, looking for a contest maybe. Engage onto the bot side. Bayer caught out. He has a barrier. Has a flash too. I don't think it saves him. He's just dead. He just doesn't even bother using the flash. He just dies. Great engage by missing. One extent of missing. Managed to get a good kill there. Alright, that's going to buy the dragon for free. No bullet time threat. Would have been coming up maybe during the time of this contest. Yeah, there was a chance that they could have delayed through to bullet time's cooldown. I'll have to hop over the wall now, presumably. Does he dash over? No. Did have the mark on him.
主要说回这个边线处理，其实高资格边线处理也不错。那个时候积累经验，像这种就是你对危险的判断，像这一波女强组合也是，就对于这种危险的判断。
这个对于你强势组合来说是非常。
Was Croco any good in LCK? I think this last play, I think the last time he was in LCK, no. I think he was okay before that. I seem to remember Croco was like one of those players which was like mid to bottom end of LCK. With like varying results. I need to remember. I can't remember actually. Can anyone else fact check that? Because last time Croco was in LPL, he was actually he started very well and then fell off at the end. But he was actually very good on Annual's Legend for a little while. Like there was a point where Croco and Kyle were vying for best jungle support in LPL. They were very, very good. If they got ahead of the game, very, very professional at carrying games out. But I didn't really follow him in LCK once he went back then.
他那个银血剑是只有他能出，任何 AD 出都可以。还有个德莱文，但德莱文这个英雄登场就比较难登场。但主要你选个德莱文。
I'm not sure I can finish off this series, folks. I might do first game, but I'm just aware that this has gone so long now. It's going to run into potentially something inside. Ooh, bloody hell! Good damage there, forcing the flash out and missing. Pretty close there. Do they get a follow up? Potential jump out of the fog of war. Missing goes down. Takes the flash from Kiana. Got the flash. The ult coming back up now. Bulldog is not in a position yet to be killing someone like the Sign. He's gone for the Rod of Ages build. Wants to be a bit more survivable. And you understand why. With stuff like the Kiana, the Shockwave, the bullet time. You understand it, right? Summoning Insight live or recording? I believe it's live. Yeah, it should be live. Yeah, Kiana damage, by the way. Rocker, do you sure you wanted to be there? He is stunned. He is now inside the Thunderdome. Croco has not had a great game, not going to lie. Solo kill on top side. Good job, shit. Kill Saber. Well, some decent plays by Ultra Prime to catch out members of LNG. Croco has been really punished. And Bayer is 1,000 gold ahead of 1xm, who's, you know, someone I regard to be very, very good. Hey, no worries. Yeah, folks, I'm not going to be able to do, like, all of this tournament in general, because it's the holidays and I've got family plans and whatever, but I'll do as much as I can. So keep an eye on my socials, keep an eye on Twitch and YouTube, drop a subscribe and, you know, stuff like that, and hopefully it'll give you the... Wow, really good damage. Jay waited things out a little bit so he could, get his cooldowns back. Very well played. Hey, well, Saber dying in that side lane. Good amount of damage by Sheer there. Now, the thing is, if Rek'Sai gets ahead, that's when things get really, really problematic. So you can get to stuff like Shojin or something like that on top of the Titanic Hydra, and it just goes wild in terms of damage output. At that point, you can actually genuinely one-shot an AD carry with a good enough dive. And the Silencer's gonna have to eat this matchup now. You're 1,000 gold behind. Once Rek'Sai gets a decent amount of HP onto the Titanic Hydra, you know, you auto Q Titanic, auto resets, just the wave instantly just evaporates. And you never really have much hope of trading back onto the Rek'Sai because they have too much sustain. Even with the Bramble Vest healing cut, it just doesn't matter nearly as much. Oh, good jump out of Shockwave. Redemption's coming in. Good double root. Wow, nice damage. Nice throw. Bro, half HP now. Level down. It's like a full level down too. Croco, my dude. Not having a good time. Wait, does he die here? He actually might die. Oh, Croco. It's a bad recall spot too. What is... I mean, look, again, they've had to wait 2 hours for this game. There might be a certain amount of tilt, but Croco is having a bad game, folks. Yeah, and you're absolutely right too. You can wait out the healing debuff by just going underground later. That's true. 3-kill Kiana at 2 items now. That is nasty. No, not another pause. No. The pause. I don't know. I just can't take another pause, man. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to us. Well. The streamers. Okay, it's just refreshing. Alright, that helps. On scheme, you know what? If this happens again, maybe I'll just go full Musume mode. I'm not doing it today, folks. Like, I've already been live for like 8 hours. Is this Bulldog from LCK? Yes, this is Bulldog from the LCK. Hey, good to see you, by the way, Henry. Good to see you. Oh my god! What do you mean? I just... Ugh.
这个很快，对，而且这个是最常出现的情况，就是那个打着打着那语音突然听不见声音了，是重连一下就好。这个可能是接触问题很多。
This is an experience of all time, folks.
因为就是俱乐部里的电脑啊，它就是有那种耳机接口的。我之前在那个时候，他们应该是那个教练的那个电脑，就是那个耳机接口，我还不明白，但是它是那个2孔耳机，然后那个电脑它这个3接口，然后这3接口到底该插哪个孔才能有声音有那个语音？ 他寻思的就是大概1个多小时就搁着插来回试。
Okay, we're back in. At least it wasn't long this time. Peripheral issues. I. 'Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you gotta pause something, you gotta pause something. It's not the player's fault. Sucks to watch like this, you know.
那个接口直接给他送过去结束了。
哇，原来有这么简单的解决方式。
Very unsatisfying at points. All right, Croco.
不知道他那个时候他可能放在那个。
Starting up the dragon. Hang on, what's happening in mid lane? Yeah, Missing's going and doing something. Oh, good damage. Try to flash away. One extend stunned into the play. I think he's just dead now, isn't he? He's just dead. I mean, LNG trying to make too many plays happen at once. You know, you're trying to fight a mid lane, you're trying to take Dragon, you're taking Dragon with like a jungler who's completely anemic. He's gonna have to peel off of it now too. You're making way too many plays at the same time. Root doesn't land there, goes invisible. Sion gets to back into position to peel, so Loyu gets to peel back a little, get out of the pit. Do they get to reset the Dragon? Okay, Dragon will finally get taken. Alright, fair play, fair play.
要不然换打野这种心态真要崩了，就是我在打龙，你在中路给我出事，
脾气好大，见人就上去 A， 看着有什么个事儿啊？
What happens here? It doesn't count minions. Full dive onto them. The make it rain actually does help quite a lot here, because it stops 1xm from positioning a little closer to follow up. And they just don't respect that Kiana's around the corner. Don't even know who got that. I think actually that was... I actually think Kiana got that.
就是在 Missing 的眼里，他在送，对，他在送，这我机会到了，我必须得开。主要我们也没看到前因后果，只看到中路打起来了
啊。那现在破案了，
好像确实
白夜给身位了 ，Missing 上钩了，
得打，好吧，正常确实得打。
Zahen banned out. No, we've seen 2 games of it today and it was banned in this game. So it is available and it's being played. Don't you worry. We had 1 game where Malphite got insta-locked into it and Zahen did nothing for the entire game. The other one was better. WE played it, yeah. Was it game 2 they played it in? What we're discovering is basically, if there's any way for Zahen to get his passive, he is a very good champion. If you are in a lane matchup or... Oh my god, the damage! Bloody hell, Titanic Rush, 2 item tap, Rek'Sai. Yeah, like I said, if you get ahead on the Rek'Sai, you get to Urgent Black Cleaver, something like that. You just blast people with the extra HP and damage. Wow, that's some nasty stuff. This Kiana's scary. It's the 2.4k lead Kiana with good terrain to slam people against the wall with the ult here. Does have flash rather. Yeah, doesn't Kiana just mash him here? Okay, Herald's already gone. Oh, bit of an alley-oop there. Into the backline. That is a problem. Rek'Sai damage. Don't think it's enough in the 1v1. Bulldog tries to get the kill with the burn. I don't think it's enough. And now Shear's gone too far as well. LNG, how many do they lose? They lose 2. They do. One traded back. Kiana's going in deep. And it damn well works because somehow Sans walked away with a triple kill. 1 from the passive, I believe. Well, that was explosive. Shear, I think he thought he could get the full kill. Couldn't quite. Not quite. Damn. Another crit there, and well, there wasn't a crit there, actually. A bit of damage rather than. Could have been enough. The turret's going to go down. Good fight from Ultra Prime. In credit to him, they seem to be rolling with the punches much better than LNG. LNG look actively tilted. Like, LNG look really tilted here. The alley-oop is kind of hilarious. You know, the ult from Nico doesn't really do that much. Or peel back into position by Kiana, and then Shear finds himself in a 1v3. Bulldog very nearly gets the damage, but I think actually the Bloodthirst auto-attacks onto the minions end up saving Misfortune's life. At least makes it much less close. And then, you know, Sion passive. 3 kills on the Sion. Oh, man. And that evens up the 1,000 gold lead from top lane. And as much as, you know, we're saying Rek'Sai, who gets a lot of gold, can be really, really threatening. I mean, Sion is Sion. Oh, man. Gosh. What a day. I think Blade Runner 2049 was a vastly overhated movie. I thought it was good. If you haven't watched the short content for, like the short films for Blade Runner, they're really good. I like them a lot. Very artistic. They add meaning to the film, I think. Like Blade Runner, the original Blade Runner, I think is, you know, better than 49, but doesn't mean that 2049 is bad by any means. I kind of went through a bit of a rabbit hole of watching a lot of cyberpunk movies. Going back to that kind of stuff. I believe Alien is a real overlooked addition to the cyberpunk genre. Deals with a lot of, you know, going beyond human limits on a physical level. How technology doesn't always solve societal issues. There's a lot of the hallmarks of it. Like Ghost in the Shell, The Matrix, cyberpunk game, of course, too. Really fun rabbit hole. There's sex as well. I love you too, Catherine and Nivea. Okay, Dragon up in 20 seconds will be soul point for LNG. Behind 2,000 gold. Almost all of that's in jungle. Now Kiana, not crazy. Well, I was about to say it's not crazy to see, you know, Kiana not having a good fight. Pretty easy to mess up on the champion. Okay, teleport coming from Sion, pulling down the front line. How much damage has Victor got right now? Well, he hasn't gone for Leandri, so he's not coming through the Sion. Through the Sion. Sion doesn't have. Well, if Nymaera starts hitting him, that's a problem. That's a very good clone block. Very good clone block. Good job missing. Takes a while to arm that. You somewhat need to predict the Sion ult coming in rather than do it reactively if you're that close. He ends up doing it very well there before he gets up to speed too. And now a lot of your engage is, well, it's just all Kiana now, isn't it? Rocco on the flank has flash. I think it just came back up. It's hard to tell on the UI. Fear of the wall. Oh, it's taken by the Kiana. So no third dragon for LNG. Fear of the wall. Ult coming through from the Rex side. Does tunnel away. Gonna get rooted down. Dragon and out. Crocker, that's a bit far, friend. Does have ult, does have flash. Shockwave's not bad. Bullet time, not really enough damage. Crocker's used a lot on the other side. If this goes badly enough, could lead to an Atakan potentially. Missing, trying to get the ult. Does get a 3-man, one extended now in a pocket to deal some damage. Can he get enough time to really auto-attack? I don't think he can do with the Sion Q. I think he's in big trouble. Has to flash away. Shear doesn't have the ult anymore. A flash forward from the Kiana will seal out the fight as well. Ultra Prime get the dragon, and they do clutch out the fight. They are team fighting better than LNG right now. And one of the things I was talking about with LNG, and saying this throughout the stream and through some comments on Reddit as well, is largely, look, LNG have some good players on paper, but not all of these players have been on great form individually in recent times. And that is my worry with LNG. Last year, well, rather this year, it felt like a similar story. They had some, you know, very good players like Zuka and Weiwei. They'd been to Worlds before. They've done well. Feels like right here, though. Well, in this year, they really didn't manage to mesh together in the right way. The team wasn't functional. LNG here, it seems like they're snatching and grabbing. They have different ideas of how they want to play the team fight. Okay, your front line is completely out of position. Your front line is behind the back of Dragon Pit, not wanting anything to do with this fight right now. You step up anyway, and Bulldog, you just shouldn't be there. You know, you just shouldn't be there. Why was LNG so big favorites before the game? Because almost everyone besides mid lane and Ultra Prime are like debuting. Oh no, not Shashir as well. Basically, like a lot of Ultra Prime are quite young or quite like bottom tier talents in LPL. Not that they're not LPL tier talents, but they're nothing like to shout about in regards to the grander scheme of LPL. You know, it's a new top lane, new jungle. Bio and Shashir were like, you know, fine for LPL, but I wouldn't call them standout. Same with, you know, Saber had some bright moments. So LNG, who've got like Sheer, who was really good in 24, less so in 25, but really good in 24. Croco, similar story. Players like Bulldog coming from the LCK. No, maybe a little bit more question marks there, but they have 1xN, fantastic AD carry, missing guy that was on the super team in 23, JDG. You know, you join enough dots and you think, well, if they all come back on form, this is actually a hell of a decent team on paper. But my problem is just LNG's players, I don't think, it's been a while since they've been on form now for a lot of them. I think 1xN, even, look, I think he's been great, but I think even this last year he's been a bit Omega tilted, really. Okay, missing. Wow, missing in action. There is no health bar left there. 1xN pops the ult. Bio did flash away from that. Potentially could have gone for a kill with the ultimate. Trying to get something through now, but it's cancelled immediately. That is an overplay by Bio. Yep. That is an overplay. So that ends up being a 1-for-1 by kind of undoing the hard work of Yana, doing a ton of damage on the back there.
是用来躲那种维克多必中的路口立场的，不是这么玩的。
这太暴躁了，见面就闪现想3枪，直接把李秀男点死啊！
天哪！
李秀男好说歹说也是不假鞋。
现在这个画面的扑朔迷离了，但是经济优势是实打实的。
主要就是奇怪的事情可能出现的频率有点高，对吧？就突然一下来点突发情况。
但这个可以理解，因为你选手在后台等太久手会痒。
哎，没问题，都想上来操作。
对，
手想打热点。
Oh boy.
而且小朋友就得敢操作嘛，对吧？他试错的次数多了，
Well, sadly, folks, I think at the end of this game, I'm gonna have to go at the end of this game because I have something to do at, well, in an hour and a half. I need a little bit of time to cool down from the stream, really, because we've had 3 hours of pauses. It's in no reasonable world should this have overran, but it has. This is not a reasonable world, I suppose. So I would suggest you go over to LPL English to finish off the stream after this. I'm so sorry about that. Normally I try my best to go through it, but in I do have summoning insight later, which I need to be around for. Need to do a little bit of prep for that too. Okay, 3 items coming up for almost everyone. Prime 4k ahead. Dragon in 20 seconds. Oh, bloody hell. Croco. Where is your team? I know you have Nymaera behind you, but you can't be walking up like that. The ult didn't come through. Croco has had an absolute stinker. Absolute stinker. He has struggled, folks. He has struggled. Baron's now up on the table. Ultra Prime to say, well, screw it. You can have your 3rd dragon. We took one earlier. We'll just, you know, get Baron on 5. It's free. Pushing a wave in mid, maybe. Collect the wave in top lane. LNG are gonna, I don't know. I mean, yes, they do get themselves potentially a win condition later, but if Ultra Prime just walk forwards with 2 pushing lanes, what does LNG do about it, you know? Who's the favorite to win the cup, in your opinion? Well, anyone's legend aren't fielding their full roster, so it's probably left to be... Well, BLG aren't fielding Knight, either. Between BLG and JDG. I think BLG, even without Knight, still have such good player value, they might just Ruffle Stomp. Viper is playing for them. But then JDG, I guess there are newer teams. They've got to synergize. They've got Tabe coming in as coach with Shaba as well. Who's the stand-in for Knight? YXL? What's his name? I actually don't know him that well. Yeah, YXL. Not a player which I know.
火力集中在一个半区。
要平移，就看怎么平移。就中路3个人是往上移还是往下？
上路推一波应该往中路靠。
哦，那平移了，就是中
He
路。
was on Weibo Youth. No. He was on. Yeah, he was on like BLG Junior. He started his career there. He ended up on TT as like a temporary sub, I think. Nico clone. What a thing. They should remove so many Nico. The thing is, I like the creative uses of Nico passive and clones and whatever. But they need to nerf her accordingly if she's going to have that kind of power. And then the problem is she becomes so pro-skewed because she has to be like used so well with her intangibles and creativity that no one in solo queue would get to enjoy at that point. She's so nerfed.
然后上路的线被对面一守住的话，赛恩德线就算送过去，右边也来得及回防中2塔。
这是就是两路的兵线没有形成河流
啊！你看上路线已经被清掉了，然后挖掘机已经来得及回防中2塔了。
Oh, should Ultra Prime get done with this Atacon? They have with the Baron. They have the Atacon, of course. Baron's up in down in a minute. Question for top lane outer. A Saber gets the Shockwave. Now, is that enough chunk to buy them the turret? I think it is. Yeah, that'll get them the turrets. They get 2 turrets from that. Do they get to push in towards mid lane as well? They can stack the wave up a little bit here. And the problem is Rek'Sai can just kind of hold it out a tower for range 4 forever. Teleporting bot side, they don't get to get another tower. They get 2 towers with this, and they get to control the map a little bit. It's not the world's... Not a game-breaking Baron. Not a game-breaking Baron. But they are very far ahead in gold now. Or, yeah, they don't break the base, is the big thing. And LNG now have soul points. So now you're in a position where LNG can reasonably steal Dragon, get Ocean Soul, and then maybe play around that to win. Now, if you were down some inhibitors, which kind of set you even further behind, obviously you'd be maybe thinking about that a little bit differently.
可以看一下能不能磨下2塔吧，反正中路线是很轻易就被清掉了。大龙 buff 马上持续时间结束了，
下路过来回防，但取强点有点快，有概率能打掉，左一枪右一
Okay, do you get the bottom in turret as well, even without the Baron? That's fallen off. It's 10k up now, just about. Well, a little before that. 10k. Enough, I think. Very good game from Loyu. Sheer is one. A little bit off on the timing. There, see the idea. A little bit off on the timing. Dragon in 2 minutes. Very good game from Loyu. Quite well, actually. Probably the player of the game. The hazard, I guess. Bullied Crocker around. Oh my god, another pick onto Croco. What we were saying, exactly that. Croco, another misplaced movement on the map. Not safe, not close to his team. Croco has been so disconnected. So disconnected. This is not a good look for him. Like, I understand there are levels of tilt, and you've been waiting 2 hours to get into this game, and yeah. 2 and 6, and many of those 6 deaths have been just blatant oversteps. But I'm saying, I mean, Yana combo aside, that is... Why are you here on the flank like this? There's no one nearby. You're 2 levels down on your opposing number. You have no hope of surviving that. You should never be on your own when you're this far behind like that. I suppose you think, you know, can't exactly get back into the game any other way. I think that root's going to land. It shall do, and that is Bray, more Axiom Arc value. You can blow the Shockwave for that too. Oh. Very good game from this Kiana. Very good game. This is disaster for LNG. See how the rest of the series plays out.
就是你让3线去顶中线，然后下路线往前送，然后等到下一波线，就这一轮刚刚过2塔这波线河流的时候，把下路、中路推一路就行了。
主要现在 LNG 他虽然手握听牌龙，但他没有出来拿这个龙魂的机会了呀。他的线一直被往死里推，然后下一波大龙再刷完的话，对于 UP 来说就是最好的上高机会。一旦破2路高地，你这个小龙是真出不来了。
然后大力士进对面家吃一组魔爪蛙，
哎，那他没事干呀？
屁。
他确实没事干。对啊，他能干啥呢？他只能
Dragon taking by Ultra Prime during that. Sorry, I'm starting to lose focus now, but
他抓人也抓不了了。
其实换到经济他就还好，他总比啥都没得吃要好。
Wait, did he auto then ult? I think maybe Croco did stop to get... I did notice he didn't get the pushback onto Kiana. Not exactly sure how that happened. Yeah, maybe there was a misinput. I don't really play enough Shinzao. I play him a little bit on ARAM. You know, when I roll him. Never really played him, like... when I play him, I'm not exactly ulting people back, you know. I'm all in and... 4 item Scion. This is a very hard to kill Scion now. I mean, there is some armor pen on 1xN, and you know, Sheer does some... Oh, wow! Very nearly full killing missing there. Has to flash away. There was a shockwave on top of the Scion there. Croco jump in here. It matters that much. Maybe Sheer can get on all over the wall. What kind of damage have they got? It's a choke point. I just don't think the Scion takes damage, does he? No. No, he doesn't. Oh, bloody hell. Great one-shot. Great one-shot from the Kiana. Pulls out the ult. The Victor's down. That's a ton of damage. Croco is probably dying for his 7th time. He has a GA, which is only going to it's only going to delay the inevitable. LNG. It has been a rough first game for this roster. And, no, I'm not talking about the dog they just picked up as well. Ah, get him. Rough. Cheer in the mid lane trying to, clear out this wave, do a Marin, cut off the mid wave, but it feels like it is not exactly going to fend off the inevitable doom. Very, very good game from the new jungler of Ultra Prime. Oh my god, the one-shots, 1xN. Just about survives. Very, very close to a one-shot. Great Kiana gaming coming through from Ultra Prime's jungler. No, it's a new jungler, a new top laner. I tell you what, they've actually been doing pretty well on that. I think 1xN living extends the game, though. The game will not end just here. Well, it feels like it's a victory lap after this point, you know? Yeah. And now, well, 12k up. Gas cap almost in from Saber. In fact, he might get it on this recall. Does. Fancy hat. Pumping up the other very high AP items he's got in inventory. No magic pen, but, you know, doesn't really matter that much when you're ulting anyone but the sheer Rek'Sai, who's got a little bit of MR from the Jack show. Full build for Kiana. Full build Kiana. Ah, man. Even with the upgraded boots, too, they are very slot efficient. Oh, wow. Croco, he has flash. Does it save him? I'm not sure it saves him. It doesn't. Croco's going to die again. 2 and 8 for the jungler of LNG. Croco has been, well, made into snakeskin boots. I know that crocodiles and snakes aren't the same thing, but, well, either way, it's made into an accessory. The Sun does not care for turret damage or champion damage. Actually, turns out LNG, that last defense of the Nexus, it really was just decorative. They have been well and truly removed, folks. After 2 hours of pauses, it seems like LNG come onto the Rift a little bit tilted, not going to lie. That was unceremonious. Ultra Prime, dominant victory for that first game. Oh, bloody hell. Good day, huh? Do I stick around for another game? I don't know. I gotta treat myself already fairly, you know. Okay, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I'm not going to finish this series. This is a best of 3, but folks, we've been live for 8 hours. We've had 3 hours of pauses, which is just frankly ridiculous. And I have Summoning Insight to do in a little while. We did manage to push the start time back a little bit, but I've got to, you know, sit down and reset a little bit. Okay, folks. Well, thank you everyone for joining me. I'll wait until they do some of the post-game stats, and I'll cut off. What a poor game from LNG. Croco did less damage than... Croco did less damage than his support, but I guess it's some Nico, so... Very poor.
刷下来了怎么办？对吧？你这种位置卖的这么深，齐亚娜正常刷野速率肯定是比你招新快的。他觉得是我省了一个蓝 buff 的时间，
我来变奏一波。
对我来一个究极大变奏，你根本想不到。但齐亚娜人家是刷完了，然后美美走过来，就正好。
小孩这波帅得很呢。
小孩这波拉扯确实做得好，他把 Saber 给骗到了。
惊天大拉，我先钻洞走，消失在视野里。
离开了，
我回来喽。
但没用。
而且因为上一轮发条把相位交了。
他应该就是在拉扯发条那个相位的时间，等你相位结束以后，看你如果给距离，我再上。
哎呦，这赛人
伤害又是差一点啊！
然后请让赛人游龙，就贴脸车，贴脸起步，临阵起手，
打得太费劲了。要不赛人强，
厉害。
Stick around for game.
他是一个具备很强伤害和控制能力的坦克，而且还是无限成长的坦克，这就挺变态的。
Nah.
而且他其实算有。
I need to actually like reset. I don't want to like go on to as something inside dead, you know.
赛人在人堆里面不可能不打他，
而且
打他就把盾打穿，
一定会做那个无中生有。
对
啊，他一定能吸点。
这 W 的盾转化成成伤，无中生一再变成成伤，
顺便。
天哪，
打不了，真打不了。
最夸张是赛恩波波团的盾就自己爆，就如果一个赛恩在打大团的时候 ，W 一直都能自己。
Okay, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna call it there. Like, frankly, like, today has just been so draining. It's been so draining. First day back. 3 hours of pauses. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there, folks.
那三人就无脑创进去，把对面的团开起来就行。你可以打我呀，但你打我，你就会给身位。哎呦，无解他。
Well, thanks everyone for watching. And yeah, I will be here, you know, for the next few days. Like I said, I can't do everything. This is gonna go over midnight if it goes to 3. Yeah, I know. Like this is gonna be a real problem for them. If it goes over midnight, that does work into some problems in terms of like paying people for potentially an extra day or whatever. Alright folks, thanks for stopping by, and I'll catch you next time. So sorry I can't finish off today, but go find yourselves another place to watch this, like, LPL English. They're a very cool bunch of people. Tell them I said, hey, if you go over there, I'll raid over to them.
我觉得是对转会期的一个考验。那目前这个 ID 在这一把展现出来那种红肉，对吧？当然，我觉得比起彻底的否定，我们还是给一些期盼，就可能是这把发挥不好。
Alright folks, see you in a bit folks. Bye bye.
好，得到消息 ，LNG 下把主动选择。